Today is Moon Day, April 6th, 2026. Mark this day in your history books, folks, as the day humanity returned to the moon and hopefully the beginning of what will eventually be permanent human presence on our nearest celestial neighbor. Let's do this.
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Roger, roll, Atlantic. Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalizer.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes, you bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
One of the questions we get all the time is, are you excited? Absolutely.
Artemis II is more than a mission to the moon and back. It is the next step that gets humanity to Mars.
For decades now, literally thousands upon thousands have risen to that challenge.
May I introduce them to you all?
Jeremy Hansen,
Christina Hammett-Koch, Victor Glover, Reed Wiseman.
We are going to launch on top of the most powerful rocket NASA's ever made.
We're gonna fly around the moon in the spacecraft Integrity.
we are going to the moon together. Let's go.
Welcome everybody to NSF's coverage of, I never thought I'd be saying this, humans flying around the moon for the first time since December of 1972. I am Sawyer Rosenstein and I will be your host for this portion of the Lunar Flyby stream, of which we have a lot happening. It's going to be quite a long stream, so hopefully you'll stick with us through it as we get through all the exciting parts here, and we'll go through that timeline with you in a little bit. But as is always the case, I am not alone. Starting out with me today on the stream for commentary is Ryan Weber. Ryan, how's it going?
It's kind of hard to put into words how it's going. I mean, it's going fantastic. Humans are about to go around the moon for the first time, and I mean, you said it, since December 1972. It's a long time. And it's about time, honestly. It's about time we're back here. I'm glad we're back here. We're very short. They're not only are they going around the moon, but very shortly here, they will be breaking Apollo 13's distance record alongside it. So I mean, it's nice to see. I didn't think I'd ever myself be commentating on a stream talking about astronauts going around the moon. I didn't think I'd ever be doing that. Not in my life, no. But here I am, and here we are. So, you know.
Exactly. We are here. We are with you, and obviously the chat is hyped both on the dedicated stream and our Artemis 24/7 stream. So if you have questions for us throughout the day, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF. We will do our best to answer as many of your questions as we can. They will pop up in the software that we have that was specially designed by Jay Keegan, who is also pushing the buttons and pulling the levers currently producing today's stream. So, this is quite exciting. I guess we should probably kind of talk through what we're going to be expecting over the next couple of hours here, because it's a bit of a long day. So the crew woke up just a short time ago, and we're expecting them to have their regular daily planning conference that they do in just a couple of minutes. And of course, once that happens, we'll be listening in. They'll be talking with the science team on the ground to go over any last minute things that they want to ask, any changes, anything that they've observed so far that they might want a closer look at as they get towards their closest approach. Which, as you pointed out, Ryan, they will be surpassing the Apollo 13 distance record in just a little bit, and will be going farther than any humans have ever been from the Earth. They will be passing farther than 248,655 miles away. So with that happening, they will then get ready for their remarks before going into the actual lunar observation period, which is approximately 7 hours long, starting at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time, going all the way until about 9:30 p.m. Eastern, with the closest approach to the moon happening just after 7 Eastern. This is exciting. You can see there the moon getting closer. It's exciting. I'm sorry, I'm still speechless for part of this, Ryan. I mean, this is going to be quite an exciting event here.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's hard to like quantify the excitement that we're going to have here. We're going around the moon. We keep saying it, like it's hard to like just to not say it and get excited, get giddy over it, if you know what I mean. Like we're going around the moon. There's humans on board. This isn't like Artemis 1 where we're just sending a capsule around the moon. There's 4 humans on board that capsule right there, Orion, and they're gonna look at a portion of the moon that has never been seen before with human eyes. We've taken pictures of other parts of the moon, but they're going to be seeing something human eyes have never seen before. At least, I mean, we've seen it with human eyes through pictures, but not like in person. So that's the better way to say it. They're seeing it in person for the first time. And it's going to be really cool to listen to their observations and what they're seeing. I am kind of curious, depending on the sun angle to the moon, if they'll state kind of like what was Apollo 10 and 11, how like depending on the sun angle, it was like gray or if it was brown. I'm really curious to hear what they say in regards to that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and that's part of what we should be hearing in the next hour or so as the crew talks with the science team, because until the crew launched, they didn't know exactly what the sun's angle was going to be as they got to their closest approach here. So they're going to be able to go over the lighting conditions and everything they need to figure out in terms of best photography and their plan going forward, which they do have an entire plan set aside of, hey, here's the items that we want to observe. They have a whole observation plan that they plan to go through over that 7-hour period. And you can see it there on your screen right now. This was released by NASA. So this is what they're going to be seeing up close, the specific parts that they're aiming for, the different locations, the different craters, the mare, and all of the seas of everything there. So you can see the different events that they'll be having. Let's get to some questions now. Here's one from Jeff Sansing, and I feel like this is a very Ryan question here. Can you talk about the orbital mechanics that will use the moon's gravitational sphere of influence to slingshot Orion without the need for a burn?
Yeah, so this kind of has to go along with what they did when they originally launched Orion off of SLS, and they did a very highly elliptical high Earth orbit where Orion comes out, and you can see it right there. They basically, as the vehicle falls into a sphere of influence of a celestial object that has a gravity well, it pulls on it, so it can pull it to accelerate it towards it. And the moon is basically going to help pull Orion closer to it, and then using its gravity will slingshot out and about, and then as it turns around, it'll then re-enter Earth's sphere of influence again, and Earth's gravity will literally pull it in. As you can see now, what is it? I think they're at like 1,800 kilometers an hour, about 1,100 miles an hour at the moment. When you actually consider how fast some things go in space, that's relatively speaking, that's not that fast. A fighter jet can go faster than that. However, they're going to pick up a lot of speed when they come back to Earth. They're going to be re-entering, it's like 25,000 miles an hour at some point. So gravity works in fun ways. It's like orbital mechanics. And it'll be fun to watch that speed change. If the telemetry is 100% accurate and everything that we're getting, the speed is going to be fun to see change when it, goes around the moon, gets slingshot around the moon, and then back towards Earth after they do their lunar flyby.
Yep. It's going to be quite fast. They'll pick up speed, because I know that's one of the things people keep noting is now that they're in the moon's gravity well, in the sphere of influence of the moon, should the speed not be going up yet?
Houston Integrity, are you ready for HHV stream?
Don't want to talk over them, obviously. You always get that with live comms. You go, they're saying something, wait for it. But you also have one thing that's to mention is they're so far away. There's there's a 1.35 second comms delay.
Integrity, we're talking?
So basically, when Houston sends a message to Orion, it takes a minute. It takes 1.35 seconds to get there. Then they get it, and then it takes another 1.35 seconds for Orion to have a message get sent back to Earth. So a total travel time of 2.7 seconds round trip just for message time. And so what happens when you're...
Integrity, we are just finishing off a couple of downlinks. It'll be a couple minutes, and we'll be ready to be on board with you soon.
Yeah, and that's going to be part of I think they're talking about their daily planning conference they got coming up shortly, which is that they do every day to figure out what they're going to do during the day, what's good, how the spacecraft's doing, that kind of stuff. So that's coming up shortly.
Yeah, and of course working on getting all of the photos and everything that is being taken by the crew. A lot of times they'll put it into their computers, and then overnight it's basically kind of like a shared folder that they'll be able to access it remotely, grab the photos that the crew took, and then that's the photos and videos and images that we're seeing that have been coming down released by NASA each day. So it's kind of cool to see that. And again, hopefully we'll be getting some of the great video and photos from inside the cabin, which is what they were talking about as well. Also getting that 4K video encoder booted up. So hopefully we get some really high quality stuff coming up. So again, going back to what we were talking about right before that is, shouldn't the speed be picking up?
Yes. So what you're seeing, so there's two different speeds, and this is because space is relative. Time, everything's all relative. In relation to Earth, technically the speed is basically kind of going down. It's not really going to change much during this flyby. However, the speed of Orion relative to the moon will change And then that's when, after going through the moon and coming back to Earth, is when the speed relative to Earth will definitely start to pick up as it goes back into its gravity well. So you have to, there's that, I forgot to add that part to it. There's the reference points on, oh yeah, you got to measure, speed is a measure of what it's relative to. Like, are you going away from it, or like a velocity vector or whatnot? It's, you know, they're basically, yeah, they're reference points which you have to use in order to measure speed.
Integrity Houston, we are go for the HHP stream when you're ready.
That's the onboard views.
Did I say go through the moon? Ryan Caton said that in the back channel. I don't know if I said go through the moon or go around the moon. Whatever. You know, English is hard.
Yeah. But yeah, so when you hear that, the HHP, that is the onboard camera that the crew has been using. And we get to see what it's like inside the cabin for a bit. So hopefully that'll come up. And again, also, you know, we'll have parts where, like you saw, the video goes blue and we go to animations and other things instead, because they're pretty far away.
Integrity, we are on board with you.
And there they are. There's the crew.
Oh, yeah.
First time we're seeing them this morning. Well, morning, depending, their relative morning. There's Christina Cook waving. You can see them doing some work there with the tape.
I gotta say though, Sawyer, with some of the onboard cams and some of the bloopers per se that we've seen this crew do, it makes
Good morning, Houston, from inside Integrity, 215,049 miles away from Earth and 12,712 miles from the moon. Let's actually savor the calm delay that we have. We're ready for the morning DPC.
And here's their daily planning conference.
Beautiful. We are savoring it down here. Good morning, Integrity, and good morning, Moon. Our room is buzzing with moon joy today, and I imagine yours is too. I have a few items related to flyby and then a few items for things further afield. Here we go. I will roll through them all. First off, we are looking forward to having science follow up with your observations as required on Orion to Earth throughout the flyby. Today, you will pass the Apollo 13 record distance at the end of the pre-Lunar Flyby conference. We are planning to call you with milestone words at that point at the end of the conference, not later in the allocated PAO time on Optimus. That will be your opportunity to share your thoughts to celebrate the occasion. As of now, we have one more liquid toilet use left until we hit our nominal limits, and then we will talk about what to do about it more soon. On that note, we're always looking for feedback. So, Christina, if you had a chance to review that CCU use message that we mentioned in the mission summary, we'll take it. And finally, we want you to know that after yesterday, the entry folks are talking about allotting additional time for entry prep, including cabin config. It's not related to today's operations, obviously, but it is going on, so you can plan for more on that tomorrow as we focus on the flyby today. That's all I have for you for now. What do you have for me?
Thank you, Jenny. That's good to hear, because we were thinking the same thing. It's great to know that our minds are working the same. We are ready to go. We are looking forward to working with and for the science team, and we are just excited to be so close to finally accomplishing what we've been training for so many years. And also, we want to say thank you for that really special message from Jim Lovell. We have a pretty neat emblem up here. We have a patch that was flown on the Apollo 8 mission, and that patch is here on the Artemis II mission as well, and that was sent to us by the Lovell family, by Jim Lovell's son. And so that was a really special way to start the day, and he said to welcome us to the neighborhood, and it's great to be in this neighborhood, and we look forward to sharing this neighborhood with you all.
We can't wait. We see the patch, and it's looking beautiful. Thank you.
When this showed up in our office from his family, we were completely honored, and the Earthrise, which this crew is responsible for taking that photo has been instrumental both to our crew as our ethos and values, but also just personally to myself. I had the photo up in my room as a kid, and it was part of what inspired me to keep working hard to achieve things I dreamed about. Also, we took a deep dive into the cockpit recordings around the time that picture was taken, and it turns out there was a lot of hubbub, kind of I wouldn't say fighting over cameras, but definitely everyone wanted to capture the shot, so we're happy to carry on that legacy because we often are all glued to windows and looking for cameras too.
And I'll just close. I know it looks like a piece of paper in the camera there, but that is actually the original Apollo 8 patch printed on silk that they had done before they launched, and they flew that with them on their journey around the moon, and then the family handed it over to us, as Ike said, and it's just a real honor to have that on board with us. Let's go have a great day.
We are all on board with what you told us, and to have a great day. Thank you, Integrity.
Wow. All I can say is wow to that.
Have a great day, Houston and Huntsville. For Avatar, all lights lit except for 15 and 16.
So that's their daily planning conference that they've been going through. You can see their notes on
That
the
is
tablets there.
a good read on the Avatar LEDs. Thank you.
And again, bringing up a patch that was flown on Apollo 8, which was the first mission to fly by the moon in 1968, right around Christmas
One cleanup thing from yesterday. I did rediscover the unused chocolate snack from the DFDO. Remind me where to store that for ground analysis.
Hooray for a found snack. You can stow that in locker A1. Thank you, Reed.
A1, go in there.
That was part of the test when they were doing the suits yesterday. Part of it was testing to see if they'd be able to eat in them if they had to be in those suits for emergency reasons. So that was probably an unused snack from that suit up event. And they basically bring it back with them and research the effects of all of the long-duration spaceflight on the uneaten food. So as we wait for that lunar event with the scientists here, you heard there, we were talking about the quote from Jim Lovell, who unfortunately passed away prior to this mission. But for those who didn't get to hear it this morning, this was the message that the crew received from Apollo 8 Commander Jim Lovell right after they woke up.
Hello, Artemis II. This is Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood. When Frank Borman and Bill Andrews and I orbited the moon on Apollo 8, we got humanity's first up-close look at the moon and got a view of the home planet that inspired and united people around the world. I'm proud to pass that torch on to you as you swing around the moon and lay the groundwork for missions to Mars for the benefit of all. It's a historic day, and I know how busy you'll be, but don't forget to enjoy the view. So, Reed, and Victor, and Christina, and Jeremy, and all the great teams supporting you, good luck and Godspeed from all of us here on the good Earth.
Oh, still emotional on that. Jim Lovell, that was recorded just a couple of months before he passed away. And to hear that is amazing. Oh, chills. So, there's the history.
And using a part of his quote from his original speech when Apollo 8 went around the moon. And this literally was December of 1968. It's emotional to say the least. Someone as big as he was as part of the early program to get NASA to the moon. Flew on 2 Gemini, flew on 2 Apollo missions, famously Apollo 8 and of course Apollo 13. And it's so cool to have him have a recorded message for this crew. The crew's gonna break the Apollo 13 record. It should happen as they talked about it. They'll point out the milestone when it happens, and they'll have a reading of something when that happens. But it's really cool to hear from someone like him, and it's again, it just reminds you here we are about to go around the moon. Just another reminder.
Exactly. Oh, and we've had the message from Charlie Duke previously. Hopefully we get to hear from any of the other Apollo astronauts, because we do still have Buzz Aldrin with us. Fred Hayes, who was also on Apollo 13, is still with us. So hopefully we get to hear messages from them as well.
Integrity for milestone words question.
We'll take your question.
Hey, Jenny, are you all okay if we use the AIU and Orion Earth 1 in conjunction with the HHP camera, or would you like a full-on D5 setup for that?
Checking.
Talking about what camera they're going to use. Because that was one of the questions we got, is what cameras are the astronauts using for picture taking? And they are using all Nikon cameras. I believe we've heard of D5. They do have Z-Cam, which is one of their mirrorless cameras. Not sponsored, unless Nikon wants to. But yeah, so that's what they'll be using, is all of the Nikon cameras, both DSLR and mirrorless.
I cannot wait to see their pictures. And you just know, especially with Apollo 8 and Jim Lovell saying it, and I think they've had this in mind the whole time, is they're going to try their dangest to get an Earthrise shot by one of them through Orion. So I cannot wait to see that. Or an Earth set shot as they go back around the moon kind of thing. Although maybe they'll try to get both, who knows? But either way, it's going to be cool to see those pictures pop up once they start taking them and everything. I cannot wait to see them.
And then don't forget, at 8:35 Eastern, they will also
Integrity,
have a
you can use the
eclipse.
OEs and your HHP camera for the milestone words at the Apollo 13 record distance.
So no fancy cameras, just the one that we've been seeing. But yeah, at 8:35 is when they will begin a eclipse period, where the moon will be in front of the sun, and you'll actually be able to do some solar science out there as well. So that'll be exciting too. Solar science from the moon. I love it. Also love the amazing support that we've been getting from everybody. So thank you so much for that. That's the only reason we're able to do what we do, is, as you can probably tell, we're not NASA, we are NSF. We are a bunch of independent journalists and people who love space. You can call us nerds or geeks if you want as well. And it was our passion to be able to bring this to you. Normally for launches and things, we provide our own cameras in the field, but they wouldn't let us take a field camera out on this one, unfortunately. But let me thank some people here. We had Bideford earlier with the $25 super chat asking about shouldn't Orion be accelerating by now? Thought NASA stated 2,000 kilometers per hour and they would increase as they closed by the moon. Which, Ryan, you were talking about that a little bit before we had the planning conference. But it will happen. Don't worry. The speed is going to be picking up soon.
And I don't know what the speed that we're seeing on that screen there. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on what that's relative to. If that's relative to the moon, then it'd probably start picking up. But I don't remember if it's relative to the moon or relative to the Earth right now, off the top of my head, anyways. But yeah, the speed will start picking up when they, especially as they get closer to the moon, as the moon's gravity will.
Ready to copy.
Carbon dioxide 2.3, oxygen, which has the alarm 26.3, 73.1 degrees, 10.3 psi. And one follow-on question. We understand milestone words will be directly following the conference. Will that take the place of the PAO event, or will the PAO event still take place per the timeline?
Good question, Christina. The milestone words that we exchange at the record distance at the end of the conference will take the place of the PAO timelined activity. So that'll be our moment to talk about this occasion, and after that there will be no more expected PAO words, and you can get straight into your flyby. Copy all, AGA.
So that was the
okay,
pressure,
thank you.
oxygen.
And final clarification, even though it's taking the place of it, it will all just be on OE1 with HHP camera, no additional video. Is that right?
Affirm.
There we go, giving all the cabin readings.
Okay, thank you. Yep, some of us had already heard that. Sorry about the second question. We appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
No problem.
So yeah, we had that, and then the other thing they're talking about, when you hear PAO event, that is the Public Affairs Office. So basically, that's media events specifically to the camera for us here on Earth, rather than just normal communications with mission control. So for that one, it sounds like after they do their lunar science final review, that's when they'll be giving their speech about surpassing the Apollo 13 distance record away from the Earth. And so we'll be hearing that. The OEs are kind of the microphones that you hear now, and the HHP is the handheld that they have inside the cabin, rather than some fancy 4K setup for that part. So just of note there. Mel saying, long time, first time. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you. Sergeant Vash Coffee, and thanks for NSF for getting Jim's message for us. Tears. That was amazing. That's so cool. Up, up, down, down. Thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Mariclem becoming a PadRat member. And panels forced me to refresh, Jay. There we go. Viper, did anyone take notes of what was happening at specific times so I can focus on those as the day progresses? Thank you in advance. I guess we can kind of go over some of the main events that we're expecting at this point. So we have the event coming up in a little bit where they'll be going over the science, and then that will be followed by the official distance record being surpassed. So that is around 2 o'clock when Orion will fly farther than Apollo 13, so greater than 248,655 miles away. And then we'll hear the words from them, and then they will begin their 7-hour moon flyby period at around 2:45. Then they should be getting to their closest point at just after 7 p.m. Eastern Time, getting just about 4,000 miles away from the moon, followed shortly thereafter by the farthest distance it will be away from the Earth at 252,760 miles away. Unfortunately, during that point, there will be about a 40-minute blackout period, so LOS, which stands for loss of signal, where there's this giant thing kind of blocking their communications back to Earth called the moon. So once they come back on the other side, we'll be able to get communications with them. And then starting at around 8:35 all times Eastern here, that is when they will get to the solar eclipse portion of their viewing. And everything should be done by about 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And hopefully about 45 minutes after that, we'll hear from the crew about their time on the far side of the moon before they begin their sleep period. Let's see. Republic, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Pasquale gifting a Red Team membership. And then, or 5 Red Team memberships. Jeff gifting
I
one.
think there was going to be some families heading into the viewing room today. If they end up showing up, could you just give us a heads up when they're there so we can just wave to them on the camera?
Absolutely.
There's an observing room in the back of Mission Control for VIPs. And of course, they're saying if their family members are there, they want to wave.
Tell us that they're there. That'd be great, thanks.
We'll keep that in mind, too. I'm sure they'll be here.
Oh, that's great.
You know, I was saying before they started all that conference and stuff, there's been a lot of funny bloopers with this crew. They're a funny crew. They're a great crew. It's been definitely a fun one to watch. I immediately think in my head you could probably do like a Friends or Parks and Rec like intro with this crew with some of the bloopers in. It'd look pretty funny. It'd probably fit perfectly. Honestly, this has been a fun mission to follow, to say the least.
Yeah, the stereotypical 90s sitcom intro.
Yeah, basically.
Exactly. K5 Tour was just asking, will there be an LOS on the far side? So loss of signal, yes. And Ryan, there are people saying, why don't they just drop little satellites around it or anything? So what's the deal with the loss of signal as they go around the moon?
Well, as you said, Sawyer, there's this big giant thing called the moon that blocks signal. Radio waves can't really go right through solid rock. How wide's the moon again? There's a lot of rock in the way. There's a lot of material in the way that they can't really go through it. And NASA hasn't built a satellite constellation around the moon so that when something would be on the far side, it can communicate with Earth. They haven't done that. And your answer to if just people are asking why, it's because, well, NASA has really been focused on low Earth orbit for a while. We're starting to get back into the lunar game, and I would not be shocked if at some point in time, I don't know if NASA will do it, but I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of Starlink starships went to the moon and built a Starlink constellation. And then you basically did a relay sat from Earth to the moon, and then you just linked the Starlink constellation. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens at some point, though.
I mean, it's basically built into the recently released ignition event that NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman talked about, is they do want to have a lunar communications network around the moon so you can avoid these loss of signals in the future. But a reminder, this is our first time back with humans in over 50 years, so they're a little bit behind on that. So that's probably going to be more of a future endeavor. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and then Alex pointed out on the back channel, this LOS isn't like Apollo's LOS, so loss of signal. During Apollo's loss of signal, that's when they did their burn. So they did the burn to basically go into low lunar orbit. There is no burn for this on this run. They were just kind of doing a flyby, kind of slingshotting around the moon and then coming back to Earth. So there's no nail biting activity on the other side or anything along those lines. It's just kind of a free fly around it. So there's pluses to it.
Yep. And you can see there that little countdown, 46 minutes away from breaking the record. So cool. Nick gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Austin, Beep, for those who know on the 2410 stream, with the people getting on. Double toilet trouble. Christina and the Space Plumber. Epic that we're getting our first ever live color video of the moon. Also, shout out to the KSP Music in the 2410 stream. Boop. Which, you kind of heard a little bit there in the briefing talking about the wastewater situation there. So for those who haven't been keeping up, obviously there was the toilet issue to begin with, which has since been fixed. The current thing is the wastewater dumps. So basically when they take the liquid waste and release it out into space. The problem is, if it's it's pretty cold in space, and so it turns into ice crystals, and sometimes that ice will gather up on the exterior of the vent that they use to excrete that into space. So they've been doing longer, slower releases to try and ease the load on that. And this is just the liquid waste. The solid waste is not jettisoned like that. So that is something that they're constantly monitoring. They're talking about also contingencies with their CCUs, which is the contingency collapsible urinals. And yeah, you can figure out the rest of how that works, but that's what's been going on with the space commode at this point. Let's see, Talij becoming a PadRad member. Thank you very much for that. Josh, my coworkers are sitting here telling me that humans have never been to the moon. I had to leave because I felt myself getting dumber being around them. Go Artemis, go. I like it. Darth, love watching History in the Making. Pasquale, just a reminder, NASA's eyes of the solar system do not consider telemetry of Orion's orientation. D1, is there a beep emoji in the making for chat? I guess we'll have to pass that one along. And then Wilbo for Vincent and Bideford. Very nice. Which, by the way, we should talk a little bit about the data and the communications and everything, because of course they don't really have that far side of the moon communications network, but obviously we're still seeing live video at this point, and we still have the crew, both you can see they're inside from their personal camera, and then exterior on the solar array wings out there. So I guess it's worth noting, are they still connected to the Deep Space Network is one of the question, and I guess the other one is how many objects can the Deep Space Network communicate with at once, and has NASA been utilizing laser communications at all on this mission? So Ryan, let's dive into DSN a bit.
There's the DSN right there. DSN can talk to many different things at once. All the lit up dishes are basically the active ones. The ones that aren't are, I think, pretty usually down for maintenance. They can talk to many different sats at once. I'm pretty sure even one can talk to multiple, depending on if they're within the range of that particular dish. They've been using DSN for Artemis II. I think it's labeled ART2 under the DSN. And yeah, that's basically what they've been using. I will assume later down the line we will get upgraded communications capabilities. But as of right now, what we use to communicate with anything beyond Earth orbit is done through the Deep Space Network. I don't know if any of them are communicating with Voyager right now. I know one was doing it around the launch time. Of course, and if you pull that up, you'll see Psyche getting communicated with. You'll see a bunch of different, probably Europa Clipper and some. There's a lot of probes out there that NASA still talks to, and that one is talking to Artemis II. So they're using the DSN for that, for comms.
Yep, and you can see there, if you look in Canberra, in Australia, that is ART2. You can see the communications going both up and down, so uplink and downlink with the crew, which is how we're getting the video that we've been seeing. And for the other part of the question, they have been using their new optical communications system, and that's what they've been using mainly to do all the higher speed downloads of the high quality images while the crew sleeps. Let's see. US Sciorc was saying, did they say there was an alarm on oxygen? What does that mean? And isn't the pressure lower than the original intended 14 psi? Ryan, there's been some, little pop-ups that they've been dealing with, but that the ground has said isn't really an issue, but it's still worth noting.
Yeah, they don't seem to be too concerned about some of the stuff that's popped up. The mission is still going incredibly well. It's a little bit lower, but it's not really that much. I mean, just to kind of give you an example, when you're flying in a plane at 35,000, 40,000 feet, your altitude is going to be between 6 and 8 psi or so. Like you're not that high when you're in a plane, because that can't even do it. So technically, speaking, they have a better pressurization. They have better pressurization than you would in an aircraft, really, depending on the altitude you're at in an aircraft. But yeah, they're fine. Things are working just fine. I think they would be a little bit more concerned, and we'd probably be hearing about it more if it truly was an issue. So.
Exactly, and there's a lot of alarms and cautions and warnings that have been popping up throughout the whole mission, and they've been silencing most of them because it's a test mission. And so they're working out everything with the spacecraft, how it works, how it best operates. There are certain things where they set what's called red line monitors, so if it gets above a certain point, it throws an alarm. Some of them they set extremely conservative, and now that they've been in space and using the capsule, they're realizing for future missions, they don't have to be as worrisome about certain things. So that's basically what you're hearing there, is these are alarms that are either expected or they're realizing, okay, it's a little bit above what we had conservatively set, but everything's okay. If it's not, we would definitely be hearing about it. Again, just look, I keep looking over at the feed that you guys are seeing, and just seeing the crew and the moon in that shot is unbelievable.
The moon just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like you glance over it every once in a while. It's like, oh, the moon's a little bit bigger. Oh, it's a little bit bigger. We're getting there. Get close. Yeah. It's weird.
And it's kind of cool with the view, too, on the right. So for those who don't know, with that kind of, well, the view that we had there from the looking at the capsule and the moon, that's on the SAWs, the solar array wings. So there are 4 of them in kind of like an X-wing shape that provide power to it, but they really don't need all 4 of them for power at once. So a lot of times what they've been doing is using the 3 that they have and pointing those towards the sun and getting the battery and power from that, and using the 4th one as a selfie stick. So they've been using that 4th one primarily for images and video. They've been doing inspections of the capsule and the spacecraft with it. They've been, they did one where the crew took a quote-unquote selfie, so waving out the window with it, and then of course being able to get views like these. So as much as it's, you know, it's there for power, they're also kind of using it to get the camera views too, which is really cool. Let's see here. ET is asking, is the delay the round trip or one way? Is it, if it's one way, then call it what it is, 1.35 light seconds distance. Otherwise, it's 0.67 light seconds. I believe that is 1.35 seconds each way.
The long lens is configured for Lunar Flyby.
Houston copies.
Yeah, that's each way, so it's 1.35 seconds one way, 1.35 back, so the round trip time is 2.7 seconds. AC Gypsy, happy Moonjoy Day! Thanks NSF for making it special. Thank you for the tip over at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, which is a more direct way of supporting us, gets rid of some of the middlemen issue things that, you know Google. Thank you everyone for that. And then ET also saying, why don't they do some power projection prototype tech demonstration from sun stationary lunar polar orbit to any lander on the pole in the lunar shadow? I think we're a little bit too early for that in the Artemis program and of the ignition game plan that was set out. Because, I mean, it's worth noting, I guess we should probably talk about that, Ryan, is what NASA's done so far with CLPS, the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program, and what the goal is going forward.
Yeah, basically NASA, along with the ignition event that they had, was it about a little just before they did launch Artemis II, so 2 weeks ago at this point, and I've lost track of time with Artemis. But basically, following Artemis II, as they change the Artemis schedule, we're going to get Artemis III, which is going to be low Earth orbit, dock with either one or both HLS prototypes, so Starship plus Blue Moon Mark II, or only one of them. And then Artemis 4 and 5, they're hoping to be in 2028 for landings, and after that point, it's push for a lunar base, push for more landers through the CLIPS program, as well as, basically little hoppers to do surveying around the moon, do, SR1 to test out a nuclear reactor in space, and then that'll lead towards a nuclear reactor on the moon for power generation and stuff like that. So basically, it's to kick off a whole set of science and base building and a whole bunch of stuff in order to build a sustained presence on the moon. And this is the start of it. Artemis II, doing the flyby, checking out Orion, checking out Eclipse systems. We haven't done this in over 50 years, so we're checking a lot of things out, and we're moving forward. And yeah, maybe one day we'll have power projection from the sun to the lunar surface, but I don't know when that'll happen at this rate.
Yeah, again, it's all part of the game plan, but it's a very long-term plan that they're looking into. And of course, this is step number 1. Then we will have Artemis 3 next year, and then hopefully 2028 is the plan for at least 2 lunar landings. And beyond that, then they want more regular missions. And of course, we'll have all those little science missions going in the next couple of years as well. So lots of lunar launches to come. Neek Bergbor, that view of quite a bit of the moon's far side is awesome. Looking forward to Earthrise. Absolutely are. And then we have Cavalier saying, do you think one of the first missions to the moon will be to land at one of the original sites to see how things left behind held up at this time, or all this time? It sounds like, though, Ryan, they want to go to the polar regions, so the moon or South Pole, if you want to talk about why.
They want to go basically to the South Pole, like around Shackleton. Shout out to For All Mankind, right? But basically, it's to try to find, water ice and other stuff like that in the lunar South Pole. And, there's other reasons for it as well. Stuff like, if you have a lunar South Pole, you might be able to, if you put it in the right location, without sats, you should be able to maintain a communication line with Earth. If it's at the right point. So, so there's reasons to do it that way. Eventually, once you build the base, drive a rover around on the moon or use a hopper. Again, I will reference For All Mankind because it's a great analogy for what we might be getting. It's just going to be a little bit more towards our technology level than what's in that universe. But anyways, like an MSAM or LSAM. Like a little hopper to hop from one point on the moon to the other. And they'll probably go check out the sites to see how it looks. Some of the flags will be standing up, but they really will just be white sheets. They'll be all bleached out due to the radiation. But it'll be kind of cool to see the descent stage of the LEM just sitting there. I can't wait to see those pictures whenever that happens, but, one of these days. Eventually, yeah. I'm sure they're also going to want to protect those sites and kind of keep a distance around it so that people don't just go and start stepping on, Neil's and Buzz's boot prints. Let's see. Here's one from Fendragon who's asking, with no atmosphere on the moon, shouldn't solar panels work more efficiently on the moon's surface? I mean, I feel like you have a catch-22 there because, yes, there's less atmosphere, but you're also slightly farther away from the sun. At points.
Yeah.
Not relatively speaking, you're not that much farther away. I mean, you're what, it depends on where you are in the moon's orbit, obviously, because the moon isn't perfectly circular orbit. It's elliptical orbit. Nothing's perfectly circular in the universe. That doesn't exist. That's a lie. Basically, there's an apogee, there's a perigee in the orbit, and there comes a point at which the moon is between the sun and Earth, and that means that the solar rays would be closer depending on where you put them on the moon, that is. And then when the Earth is between the moon and the sun, then it is farther away. So I guess it's kind of both. at times. It depends on when and where. It depends on where the solar arrays are. Solar arrays definitely are great. However, but if you want, like, I still say nuclear is the way to go, especially for reliable, long-term power. And especially if you're going to be at the South Pole of the moon, there's definitely going to be points where you might not be in sunlight. You might be in lunar night. And at that point, you do need extra power. So you would want a nuclear reactor or something along those lines. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, it's power consumption on the moon is definitely going to be a priority, and that's something that they've already talked about, of setting up, again, solar opportunities, nuclear power opportunities on the moon. The country cooks with a really interesting question to think about. What will be spoken about more in regards to this mission? The moon photos and observations, or the toilet talk? I think it's a funny question, but I mean, it's worth pointing out the significance of this mission too, because sure, they're not landing, but this is, you know, the return to the lunar sphere of influence, humanity's return back to the moon, and the first stepping stone to be able to have this permanent lunar presence. Apollo was great. Again, if you want to compare this to an Apollo 8, part of it was because the lunar lander wasn't ready yet, so Apollo 8 did the flyby instead. Sound familiar, as there's no lander ready yet for Artemis. And just to kind of say, we've been there, get the views, and kickstart the moon hype. So this is, I think, that sort of moon hype style mission in this sense. But obviously there's still plenty of science to be done, plenty of observations to be done, especially given the lighting that they will have on the far side. Seeing items that have not been seen by the human eye before because of when they launched and because of how the lighting conditions will be in that portion of the moon. I mean, I think that's a pretty incredible legacy to start with. And just like Apollo 8, it may be somewhat forgotten in the history books, but its significance is quite important. So just an interesting note there. And yes, of course, this is the farthest a toilet has ever flown in space, and this is a test mission. And of course, they're working out the issues with that system as well.
We are ready for the conference on your call.
And coming up on that Lunar Science Conference.
Houston is ready for the conference, passing you over to science.
Let's listen.
Good morning, crew. This is Science. We couldn't be more excited for a full day of lunar and planetary observations today, the first one in over 54 years. How do you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, and Kelsey, you just got to know you're pulling us away from the moon right now, so let's go.
Message received. I will keep it tight here. I did just want to start with a thank you on behalf of the Lunar Science team and the entire lunar and planetary science community, of which you are absolutely a part, for what you've already done in this mission and what you're going to do today to inspire the next generation of scientists. I have to say Moon Joy is the new term that's already become our team's new motto, so thanks for that. In this conference, we'll cover hardware and config reminders, and then I'll just briefly, as you said, cover today's science plan. I'm assuming you already have your LTPs up. Confirm that, and I'll jump quickly into the cabin config reminders.
Okay, we have the LTP up just to give you a sit rep on board. You've got Reed and Christina on one PCD, and Ike has his own, and Jeremy has his own.
Copy that. That was going to be one of my questions for you, and I'll ask a question back. Is that the config that you and Christina plan to carry throughout the day for PCD use?
Negative, Kelsey. Our plan for PCD use is we have run the power cables to Windows 2 and 3, and we are going to leave one PCD. The yellow PCD will be in window 2, and the green PCD will be in window 3, and we will do that the whole. whole day, and then the red PCD will be a rover.
Understood. Super helpful. Recommend when you guys switch in and out of PCDs to add your initials to your OneNote annotations, just so we can keep track of whose is who. And then given that you have 3 PCDs instead of 4 for the data transfer at the end of the day, recommend making a new subdirectory entitled For Science for your own photos, or with your initials, that we can keep track of which pictures came from which flashcards.
So, Kelsey, I just want to here's what we're doing. We have community cards in all cameras on board, and then when each astronaut approaches their camera, the intent is they will put their card into that camera for photos and then put the community card back in at the end of the session. But just know it is harder to manage cards than we thought, and we don't want to miss science, so it might end up a bit more disorganized.
Understood. Thanks for that essay. Just read the flashcard numbers down when you get a chance, and we'll follow your lead on the best thing to do operationally during the flyby. With that, I'll move on to windows. So the window characterization DFTO you guys did a few days ago confirmed that window 2 is ideal for imaging, so no change to config of photographer in window 2, observer in window 3, and science sit reps in window 1. Coming up on a handover. Feedback.
Hang on, Kelsey. The way we have it configured, tell us if this is going to be wrong. Window 2 is the long lens with a shroud. Window
Sounds like they entered a temporary loss of signal there. We'll keep listening in for when they get those comms back, but it sounds like they just happened to pass by right as they were getting into the windows there. Again, discussing their science plan, how they're going to share all of the downlinks of those images as they take them, and also that way they can denote who took which photo. When it comes down, you see the image credit. They know who it is, and those will all be downlinked overnight using that optical laser we were talking about earlier to be able to do higher data transfer levels. And now they're discussing the different window layouts. So early in the mission, they did a test to see which window is basically the cleanest, fewest scratches, fewest marks on it to get the best imagery. And it sounds like they determined that was window 2. So window 2 will be where they have all the cameras, and they also have a shroud so that it protects the light from inside the cabin, adding reflections. And then there will be a person just looking at the moon, observing it on window number 3. And then window 1 is going to be where they're going over all the science objectives. And the PDCs, the personal kind of tablets and displays and things that they're using for the crew to monitor everything. So they'll have different ones at different locations. Sounds like 2 of them will be fixed and 1 will be rolling.
Shroud for the Z9 and solar. And then window 3 will be for visual observations, and window 4 is for floater.
And thanks, Integrity, for that. Reed, we had a handover during that time, so I'm going to have to ask you to give that read back on window orientation for the crew again.
Okay, we are happy to change it, but the way we have it configured right now is window 1 has a T-shirt shroud for the Z9 for solar. Window 2 has the shroud for the long lens for both lunar and solar. Window 3 is for visual observations. Window 4 is for floater. And then the docking hatch window has had a great view, so we've done a lot of mapping through that as well.
All right, copy all, Reed. A note just on the window 1 T-shirt shroud that you can remove that for the lunar observation block if you want to, if you want that extra view for another floater, but defer to you guys on that. You are go to use the full 400 millimeter zoom on the long lens, but where possible, try to keep the end of the lens flush with the window to prevent imaging through the multiple window panes at an angle. And if you have to take an image at an angle, recommend you limit the max focal length to 200 millimeters or simply acquire the images at multiple focal lengths. Last imaging update as a result of the DFTO is that if you can take the images out of the left side of window 2 where possible, that is the best half the window. Understand that might not be possible with the shroud. Any other imaging questions from you?
Okay, copy that.
Okay, last couple reminders. Don't forget the ability to take the WAV files to tag imagery that you are wanting to follow up on using the FN3 button on your camera. And then a couple quick notes on your LTP. We have refined your precise flyby timing since generating the LTP. Optimus has the correct timing for the LOS and AOS, but the LTP identifiers for LOS and AOS are roughly 2 minutes later than they will be in reality. Final LTP timing update is that the green line on your LTP should start automatically 45 minutes before the flyby. If it doesn't appear, let me know and I'll have troubleshooting steps for you. Last updates are on the eclipse, so only for that last hour today. Of course, remember if the sun is in view to use your eclipse glasses. And reminder that we will have a few activities for you prior to the eclipse to reconfigure all 3 cameras for corona and deep sky observations. These activities, some of which will occur during the forward link LOS, so we wanted to flag it for you now. Any questions before I cover the last 2 reminders?
No, we have no questions on that.
Last couple eclipse reminders, the sunset period and the first roughly 23 minutes of the eclipse will fall during that forward link LOS, but we'll still have a return link, and we're still looking forward to your science sit reps and observations during that time. And I do have a reminder for you on your preferred starting config for the eclipse in terms of role responsibility. Let me know if you want me to read that up or if you guys have that in your minds already. And if no other questions on config, I'll give you a few science-focused reminders.
Give us a quick high level, but we see it in Optimus, and I think we got it squared away. But give us your quick Kelsey high level.
Okay. A couple changes from the first LTP you studied is that Glushko is the only feature that the same pair will view twice. That's Reed and Jeremy. That's why that's the only target you see that is marked as 1 of 1 and 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. So Ohm and Oriental are in there twice, but they're by different pairs, which is why you don't see them marked accordingly. A note from feedback on your observations so far over the last couple days, a reminder that if you note structure and texture as well as color and albedo, please note any correlation between the two, and also a reminder that negative observations are still valuable science. So a lack of color or a lack of structure associated with color is also valuable. A reminder also that your observations so far indicate it will likely take some time for your eyes to adjust. We especially heard that around your Terminator observations and your color observations. So reminder to know that your eye adaptation is going to kind of come in throughout your shift, and let us know when you start to see that nuance. Last reminder is around Earthset and Earthrise. When you're viewing us back here at home, you'll be looking directly at Asia, Africa, and Oceania. So I'm sure people watching from those places here on Earth will want to give you all a wave as you take their picture. Any other questions for me?
And Kelsey, hey, when you're talking window 2 left and right side, just can you say towards window 1 or towards window 3, and then we'll know that we are talking the same language?
Absolutely. So I mean that the side of window 2 closest to window 3 is preferred for imaging.
Okay, the side of window 2 closest to window 3 is preferred for recording. Stand by, we'll talk to the crew.
So it sounds like they have their science plan all set to go here for their observations. Of course, as we mentioned, they'll not only be observing the parts of the moon, they will also have a solar eclipse at one point. So configuring the cameras so that they can observe the effects of the sun in addition to the moon. Obviously different settings for those cameras.
Kelsey, for the T-shirt shroud, what window does the science team think will have the best view? Is it window 1 or window 4?
The only time we're strongly recommending use of the window shroud.
Eclipse. The T-shirt window shroud for the eclipse viewing. Which window is primary for Z9?
Window 1.
Okay, awesome. So we have got that all set up. And just to be 100% sure, window 1 is the most port window by the food warmer. Window 2 is right in front of seat 1. Window 3 is right in front of seat 2. And window 4 is on the starboard side by the side hatch. Do you agree with all that?
We agree on the ground. Good readback.
Okay, that's awesome. Kelsey, we're going to close with happy words. It's just incredible. I wish you were up here to see all the smiling faces, to hear all these terminologies being thrown around, and we are just fired up to get started on this day. Let me pass the mic around if anybody has anything to add.
Kelsey, it's so great to hear your voice on the loops. I just want to channel everything that you guys are probably feeling right through my eyes and heart. It is awesome to see the side of the moon. You guys made us excited for this day, and we couldn't appreciate it anymore. And we are ready to hopefully deliver on all the awesome training you guys have provided.
I'll just add, Kelsey, it is blowing my mind what you can see with the naked eye on the moon right now. It's just unbelievable.
Kelsey, and to the whole Lunar Science team, all of you, all the work you put into this, we're just grateful. Can't wait to get going. And thank you for the tipper, for Carol Crater, and for Integrity. We can see them, and we've imaged them, and can even see with the naked eye. Quite impressive. Thank you so much.
Beautiful words, you guys. Thanks so much. And I got video of the science team right now, and they are all absolutely buzzing. Looking forward to today.
Okay, we're heading into the timeline. Cheers, guys.
So cool. Again, discussing which windows for which different types of observations. So window 1, it sounds like, is what they're going to be using for that solar observation period. And then as we were discussing right before that, they figured out which window is the best in terms of the fewest number of scratches and cleanest panes. So it sounds like that is going to be the right half of window number 2, which is going to be their main goal. And yes, you heard that right, to kind of block out the light from behind it. They are using a t-shirt as a shroud for that first window as opposed to the actual shroud that they have for one of those other windows for observation. And then of course they'll have windows where the crew can just look out. And there is also a window in the docking port hatch, which there is no actual docking adapter on this particular mission because there's nothing to dock to, but they still have the hatch there and the window through it, so they've been utilizing that as well. Sounds like they've got their updated science plan, as you can see into the science evaluation room there, the people getting really excited for that portion of this mission coming up in just a little bit. So it sounds like they'll have the updated trajectory on their computers that they can follow along with of what to shoot and which cameras for each, keeping the lens as flat as possible against the window to avoid seeing all the multiple thicknesses of panes that they have to use in space in case there is some sort of micrometeoroid damage or something that hits it. It's a way to make sure that the interior with the crew still stays safe. So that is the latest, it sounds like, for the science portion, and now 8 minutes away from breaking the distance record set by Apollo 13 in 1970. And it's also, I think, worth noting, Ryan, because people are asking, but wait a minute, how is it possible that they're beating Apollo 13's distance record if they're not even, you know, at the farthest point away from the moon yet? I think we should probably talk about that.
Well, as I talked about earlier, the all celestial bodies have a elliptical orbit. There's the word. And basically, there's an apogee and there's a perigee. The perigee being the closest point in that orbit relative to the object it's orbiting, and the apogee being the farthest point relative to the object it's orbiting. Now, if you compare it back to Apollo and where Artemis is, the reason why they're able to beat that record before they reach the moon is because, well, the moon's a little bit farther away. That's literally, that's it. The moon's a little bit farther away. So that's why they haven't reached it yet. Or that's why they haven't reached the moon, and they're going to break the record before they technically go around the moon. That's just the way orbits work. You know, it's orbital mechanics.
Gotta love it.
Mm-hmm.
Also gotta love the support coming in that allows us to do what we do. So before we get to that Apollo milestone here, breaking it with Artemis, let me keep going with the support. Mikhail saying distance shown from Earth/to moon. Are those two from surfaces or centers?
Integrity crew, we have Reed's family in the viewing gallery. You're welcome to say hello.
Oh, Commander Reed Weissman's family in Houston.
Well, whether you're being serious or you're kidding around, that is awesome to hear. Thanks, Jenny. And hello to Ellie and Katie. I don't know who else is there, but it's great to know that you're in mission control right now, following along. We are having a blast up here, and the view of the moon is absolutely amazing.
I'm seeing a lot of hearts come out of the viewing gallery and even more smiles. Thanks, Reed.
Oh, the hearts back to the family. I guess those are bracelets that were made by his two daughters.
Copy heart, copy bracelet.
For those who don't know, Reed recently lost his wife of many years, and so he's been raising the kids while also preparing for a mission to the moon, so an extra special moment for him at this point. Mikhail, we're talking about the distances, by the way. These are the numbers, I believe, that are provided to us through NASA data. So I'm not sure. I believe it's towards the surface. I don't know exactly if it's towards the center, but it gives you a rough idea of where they're at. Roger's gifting 10 Red Team memberships. One of the people that helps out with our other 24/7 live streams here. We also have 24/7 live streams of Starbase, Texas, McGregor, Texas, where SpaceX tests their engines, as well as Space Coast Live, keeping track of everything happening in Florida. And again, it's not our spacecraft, it's NASA's, and this is whatever information NASA gives us, so it may be off by a little bit. So all with a grain of salt there. Signal not found. How much RAM do you think they have? More than Apollo, that's for sure.
To say the least. Yeah.
Let's see. Redman, fun fact, humans can hold number 1 for 23 hours max. World record for number 2 is 13 years. I Googled it. Do with that info what you will. I could have gone my life without knowing that, but thank you. Game-wise, they should prove a weight lift eventually that exceeds 1,000 pounds, which would be 165 on the moon. Also super exciting to see walking moon gravity, the spacious lunar lander unrestricted by a spacesuit. I mean, it will be cool to see that. And they are doing exercise. They do still have a flywheel machine on board Orion, which when they do exercise, you can tell because all the solar panels start flopping back and forth as they work on their exercise. So, very cool. Marie becoming a PadRat member. Redman gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Wilbo Baggins, good to see you, gifting a Red Team membership. Fares on the rise. I work on process controllers and 90% of shakedown is the system throwing alarms and the operator setting new limits after actually running it. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. It's a test. This is a operational test flight, if you want to really call it that. They're testing a lot of things on Orion, Eclipse systems. As famous, it's really going to become synonymous with this mission, toilet, at this point. But and how to do lunar flyby imaging with our current much newer cameras compared to Apollo. They're testing a lot. The suits, of course, living in Orion for a protracted period of time. There's just a lot of different things to test, and so far it's all gone pretty well. It's really nice to see a mission go this well. I'm incredibly happy for it going this well, and I cannot wait to see pictures of the moon, like from like modern cameras, like high. I just can't wait to see them. It's gonna look so awesome.
Exactly. Let's see, Chelsea Cat. Very exciting that I can see history being made while stuck at work. Super grateful to all y'all at NSF. Well, thank you for the $20 super chat. We appreciate it, and I won't tell your boss. Kroger's with a $20 super chat as well here, saying feels a lot different this time than it did when Apollo 13 set this record. Thanks NSF for sharing this with us. Last time was with Cronkite. I am definitely no Walter Cronkite here, but he was the best at what he did. And the moment he took his glasses off with tears in his eyes after that Apollo 11 touchdown is still etched into my mind. And it's amazing to think that we are just under 2 minutes away from that record set by Apollo 13 in April of 1970 being broken today in April of 2026. It's been a long time coming. It's crazy to think that it's taken this long to break that record, but there we go. And in just a little bit, we should also be hearing from the crew some messages about passing that milestone. Scott saying the DNS Now site is saying the round trip communications is now at 2.67 seconds, so 1.35 would only be from the Earth to the spacecraft or spacecraft to Earth. I mean, when you add it up, that's close enough. It's approximately, and again, we're saying that approximately the 2.7 there. Justin, hello from South Africa. You guys always have the best streams. Thank you for keeping up the amazing content. And a shout out to my dad, who I got to also join the stream. Woohoo! I like it. And then fares on the rise. Amazing. We are now talking about preserving historical sites on the moon. You're not kidding here. This is just amazing. I'm trying to be careful of what I say at this point, 'cause as mentioned, we are coming up on that milestone, and the crew did announce that they will be giving a speech once they pass that milestone of surpassing the Apollo 13 record distance. So they will be at a distance of greater than 248,655 miles away from Earth, which was that record set during Apollo 13 as they did their return burn that they had to do given the issues that they had on that mission. And you can see the crew
almost there, like
20 seconds away. So as the crew gets ready to set history here, chat, I hope you're as hyped as we are here. Just about 10 seconds now from history. 3, 2, 1. And with that, welcome folks. You have just witnessed history. This is the farthest humans have ever been away from our home planet, and you are watching it live. Congratulations to Victor, Christina,
on April 15th,
Jeremy.
1970, during the Apollo 13 mission, 3 explorers set the record for the farthest distance humans have ever traveled from our home planet. At that time, over 55 years ago, Lovell, Swigert, and Hayes flew 248,655 statute miles away from Earth. Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier. Integrity, over to you.
here as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth. We do so in honoring the extraordinary efforts and feats of our predecessors in human space exploration. We will continue our journey even further into space before Mother Earth succeeds in pulling us back to everything that we hold dear. But we most importantly choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
Thank you, Integrity, and congratulations to you and the rest of the Artemis II team.
Thank you, Houston. We have a couple more things we'd like to take this moment for. Our science team helped us out with a couple of relatively fresh craters on the moon that have not been previously named, and our crew would like to propose a couple of potential names for those items or those areas. And we spent a bit of time this morning looking out the window, and we're able to see them now both with our naked eye and through the long lens, and so we feel this is a good time to send this down, and a special shout out to Kelsey for helping us with this. The first one we'd like to suggest is a named crater in honor of our great spacecraft Integrity. And so if you were to look at Oriental on the far side and then draw a line straight up to Ohm on the far side, relatively in the middle is an unnamed crater, and we would like to suggest it be called Integrity in the future. And the second one, and especially meaningful for this crew, is a number of years ago we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. And there's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and it is on the near side, far side boundary. In fact, it's just on the near side of that boundary, and so at certain times of the moon's transit around Earth, we will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And if you want to find this one, you look at Glushko, and it's just to the northwest of that, at the same latitude as Ohm, and it's a bright spot on the moon. And we would like to call it Carol, and you spell that C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
Wow. For those who don't know, Reed lost his wife Carol in 2020 unexpectedly. And so he's been raising his two daughters all of this time. You can see the crew in tears, as are most of us. The new
Integrity and Carol crater. Loud and clear. Thank you.
What a beautiful moment. Two new craters named, one for the spacecraft Integrity, one, Carol, for Reed's late wife. Unbelievable. And now humans farther away from this home planet than have ever been. A new record set, and as they mentioned there, hopefully one that will be broken very soon. Trying to find the words right now, folks. I'm sorry. This is... You could see everyone with the tears in their eyes up there, too. And Reed's two daughters in mission control right now, watching this message, too.
I don't really have words, Sawyer. I don't. I do like his challenging this generation and the next to beat that record. And as this is also a launching pad to go to Mars, but that was an incredibly beautiful moment. I really don't know what else to say about it. There really aren't any words to say, to be honest. I don't really have anything to add. I can't, you know.
Be honest, chat. How many of you are also crying?
As the Artemis II crew
Yeah.
passed the record set by Apollo 13 for the farthest humans to ever fly from Earth at 12:57 p.m. Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen shared.
We're getting ourselves all put back together now, and we are going to dim the cabin lights and prepare for our science objectives ahead. Thank you.
Sounds good. We're doing the same down here, and you are maneuvering to your observation attitude.
As we pass that Apollo 13 record of the furthest humans to ever fly from Earth at 12:57 p.m. Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time, the Artemis II crew shared some poignant words, specifically Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. The crew also called down 2 craters not yet named that they would like to name. One, Integrity, in honor of their spacecraft, which they have named. That's near the Ohm crater. Another near Glushko, which is a bright spot, named Carol, in memory of Reed Wiseman's wife.
Wow. You can hear NASA Public Affairs Leah Cheshire there also with tears. You heard the Capcom, same wavering voice, and all 4 astronauts wiping the tears away after that. Unbelievable moment. Chat, honored to be able to share this with you. And wow, now comes the science. And as we get ready for the lunar science observation point, I'm going to hand off the reins of this so I can go ugly cry off camera and hand this over to Alice, who will take over for me.
Who's already ugly cried off
I will
camera.
rejoin you all. I will rejoin you all as we get closer to closest approach. But for now, I'll hand it over to you, Alice.
Thank you so much, Sawyer. I was not expecting to join the communications at that point and start crying like a baby. Oh my goodness, as a mum of a couple of teenagers, one being a teenage girl, my goodness, that really hit home, that moment of them naming the crater after Carol. What an amazing thing. And I just saw in the chat someone put the most human a human has ever been away from planet Earth, which is certainly something that's very poignant. Hi. Hello, what a time to join. We've just broken records. There's been emotional points going on. Ryan, what have I missed over the last couple of hours?
Well, crew woke up. They're getting ready. You just talked about the beautiful, poignant moment of breaking the record and naming of the 2 craters. And they're orienting Orion to get ready to take some pictures of the moon. As you can see, we're getting closer and closer to the moon here, only 12,000 miles or so away from the moon. Lunar observation period is getting going. It's about 7 hours long. And I mean, this has been an awesome mission, and here is the magnum opus of it. The biggest point of it, I don't know what to really call it. A lot of people have been waiting for, and let's watch them take pictures of the moon.
Absolutely.
You know?
They will be starting that pretty soon. I believe at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern, we're expecting the science. That's when their observation technically starts. And I know we've heard a bit of an update just recently about which windows they're going to be using. That's out of the 3, they've picked the window number 2, and particularly the left side of that window for having the best observation of the moon. So we are expecting that to really start in the next 45 minutes. Now, I heard them say that they were dimming the cabin lights. That's in preparation for their photography, I'm sure, at this point. And I heard there are somewhere in the region of over 30 cameras on board. Surely they can't be using them all right now, Ryan.
I mean, why not? use them all. Take every single picture, every single piece of video. I want it all. You know,
me
I
too.
want to see everything. I mean, you look back to the days of Apollo, and they had the Hasselblad. I forget the exact model, but they had the Hasselblad cameras. They've got Nikons. They got 400 millimeter lenses, which they can take a lot better, more zoomed, high definition pictures than we could back in the day, or over 50 years ago. And I cannot wait to see these come. You know, the science, the things we will be able to learn from high definition pictures like this. I bet the science team is just itching to get these pictures in. And it's, you know, again, we can say it again and again and again. It's going to be awesome.
Yes.
This mission has been so much fun to watch. It's been so many years in the making, and it is still kind of surreal that we have humans. There are 4 humans aboard a spacecraft right now in 2026 that are like less than 12,000 miles away from the moon. Anyone pinch themselves yet?
Yes.
And here we are. Like, seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. I was on the launch coverage and have been involved the last few days. And honestly, I don't think until that moment when they finally surpassed Apollo 13's record that it really hit home just how far away they've traveled. I mean, I think the distance miles that they're going to do totality is around 695,000 miles. That's from Earth around the moon and back down to Earth again. And they're reaching a maximum distance of around 252,760 miles today. That is just, I mean, you can't fathom that really in your head, just how far it is. We laugh and joke, you know, I'm not from around here. I live in New Mexico. I'm obviously not from here. And I always laugh, I'm from 5,000 miles down the road. And I think I'm the foreign alien around here. But my goodness, can you imagine traveling to over 250 miles away from your, 250,000 miles away, to be clear, from your home planet? What an alien experience that must feel like for the team that are on board that spacecraft right now. Just amazing.
Yeah. And as they pointed out too, they pointed out, you know, the hope they challenge this generation to the next to break the record that they just broke. I don't know when it'll happen. Hopefully it's in the next 4 to 6 years. I'm thinking at least 4 to 6. That record is broken by humans passing that point on their way to Mars. And that's where I hope that record is broken.
That would be quite incredible, wouldn't it, in our lifetime?
Yeah, and then that record is set when they're then on Mars, and then that record will keep getting set if you're in relation to Earth, when at the point in which Earth and Mars are literally opposites of each other in the solar system at that point. So I can't wait for that to happen. And of course that'll be obviously a milestone all of its own. But yeah, Artemis II, here we are.
Absolutely. I was going to say, and back to the mission today, what an incredible achievement they've had so far, and what an amazing thing that they're going to be doing. We're expecting that observation period to start at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern. The team are preparing themselves right now for that observation time. They've dimmed the cabin lights. We're expecting them to start taking some pictures of some incredible areas of the moon that we haven't, as humans, seen in over 50 years. And some parts we haven't even had the opportunity to lay our eyes on, which is just unbelievable. It's a good chance to go to our support in the chat. A big thank you to all of you that have been tagging us in the chat at NSF or at NASASpaceflight. We'll do our best to answer your questions as they come in. Lorenzo says, what would you say to the naysayers now? I mean, we had a chat come in earlier about someone said they were in a room full of people that were questioning whether or not humans have ever been to the moon. What would you say to them right now, Ryan?
Here we are. Look, that's the moon right there on the camera.
There.
I don't know. To people who say we haven't been there, there's all the photo evidence in the world that we've been there. I still am reminded, and I know the Mythbusters did this. They did it. They did an episode on what it would take to fake the moon landing, and I was at the YouTube channel Corridor Digital. They did a thing where it was the Apollo 11 movie footage, where you literally you get the full view of the LEM as it does its PDI, it's the power descent burn. and it's literally just going and going and going, and then you see the lander roll. So you're like, oh, you could in theory do this as a miniature, and then it rolls, and you see just black. There's no studio lights. There's no nothing. Oh, no, that just became an impossible shot to make. Yeah, no, it happened. We landed on the moon. We landed on the moon, and we're going to go back too. And here we have 4 astronauts about to go around the moon and come back to Earth and take some really beautiful pictures of it.
Yes, I can't wait to see those tomorrow. As we mentioned before, they're going to be downloading those overnight. We're expecting to see the images tomorrow. So be patient, guys. We will see some incredible images coming in. Another big thank you on the support coming in on chat from Beans, who says, have you played Shackleton Base, the board game? Have you heard of that one, Ryan?
I actually haven't heard of that one.
We're going to have to look it up. There might have to be a new NSF tradition for us to play that one before any lunar missions. Thank you for the suggestion. We always appreciate it. The Tech Dragon has said solar panels are a few hundred watts better in space due to atmospheric absorption not taking place. Distance to the sun from the moon's orbit is negligible. I guess you guys were talking a little bit about this earlier. Is that correct?
Yeah, I kind of had the mention of, well, the moon, or the distance, the increased distance when the moon is farthest away from the sun as it is, orbiting Earth, and Earth is between the moon and the sun. Really, that distance change isn't really that much. Solar is still going to be incredibly important to Artemis moving forward, to anything we send to the moon, to a lunar base. But I still say a nuclear reactor is incredibly important, especially if we put that base someplace where it eventually does get lunar night. You kind of really need that. But yeah, well, of course, we'll still use solar. It's going to be incredibly valuable, and no atmosphere helps.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for all the supports coming in on the chats. We're going to go for a few more questions while we've got the chance. We've got a question here from PK McCoy84, who's asked, when on the far side of the moon, what would the rest of space look like? What observations of the stars can they make from there? That's coming from Pete in Scotland. That's a really good question, because obviously their focus is really the moon, but surely they must be able to look out elsewhere and see some incredible views that we're not used to being able to see here from our Earth's surface.
Yeah, using the moon to block a lot of sunlight, because they'll get an eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
If they set their exposure, or they try to do, say, like a long exposure or something during the LOS period, or when they're behind the moon, you could probably get some really cool shots of the Milky Way and some of other stars. Depending on where you did it. I'm not a camera person at all, so I'd be kind of interested to see what they get. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get something, because I don't know what that looks like, because not many people have had the chance to be there.
I was going to say they're going to be spoiled though, because they are, like you mentioned before, we're expecting about 8:35 p.m. Eastern today. We are expecting them to see that eclipse. So surely they're going to be a little bit distracted by what's going on there. They're going to be looking at solar corona and what they're going to be able to see. I mean, I'm so jealous. I can't even begin to imagine what it must feel like to be one of those members of the crew right now, making history, seeing things that other humans have not seen with their own eyes since the missions back in the 1960s. Isn't that just a crazy, crazy thing to think of, that these people are being able to witness history today and be a part of it? And we're going to be able to get these great observations of not only the craters that we haven't seen. I know they've got 2 in mind that they're particularly going to look into, and I'll make sure I get those names for you shortly. But also they're now going to be looking out for Integrity and for Carol, the craters that they have just named as part of this mission today. What an amazing thing to be part of. Incredible. I keep saying it, but it's true. Ryan, you must be watching this thinking, as somebody who's been involved in space media for a long time, this is just a really great pivotal moment for all of us that are excited about what the future of spaceflight is going to be like.
Yeah, it's when you look at space flight, especially over the last, I would say, decade. If you go back to, I guess we can go all the way. We'll go back to 2011. You had shuttle was being retired. Shuttle's retired. The Constellation program is just kind of there. There wasn't a lot of push on it. There wasn't a lot of progress made with it. You had the Ares 1X launch. But really, other than that, there wasn't a lot going on with the Constellation program. They had a lot of plans, but they didn't have a lot of really hardware or much else alongside it. And then, of course, you had Blue Origin was around, and so was SpaceX, and SpaceX was still kind of learning its rockets. And then, of course, you get to when SpaceX first landed a rocket, December 2015. And of course, the first launch of New Glenn, last year. And of course, they're gearing up for their third one. Starship has launched 11 times. Falcon 9 has flown 600 plus times. In the last decade, last 15 years, spaceflight has really, really kicked up. And here we are. It feels like it's not a culmination point, but it's another dot on the graph to watch the increase in interest in spaceflight. And as we push forward ahead in spaceflight in general, is a lunar flyby. The next mission won't be it. The next mission will be in low Earth orbit, to test out the landers and everything like that. But I don't really know what I'll feel in 2028 if everything aligns up and we do a landing. We've landed on the moon before, but to do it again and knowing that is to stay and to build a base, it really feels like things are kicking off, and this just reinforces that here we are. We're in a golden age of spaceflight. Another example of how we are in the golden age is Artemis II is they're in process of flying right now. They'll be back in a couple of days, but basically in about a week or so, maybe a week and a half, we might be getting New Glenn Flight 3. So that's 2 super heavy lift launch vehicles launched. End of the month is looking like Falcon Heavy. So that's another super heavy lift launch vehicle, at least in its fully expendable configuration. You kind of classify it as that. And then you get Starship Flight 12, which we don't really know when that's going to happen at this rate. It could be mid-May, could be later. There's still a lot of stuff to do before that flies, but you're getting 4 of the most powerful rockets currently flying. They're going to fly within like a 2-month period or something like that. And we truly are in the golden age of spaceflight. And it's a crewed mission to the moon. It's just kind of...
Yeah, absolutely. We should really remind everybody of that. This is a big, big milestone day for us today. I just wanted to give a big shout out to NASA Kane's fan that's come in on the chat with a question that I figured really was a good reminder for all of us. Have we arrived at the moon yet? Did I miss it yet? No, you haven't. We are in the process at the moment. We've gone past that record that was set by Apollo 13 from the humans being furthest away from the Earth. But we've got lots of more milestones to come. We're expecting observations of the lunar surface to start happening at around 1/4 the hour. So coming up in the next 20 minutes or so. At about 6:47 p.m. Eastern, we're expecting the loss. That's a loss of signal, LOS. And then around 7 o'clock, we're expecting the closest approach to the moon. So that's actually going to be when they're in that dark side communications wise, where we're not going to be able to hear what's going on. We'll hopefully connect about 40 minutes later. That's when we're expecting about a 40-minute dropout from the signal. At 7:27, they'll be back on, hopefully, on comms. And at 8:35, we are expecting a solar eclipse from the spacecraft, which is just going to be incredible to see the images from those. So you haven't missed it yet. You're in the good timing now. We are on that countdown. We're about to start that observation moment. And thank you for reminding us of what we're all doing today. It really has been emotional so far. They woke up this morning to a message from Jim Lovell, who was obviously part of the Apollo 8 crew and later Apollo 15. And I know when that was recorded a year ago, it was a very poignant message to them to hand over the baton to say, let's move on, guys. And you were mentioning before that Jeremy Hansen said he threw down the baton for the next generation. Is that correct, Ryan?
Yeah, he challenged this generation, the next, to break the distance record. And yeah, I think it'll be broken. There are far too many. The this has set something in motion. It's not just NASA that's pushing forward. We all know what SpaceX's plan is
Houston
to make life
Integrity
multiplanetary.
for camera serial numbers.
Ready to copy.
Lunar config time.
Yeah, we're listening when we
These are
get
card
comms.
numbers for the various positions. For the long lens on the D5, we will have individual cards. Victor's 1008, Jeremy 1019, Reed 1012, myself 1015. For the Z9, we will have one card that is dedicated for today, serial number 1007. For the cabin camera D5, we will have one dedicated card for today, serial number 1022.
Just giving a moment to make sure that communication.
Hi, Christina. We copy all. Thank you.
There you go. Waiting for that moment of their close off. So they were talking about their D5, which is the DSLRs that they've got on there. And I believe they mentioned a Nikon Z9, which is the mirrorless lens camera
We
that
just
they're
realized
using
that
as well.
we have Earth out window 1 and Moon out window 2. And Earth out window 4 and Moon out window 3. And it gives you the best idea of scale we have had yet. The Moon is about 3 to 4 times the size of the Earth, and it is almost full, and the Earth is just a small crescent out there. It's magnificent. I got a picture of it with the wide lens. Such a majestic view out here.
Amaze, amaze, amaze. Thank you, Reed.
Someone had to do a Project Hail Mary little quote in there, didn't they? I've been waiting for it this whole time. Amaze, amaze, amaze. I mean, that it doesn't even come close to explaining what they're experiencing right now. And I'm sure it must be just mind-blowing to look out one window, be right up against the moon, and look out the other window and see your home planet at a further distance away. Can you imagine what's going through their heads right now? I know they're very, very much focused on the work that's at hand. They're there to do a job. They're there to do the science part of it for NASA. But they've got to have a real pinch-me moment as part of all of this as well.
They're professionals. They're astronauts. They've been training for this for a long time, but they're also human. I mean, it's. I wouldn't even try to remotely think in my head what is going through their head when they're doing this, because I am not there. I've never been in a situation where I'm floating in space looking at a celestial object. I've never done that before. Obviously, I mean, I can't even imagine what's going through their head. I mean, this is something no one's done in decades. It's got to be amazing. It's got to be awesome. It's all sorts of different things. I can't wait to hear from them when they do that flyby. Their descriptions of the moon, how it's like to them. They'll probably talk about emotionally what it's like to do this. And all sorts of different things, it's hard. I wouldn't even try to describe what's probably going through their heads right now.
No, it must be an absolutely incredible experience. We're just looking at the graphic right now of what they're going to be doing today. That lunar flyby, we have kept mentioning it. They're not going to be landing on the surface, but what they are doing is setting a lot of the things in motion for what's to come with the Artemis missions. When it will be the Artemis 4 mission when we land humans on the moon for the first time since 1972, which will be quite an incredible day. But right now, let's just focus on this incredible events today and what's been unfolding. And a big thank you to all of you that have been coming in on the support on the chat. We've got Signals Not Found 101 who's come in as a PadRap member. We really appreciate that. We've got D1 I think his name's Dicky. Dr. Kelsey Young Rocks, apparently, with a $2 support chat. Thank you for that support. We always appreciate it. Flippers79 says thank you. He's been gifting 5 Red Team memberships. If you haven't had an opportunity to grab those, keep an eye on the chat. It's always great when people are offering up memberships to others. It's always very great support. And then Sav Chancer said, did they fix Outlook? That came in as a $10 super chat. Did they have problems with Outlook as well as all the Lou issues they've had over the last couple of days, Brian?
You know, it's you can't go if you're going to use Microsoft services. You're not gonna. You might end up running into issues. Oh, yeah, yeah. They had 2 Outlooks running at once and were running into issues or something along those lines.
It happens.
And they had to like close them and restart them and everything like that. You know, it happens.
Minor issues in the grand scheme of things, but we believe that all of those issues have been resolved. Thank you for that great question that came in. Deforest Hobbies has come in with a $49.99 super chat. It says the emotional thoughts are just beyond. Thank you for your coverage of this and all things space. Let's send Sawyer to the moon.
Go ahead.
I agree. You're listening to this comms.
Understanding we are in final attitude now for the Lunar Flyby, would it be possible to pitch the vehicle down 5 degrees? That would allow us to get the D5 long lens flush and have the least amount of window distortion.
We're checking.
So just listening into the chat there, they are getting ready. We're expecting that to start to happen in about the next 15 minutes. So it sounds like Christina's just asked for them to move the attitude of the spacecraft so that they are able to use the longer lens and get the most out of the scientific observations. They are using 4 windows, I believe. Window 1 will be for science. Window 2 is where they're going to be taking photographs, and window 3 is for observation at the moment. We expect window 4, I'm sure, will be looking in the opposite direction. So I'm not sure what they'll be seeing out of that right now. But they are getting themselves ready. They've dimmed the cabin lights, ready to make sure that they aren't going to get too much interference with those photographs that they're taking. And I was looking up while we were waiting for that chat, and a big thank you to our super chats that are coming in. I will get back to them shortly, I promise, about what it is they're looking for. They're really focusing on the massive Oriental basin, which is on the far side. And from my understanding, this is the first time humans have been able to see this in daylight for probably since the Apollo era for some of them, but also possibly ever. There are over 60% of that far side of the moon that's never been seen with the human eyes before. So it's really a huge scientific a moment, really, for them to be able to observe this with their own eyes, Ryan. What is it, do you think, that they're looking for in particular in the topography of the moon?
I mean, just about anything. The Orientale has never been seen with human eyes before. So it's a first. They're going to be looking for, I mean, just about anything, really. New craters, new topography. I mean, you name it. There's a lot of
for timeline.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jenny, just to make absolutely sure that we start observations when expected, we are showing in Optimus that observation time starts in about 15 minutes, and in LTP that our first target, discussion 1, starts in about 29 minutes. Can you confirm you'd like us to start discussion 1 in 29 minutes at 1900 GMT?
Just listening in and waiting for that response.
Christina, we are tracking that discussion 1 should start at 18:45. That's 15 minutes from now.
Okay, copy all. It may be a granularity issue with LTP, but understand that we start that observation in 15 minutes, and I bet when we get there, the green line in LTP will match the start of the white band for discussion 1. I think it's just a matter of the labeling and the granularity. Thanks for confirming.
Copy, and we'll look into that a little bit more on our side as well.
Ryan, can we talk a little bit about what it is that they were just discussing?
Christina, can you verify for us that your green line is moving on the timeline page of your LTP?
Affirm. Jenny, I do think we're good. Looking closer, I see the labels are just not aligned with start or end times of the white visible bands. It fully makes sense now, so I think we are all set. We'll look forward to starting some observations in about 13 minutes.
Copy. Thanks, Christina.
Sorry, again, we were just talking about the LTP, which I believe is the long-term potential, or is the phrase for being able to connect when your camera. What is it they were just discussing there, Ryan?
I think they were like schedule lineups or something along those lines along their cameras. I guess they might have had a little miscommunication on when they wanted to start something relative, and I guess they moved it. I guess Houston said it was about 15 minutes earlier, or something along those lines. So they're just trying to figure out their configs and make sure everything is set to go before they start their lunar observation, and start taking pictures and everything like that and get set for it.
So that is the lunar targeting plan that they were referring to there. I was looking up thinking it was something to do with their lenses. Obviously, they are looking to start their observation in the next 10 to 15 minutes as they start to approach the moon. We're expecting that to last for several hours as they work on both the science side of things, the observation with their own eyes, and the photography of the lunar surface, which will be happening all the way up until when they start to reach around that LOS, the loss of signal that we are expecting sometime around 6:45 p.m. Eastern. So we are really excited right now. As we mentioned before, they have got a target of where they want to see. It's the first time that the Oriental Basin will be seen with human eyes since, well, forever. It's never been seen before with human eyes, which is quite an incredible thing to be able to talk about. Ryan, what do you think that they are targeting within that? Because there's a couple of different scientific methods that they're going to be applying today, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so I can pull that up. Basically, they're targeting some of the, what is it? Like, it's one of the youngest large basin on the moon as part of the target information for this.
Roll left, port 5 degrees. That would get the moon closer to the left side of window 2.
Copy, Victor. We'd like to know if it's pitch and roll or one or the other.
Jenny, we actually thought you already put the pitch in. Had the pitch been put in already?
No, we need a little while longer to talk about it.
So what's on screen here, and I'll stop.
So, Jenny, I guess what's happening is just as our orbit's changing, where it is in the window is changing, so maybe these fancy little adjustments aren't worth it. It's going to continue to move in the window. Or is the spacecraft going to keep the moon at the same point of the window if we adjust the attitude? I assume the previous.
Right now, we are pointing the center of the window to the center of the moon with 2 degrees of deadband.
All right. Let's see if they start talking again. But basically, the LTP is their lunar targeting package, or lunar targeting plan, if you want to call it with that. As you see, basically what they're going to do is they're looking at the Orientale Basin, which has never been seen before by human eyes. Now, some people may ask why Apollo never saw it. It's because during Apollo, this was always in lunar night. It was never had any sunlight on it because of where basically the Apollo command module orbited and everything like that. And when they launched during Apollo, they never went over this area, so it's never before been seen by human eyes. So that's why. Well, it's never been seen is because Apollo just, every time when Apollo went to the moon, it was dark. But as for the targeting plan, it's the youngest large basin on the moon. They're looking at the prominent ejecta with secondary crater chains. When you look at the green circle there, that green circle is the full Orientale Basin. The diameter is the distance between Johnson Space Center in Houston and Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So that's a pretty decent distance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In terms of what they're looking for location, size, shape, boundary preservation, color, tone, structures, slopes, textures of all the lunar surface, the craters. They're looking at how the craters are interacted with one another, the basin itself, what it looks like, what's inside the basin. There's many, many different things that they're looking for, like where sunlight has attached, what may have been the size of the meteorite or asteroid or whatever that impacted the lunar surface. There's many different things that they're looking for and many different shots they're trying to get. And basically, this is their plan that they want to look at. It's mostly in the Orientale Basin. So basically, over the next 7 hours or so, it's starting shortly, which is kind of ridiculous to say. They are going to get at least 7 hours to just stare at the moon with cameras.
I mean,
jealous.
That's a dream, isn't it?
Right? I can imagine like every single photographer in the world would love to have this opportunity to stare at the moon, even though it's their closest approach is about 4,000 kilometers. Like it, I think just about everyone would want that chance to stare at the moon for several hours and just take pictures, thousands and thousands of pictures. So it's going to be they're looking for a lot of fun stuff, and it's a lot of work and play. If they're working because science, but it's also kind of fun and play because they're getting to take pictures of the moon. So I think it's a combination of the two things, and they're going to have a ton of fun doing it.
Absolutely. Before we go over everything we're expecting, and we are expecting them to start their observations pretty shortly, I just want to go through some of the support that's coming in on the chat. A big thank you to Raptor Rabbit, who's gifted 10 Red Team memberships. We always appreciate that. Ren Python's also come in with 5 Red Team memberships. Really appreciate your support as well. We've got a tip come in, $300 tip from RC Horseman, who said, "I'm so happy to have been able to see this twice in my lifetime. Thank you, NSF, for the coverage and letting me be part of the team." No, thank you. We really do appreciate it. As you know, our name is NASA Spaceflight, but we are not affiliated with NASA. We are a bunch of independent journalists and observers and space nerds that like to bring you coverage of what's going on. We would love to have had cameras there on the, I was going to say on the ground, not technically able to do that right now. Cameras are somewhere near the spacecraft right now of our own. Obviously, it's a little bit further away than we were used to doing. We are currently at the furthest distance that humans have ever been from the Earth, which is just amazing that they surpassed that just over an hour or so ago. So thank you very much, RC Horseman, for your tip that came in for the team. We've got a couple of other little chats that have come in as well. Fight Me 5543 has come in with a $3 super chat asking for the development. Oh no, he's put this is funding for the development of a toilet command. Keep up the great work. The toilet really has taken a lot of slack, shall we say, over this last mission for this last week. Ryan, to recap for everybody, what has been going on with the toilet situation on this spacecraft?
So originally they were having a few issues. It sounded like the fan or the pump wasn't primed exactly when they originally they had to wet prime it basically when it originally went up because they couldn't get it working shortly after launch. They fixed it, and it's had a few things here and there. I think they had a burning smell at one point, but they've run into some problems, but they've always been able to figure them out. It's the first time you've had a toilet on a capsule this size. I mean, I know it's got its own little room. I know Dragon has one, but this is kind of a little bit different because, well, this is the farthest the toilet has ever flown from Earth.
Big deal.
So, it's big deals. Definitely.
Don't want to know about what they got up to in Apollo, but I will tell you that plastic bags were involved in that. We'll leave it there. Not saying anything more.
Yeah, we'll leave it there.
We've got more super chats coming in. A big thank you to Archangels 7x3 who said, "She said, I'll fly you to the moon and back if you be my baby." I think they were quoting Savage Garden there. That's a song I've not heard for a very long time. Thank you for that support that's coming in on the chat. We've had another one coming in from 4503 says, "Greetings Artemis crew, NASA and NSF team, from Theo and Adelina from Romania as Artemis II break Apollo's distance record." Yes, huge record that's been broken today. What's the furthest distance we're expecting them to reach, Ryan?
I'm trying to remember exactly the furthest distance.
I had to write it down, I'll be honest with you. I think it's somewhere around 252,000 miles, a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty impressive to see when they get to that. We're not expecting that just yet. That's actually going to be during the time when we're going to lose the signal. So stay with us. We will bring you that details when we get there as well. We do have a question that's come in from Tonil Live Sphere. I love the way that you guys come up with these names. Honestly, to try and read them out loud when you're on air is always a fun little challenge. Who's asked, will we get to see the moon's surface during the flyby? Have we had an update yet whether or not we're going to be seeing the live images from the spacecraft as they fly by, Ryan? And if so, are we going to be able to see much detail, do you expect?
I mean, you're seeing lunar surface right now. There's the moon. It's the surface of the moon. Right there. Yeah, we'll see it. We'll definitely get live views. I expect they will have some pictures to upload to us. I don't know how many, but I expect that we're going to get some stuff from NASA during the flyby and, of course, during the closest approach. But the really, really high-res stuff and the really nice stuff will happen after the crew goes to sleep and they use their optical downloading system and download all the high-res images and everything. But I wouldn't be surprised if they get a few to start with, just because, I mean, want to whet everyone's appetite on that one. But
and they're going to want it as soon as possible, aren't they?
Yeah. As for distance stuff, the furthest distance from Earth basically is going to be 252,760 statute miles, and that'll beat Apollo 13 by 4,105 miles. So they're going pretty far away. That's pretty far. And it's a decent. They're breaking the record by a little bit. Relatively speaking, in Earth, that's not that much.
Integrity. We have two folks at the window, deep in discussion, talking about all of the awesome features that they're seeing. We just had a huge moment realizing that Hertzsprung is about the same size as our incredible Oriental. We're really excited about this target that's kind of new to us. We're orienting on things like how we talk about albedo, finding some of the prevalent things that we're used to from all of our training, and just overall taking in this view. We also are noticing that the moon is still getting noticeably bigger as we go, even when you're watching it continuously. It's great to see these two guys get warmed up.
So talking about Hertzsprung Basin there.
We love the report, Christina, thanks. And you nailed it on why we added Hertzsprung. As you'll see in the prompts, we're looking for comparisons to the comparatively much older Hertzsprung compared to the younger Oriental. Great words.
Yeah, those are the two main targets of their science observations of this mission. So it's great to see that they're already starting to observe them, even at this distance. And we are starting to, we believe we're reaching that period of when they're going to start their observation officially with all the work that they're going to be putting in over the next, as you say, 7 hours, which is crazy to think that they're going to be going for that long. And while we wait for all of that to be confirmed, I will go through another few super chats that have come in. We've had a little lyrical shout out from Schrodinger Chat, who says, "What happens when you get caught between the moon and New York City? I know it's crazy, but it's true." Thank you for that $5 super chat and your support as always. A big thank you to Lars, who's come in with a one Red Team membership to be gifted to other people. Thank you for that support as always. 3 Parrots 1, who's come in with a $5 super chat, says, "Very nice coverage that I can tune into and keep up on mileage and ship progress. Looking forward to moon close-ups in the current era." Aren't we all? What do you think you're personally looking forward to? What's the highlight do you think is going to be from this mission today, Ryan?
I got 2 things that I'm really, really waiting for, I guess, is a really nice, maybe I'll add 3 things, actually. There's 3. 1, I want a really, really up-close, high-res shot of the moon. I want a full shot of the moon. So basically, just the moon inside the camera lens, full res, like high res, using the 400 millimeter. And then I want a Earthrise / Earth set shot, because they're going to get an Earth set shot basically when they go around the moon, and then they're going to get like an Earthrise one when they come back around the other side, or at least they should have an opportunity to get one. And I cannot wait to see
one
those.
Report from the crew at the windows. We can actually see the moon and Earth at the same time right now.
Wow.
It's interesting because the Earth looks way brighter, so the Earth itself seems to have a much higher albedo than the moon. We think this is independent of our eyes focusing because, of course, the Earth is much smaller than the moon in our view. So you could think that your eyes focus for the darker sky, and that means that it only has apparent brightness more than the moon. But since we're seeing both in the same view, we do think that this can be inferred as the Earth as a whole has a higher albedo.
Interesting observation from the crews there.
Great observation, Christina, and reminder that as you're starting to look for those subtle color and albedo variations on the moon, the relatively bright albedo Earth might make those a little bit difficult, but as your eyes continue to adjust, we expect you to start to see more nuance on the moon. Thanks.
Great call.
Just waiting
Thanks for
to
the
make sure.
reminder.
I was going to say, waiting to make sure that they're all covered with the comms.
We're probably going to get far more active comms as we move on here, because they're going to start sharing all their observations and other things with Houston. So I would just say to everyone, expect more active comms over the
they're going to cut
next
in for
several hours.
We will get them as much as we can, I promise. And I was asking you before about what your favorite observations were hopefully going to be from this mission, but I know Ryan put that question to the crew before they left Earth, and I'm wondering if Jay's got that lined up for us and we're able to share that answer from what they were looking forward to on this mission. Jay's obviously producing for us today, and we appreciate all the work he's doing behind the scenes.
Busy as we get to the pointy end of the count here, but I'm really interested. I know it's busy as we get to the pointy end of the count here, but I'm really interested to see if any of you have any, talking to the geology earlier on, if any of you have any specific features of the moon which you're most excited or most technically interested to spot out of the windows. Is there anything you're especially looking out for, or is it just, the entire moon? I suppose it is the entire moon, but, thanks.
I'll start if anyone wants to add. There's what's interesting about this launch window is depending on which day we launch, it really changes what we're going to see on the far side of the moon. In the early parts of this window, we're going to see an eclipse. So we'll see the sun go behind the moon. And this is something new that we just started learning about last week. How the scientists are amazing. the plan changes and they're like, okay, we thought we were going to go do this, but maybe we can do something else. And right away they came up with some instruction for us on how we can leverage this opportunity to look for things that they're interested on the moon, like lofting of dust is something that was observed by a couple of astronauts during Apollo, but there's no real documentation of it. And so this transport of lunar regolith around the moon is very interesting. Does it have to do with magnetic fields, or what is causing this? And so this provides an interesting opportunity to look at that, and also to look at the corona of the sun in a different way. And so we have been brushing up on how we're going to leverage this opportunity. There's a very short window, so that's pretty neat. As we come around the far side of the moon, no matter when we launch in this period, we will see part of the far side of the moon. And so Oriental is just this huge crater on the far side of the moon. I just learned last week, I didn't know this, you can see the edge of it from Earth. When the moon kind of rotates around a little bit in its orbit, it's tidally locked to the Earth, but you do see different sides of the moon a little bit more at certain times of the year. And so with telescopes, you can see the edge of this crater, but no one has ever seen this full crater on the far side of the moon. And so this would be really neat. I'm kind of excited to have a look at it. It's just enormous, super complex, and you could stare at it probably for hours.
You know, there's a report that one of the astronauts that went to the moon in the Apollo program wrote, Jack Schmidt, that he said about 3,000 miles is where you start to pick up the color, and then as you leave and go back beyond 3,000 miles, you start to lose the color. And so the scientists really are excited about getting these, 4 sets of human eyes, the best cameras in the universe, close to the moon. And so not any one specific thing, but just to be able to observe the moon and cosmic phenomena with human eyes up close. And, to see things like the lunar regolith, we think of it as monochrome, or, black and white or gray. And there's olivine, which is green, and pyroxene, which is gray or brown. And so we can get close to see some of those minerals in the regolith up there that add color, and that is one of the things that I'm really looking forward to, is being closer and seeing some of that detail.
I think the only thing I want to add very briefly is
the targets that are being discussed right now. It's the far side, near side comparison, and hearing some great discussion of browns and greens in the Aristarchus Plateau and how those disappear as you go toward the North Pole, and then over to the far side, you lose the color. You've got Jeremy in window 2, Reed in window 1, having a great discussion. Reed is in window 3. Christina's under window 1, documenting the discussion. And we've got the lights completely off in the cabin. There are some LEDs that we cannot put out that do provide some light scatter. But we have all of the internal lights off and are letting our eyes adjust as best we can. The window 4 view, you only get about a third of the moon. Tycho is going to go over the horizon soon, and you can see Aristarchus, and then you start to lose the view as you go to the west in Oceanus and Procellarum. So far, the team is on the plan, and the long lens is being put to good use, and recordings are being made, and internal documentation of the configuration and the observations is ongoing. Science, do you have any questions for us at this time?
This is when Artemis II
Integrity Science.
interrupts.
Victor, very glad that you provided the first formal science sitrep, as these were indeed your idea. One follow-up question, any relationship between those browns and greens you described? Do you see them blending into one another, and do you see any topography associated with either color?
I don't want to bother the window team. I just heard that, overheard that, and so I'm sorry I don't have that detail yet. I will eavesdrop and see if I can pick that up. I will try to answer that at some point. I also heard a comparison of the albedo in Aristarchus, that crater, the very high albedo spot. You can see it on the near side. There is a feature called, I believe, Burgess Alpha, that is equally or maybe higher albedo. I apologize for the gaps. I'm trying to listen and talk at the same time, but I will try to get some more information to correlate those colors from Aristarchus for you.
Understood, Victor, and good call to not bug the window team. Really like the brightness comparisons to Burgess A. Really helpful for the science team. Keep them coming. Thanks.
I was just saying that's when the Artemis II crew interrupt the Artemis II crew. We were actually hearing at the time.
I also heard a discussion about the albedo of Grimaldi being a 10 and how many of us, when we were a little further away, saw that as the darkest albedo, and that the bigger Mare off to the to the east was still dark, but maybe a 7, 8. We still think that, but you are seeing color variation, albedo variation inside of Grimaldi as well, and that even on the west side there's still a very dark part of it. But it is still the darkest. It is just not as uniform as it looked when we were farther away. We're starting to differentiate the striations of albedo inside of Grimaldi.
Copy all, Victor, and you read our mind. Superlatives like darkest, biggest are really, really helpful for us, so keep those coming.
So we were listening to Victor Glover giving an answer about what he was looking forward to most in the observations, and then he interrupted himself with the actual observations of what we're seeing. And Ryan and I have mentioned before, we're expecting a lot of these comms interruptions over the next couple of hours while they're putting these observations out there, and we will do our best to pause and listen into them as they come in. And it is really incredible to hear what they're seeing already, the difference in how bright the objects are that they're looking at. They're describing whether in a numerical description of whether or not it was as bright or as dark as they were expecting. They talked about the colors that they're seeing on the surface already. That's just amazing. We were expecting a lot of this, but maybe not until they were a little bit closer, right, Ryan?
I mean, they're relatively speaking, they're pretty close. They're 10,000 miles, but still, they're in space terms, they're actually pretty close to the moon. And of course, there's no haze. So like when you zoom in with a picture, you're not going to have the haze. You're going to have, I would assume the colors are pretty clear. I heard him talking about browns, which was kind of funny because it's when the Apollo 10 and 11 crews, I still remember the quote. It was like after the low lunar orbit insertion burn for Apollo 11. They were literally talking about how I got to vote with the 10 crew. That thing is brown. It was kind of based off the sun angle, but it's always cool to hear the different colors for this. It's so cool. They're literally talking about staring at the moon from only a few thousand miles away, not like on Earth with the atmosphere in the way, or even in low lunar orbit looking out, low Earth orbit looking out. I mean, yeah.
Just amazing. So they are primarily focused on the Oriental Basin right now, but they are going to be looking at the Hertzsprung Basin when they get close to that. And they're going to be doing observations about others that are around it, the other craters that they can see. They do have a whole plan for what they're going to be looking for.
Science Integrity was able to get a view out of window 1, which is a beautiful view. I can see the entire moon that they're looking at. We left the T-shirt up there, so I was kind of peeking through the opening in the makeshift shroud there. And once I was able to get 2 eyes on it, what jumped out at me was Vavilov. It's just peeking out of the Terminator. It's clear of the Terminator now, but it just really jumps out because it's still got the low light, the low sun angle. And so where the, Vavilov has that impact over the top of another crater, where the 2 craters intersect on the eastern edge. So on the side closest to Oriental, where the 2 crater rings intersect, the shadow there is the highest peak in the interior of Vavilov, and so you can see that terrain is, there's some real variation in the terrain there, that there's a nice peak where those peaks intersect, where those rings intersect, and we'll get a picture of that.
Love the description, Victor, especially the comparison and relationships you just described about topography. And if it's easier for your observations, do feel free to remove the T-shirt shroud from window 1.
Yeah, absolutely, we will do. Thank you.
Some more
So
great
cool to listen
observations
to.
there. I know, isn't it just to hear that?
Yeah.
Did they describe a T-shirt at the window? Is that what they've used as a makeshift opportunity to sort of block out some of the light around it?
Yeah. They're using T-shirts to shrouds to block the light from inside the cabin. They dimmed the lights or mostly turned them off or whatever, but they're basically using the T-shirts to try to cut out all light so that, and then of course putting the lens as flat to the window as possible so you don't see the window panes and you don't have any external light coming in from the capsule, so that the only light that's going into that camera is the light that's coming off of the moon or the Earth. That's
Amazing.
coming from the sun. That's all you want, so you can get the best possible picture you can get. So it's cool. Again, it's we say it. We've probably said it 1,000 times already, but there are humans taking pictures of the moon. And they're about to go around the moon. I keep saying it, but
It doesn't feel
I'm
real.
excited. It's weird, but it's awesome all at the same time. It's hard to explain.
Absolutely, absolutely. And before I jumped on earlier, they were talking about naming two of the craters that they're hoping to see today. One of them will be named Integrity after the capsule that they are currently in. The other one has been asked to be named after Reed Wiseman's late wife, Carol. And I've just seen this super chat that came in from Fairson on the Rise, who said, I lost my mother young too. I put her name in the New Horizon probe as tribute. These kids have the best memorial they can see every night. That's so true. What a great tribute to his wife, Reed Wiseman's wife. And I know his two daughters are there observing what's going on with this mission as well. That must be really odd for the family members to be sat at JSC right now in that observation area, watching what their family is doing up on a capsule, flying around the moon. It's got to be a real surreal pinch me moment for them, don't you think, Ryan?
Yeah, and I was just thinking, it depending on how long Reed is with NASA and how quickly it is until we get a lunar base. There's a chance, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility, he gets a chance to visit that crater at some point. Or, when we really build up on the moon, his daughters get to visit that crater. There's a chance at that, which just kind of makes that, I don't really know what the word is for that, but awesome, beautiful, amazing, all sorts of the things, whatever you want to just kind of line up on that.
All the
But yeah,
superlatives, yeah.
yeah, whatever you want to say, right? It's an amazing gesture to say the least. And yeah, it's hard to, I don't know how would to imagine to have your family members watching in JSC as you're about to slingshot around the moon and you're taking pictures of it. I don't know how no, I don't know. We'll go that way.
I picked a super chat that I thought described it pretty well, Ryan. It says, from Archangel, I'm not leaking liquid hydrogen to oxygen from ocular lenses. You are. There was not a dry eye amongst the team when that announcement came out. I know I was just jumping on comms at that point and I was in tears. Just an amazing tribute from all of the team. So words do not describe the emotion that we all felt when that message came across from Jeremy Hansen that they'd like to name one of the craters after Reed Wiseman's late wife, Carol. We agree with you. We were definitely all very emotional at that moment. And we are going to continue to listen into all of the observations that come in for this time. They're expecting to be observing the moon for around 7 hours. At some point, we're going to lose communication. We are expecting that sometime around 6:47 p.m. Eastern for about 40 minutes. At that point, they will also be reaching the closest point to the moon, I believe, around the time that they're going to lose the signal as well. So all's happening. We've got lots of things to come, and we will stop our communications when we know that these observations are coming in. While we're waiting for that, I do want to say a big thank you to some of the support that's coming in on the chat. Thunder Maiden has become a PadRat member. Welcome to the team. We appreciate your support. We've got another new PadRat member from Altair Fan. Always great to welcome you as well. And then we've got a couple of little questions and observations coming in as well. This one's come in. It said, this is the kind of perspective that no robot or probe will ever match or provide. This is why we send humans. That's a really good point, isn't it? Because we have observed the far side of the moon from satellites that we have out there. But this is a completely different mission when you've got humans involved in this, right, Ryan?
You can send all the probes and all the robotic missions you want, but actually sending humans, whether it's to the moon, whether it's going to be to Mars eventually, whether it's going to be to, I don't know, Titan, Europa, Ganymede, you just list off any of the moons around Jupiter or Saturn that we might visit, or heck even go to Pluto, or if we can find a way to walk on Venus, which will be a challenge to say the least, considering the atmosphere that it has and everything. But
never say never.
Right? It's sending humans is always a to see it with your own Mark I eyeballs is always something, and get to experience it and have the description from the people who went there of experiencing it, rather than just seeing it through a camera on a probe or a robotic lander or something along those lines. That's always what makes it more special. I can't wait until we hear 21st century, or should I say, I just can't wait till we hear current astronauts landing on the moon, hearing about their experiences in real time. I can't wait to hear it from Mars and beyond. It'll be amazing.
Science Integrity, looking out of window one, I think I may have misreported earlier saying that it was Tycho going over the horizon. That was Copernicus I was referring to. Apologies. It was Copernicus is what is farthest bounding to the east, and that is now like on the horizon or just past it. And Korolev is now a few degrees from going over the horizon. And then, next it'll be Aristarchus Plateau. And so on the west, we are getting a much better view of the Terminator. Looks like we have about 80% illumination of the moon. And Vavilov and one Vavilov diameter to the west is where the Terminator is right now. And so other features are starting to peek out there. The center of the illuminated part of the moon is to the lower part is Oriental, and just around Oriental, a lot of light structure is starting to show up. A lot of high albedo, similar to the feature I cannot remember, Burgess Alpha, and Aristarchus type high albedo in the ring. So when you look at the interior ring and the external ring, it's almost as if the edges are starting to dry up and turn white. If it was something that was wet and got dry, the edges would be the part to dry first. You just kind of outline all the topography in the interior of that wall is like it was dusted with chalk or is starting to dry, or maybe dusted with snow. If this was the Earth, I would say there was snow dumped on some of the ridges on the interior of the rings of Oriental. Also, an interesting part of the discussion that I heard between Reed and Jeremy is that from Glishko to Grimaldi, there are two dark features there that look like commas, but in the wrong direction. But there's also a lot of interestingness, just a lot of geometry and squiggles and dots and lines that are starting to stand out as more small features come into view. And there also is a lot of variation in albedo. And some of those, the two dark features, for example, have on the southern edge of the larger one, the one that's further to the south, there's a very dark, the one albedo, like the southern and western part of Grimaldi. And the one to the north, closer to Glishko, is also that same dark albedo. And then around them, there are some very high albedo spots just to the north of the southern one, and just to the west, the smaller one to the north. Very high albedo, almost approaching the 10, a 9 or a 10, like Aristarchus. And lots of little bright spots are just starting to pop up on in this view. To the north, as you look up at the North Pole, there is a very distinct crater with a lot of a very defined central peak that is also 3 in albedo, and all of that area past it, going to the horizon, gets lighter and lighter, and is very, very high albedo. And I will go look and find the name of that feature if I can look that up. And then to the south, really getting some interesting geography and topography in the South Pole Aiken Basin. And the view of the South Pole is quite amazing. We've got some Terminator there, as well as the limb view, and there is a very distinct crater right at the South Pole. And I'm going to go look up, I don't believe that is Aiken, but I'm going to go look up the name of that one because it's also giving a lot of good topography due to the shadows that I'm seeing. But that's I was trying to bound the view that I'm seeing for you, and I got distracted by all of these interesting albedo variations that are popping up in the interior. But that's the view that we see. Just a Vavilov diameter to the west beyond is where the Terminator is. Just beyond, I think Copernicus is the easternmost feature that we can see. A very nice ringed, very nice structure crater to the north with a great high albedo central uplift to the north, and the south is dotted by a very characteristic crater with a lot of terrain, shadow features, and I will go try to find some landmarks to put names with those. Any questions for the observation team?
Integrity Science, love the descriptions. You're definitely looking odd up there. Appreciate seeing the training being implemented. Especially interested in your descriptions of the dark patches. You compared the comma-looking features to the albedo you see in Grimaldi and notice that you're starting to see those color differences popping out. Any observations you want to make, especially when you get on, the PCD in a little bit, would really help us tease out the differences in those dark mare deposits. Great description, Victor. Keep them coming.
Absolutely.
Can I just say,
I know you've got descriptions on both of the window observers right now as well. Keep them coming.
You're going to start talking, Ryan, and they're going to interrupt us again, I'm sure.
Right. I know. I just want to say, I don't know if anyone can appreciate how cool it is to hear what we just heard.
Yeah.
Like, we literally just listened to, I think that was a solid 2 or 3 minutes of Victor Glover just describing craters and topography features on the surface of the moon, as they are little around 15,000 kilometers away from it.
Just amazing, isn't it?
The different colors, the different ways some of the topography goes, craters interacting with each other, basins interacting with one another.
Yeah, the albedo. He keeps mentioning the albedo, which is the measure of reflectivity of the light on the surface versus what's observed. They're obviously using some kind of numerical description of how they're observing that, which is just amazing to hear them doing it. And if you are just as blown away as Ryan and I, and wanting to have a moment to sort of capture this experience of being part of it, I like to have a little nudge at this point to remind you that we do have some incredible merch available at shop.nasa NASASpaceflight.com. This is the patch that was made by the team for the Artemis II mission. If you want to get hold of those patches, there is a limited number, I believe, of them available. So you want to get them sooner rather than later. Don't leave it to the point where you'd miss out. I know mine's supposed to be landing the same time as what Artemis II is going to be on the 10th of April when they splash back down to Earth, which will be hopefully around 5 o'clock local time in San Diego when they're expected to land on Friday, April 10th. But yeah, go check out the incredible merchandise. We've even got baby onesies on there because why not? If your child has just been born.
I got that merch here.
What do you have on there, Ryan?
This is the Raptor shirt, though.
Of course.
My patch is supposed to be delivered today.
Look.
So yeah, at some point I am taking a break from the stream, but I might be back later. I know when I come back later, I'll probably have my patch in hand, so I'll show that off. And then of course, other things like Super Heavy Swim Club and there's and of course all the pins that were designed. Those are awesome. I don't have any myself, but they look amazing. I know yes. There's so many different things. I know our store team crew, everyone has worked so hard on all this merch, especially the pins and everything else. The patch looks amazing.
It does.
And yeah, it's all awesome.
It really is. In case you can't tell from my background, I was going to say I'm quite the avid patch collector. I also have a massive pin collection. So those, as I mentioned before, I ordered on liftoff day in the middle of the liftoff coverage, and they should be here by the time that the Artemis II crew return to Earth. So do go check out all of the opportunities that are available to you at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Now, we are listening in at the moment to the observation period as the Artemis II crew are doing a flyby the moon. They have already set records. Earlier today at around 1:56 p.m. Eastern, they broke the record for the Apollo 13 crew had held for over 50 years of the distance record from the Earth. They surpassed that.
That crater to the north, that is, it's like we've got one in the north that looks like just a textbook crater, and one on the South Pole as well. The one on the north, I think, is Pythagoras. And what I wanted to highlight about that is it is either a very distinct central uplift or just a very defined area of high albedo. If a majority of the crater, especially the floor of the crater, is, say, an albedo of 5, this center, and only a tenth of the diameter of Pythagoras is an albedo of 2, maybe 3, but it is very bright and it stands out. And then between that crater and the actual what is the horizon from here, there seems to be another crater right on the horizon, and right on the edge of that is another patch of that albedo. It seems to be between the two craters. It's hard to tell from this grazing angle, but there is another spot just further north beyond Pythagoras. Between the two, I can draw a picture of this one and show you where that very high albedo, again, another 2 albedo surrounded by 5, and most of the area bounding it.
Integrity Science, thanks for that. We agree with the Pythagoras assessment. And as a follow-up to your previous report, the SIR had questions about topography comparisons between the North Pole and the South Pole of the Moon, if you're willing to provide words on that.
Topography comparisons, absolutely. And if you have any idea what, if you draw a line between Pythagoras and the western edge of the outer defined ring of Oriental, it intersects a beautiful textbook crater on the south. I would love to know the name of that. The topography differences, now the South Pole has a little bit of a benefit that it has more of the terminator, and I can see a little more shadowing there, but there's a nice crater right at the South Pole, so that's the main thing defining the topography there. Seems to be quite a bit of elevation change. I can see some very jagged shadows, a 90-degree just to the west of that crater at the South Pole. I can see a very distinct change in the shadow directions, indicating, I don't know, a very high wall or a very deep canyon just to the west of that. And in the north, it seems to be that from sort of the edge of the mare that's dark, which is maybe 1 Pythagoras diameter south, if you draw a ring about that, maybe the top 7 degrees of the moon, and just draw a ring around that. The near side is an albedo of 5 and looks quite smooth from here. And then along the same edge of the mare, the edge of the mare that kind of Grimaldi's just outside of, Glushko is just outside of, Carroll Crater is just outside of, and you start to see the stark differences between the darker 7/8 and the 5s and 6s, the 4s and 5s. If you follow that line up to the north, that line is also where the change in topography happens at the North Pole. The line defining the light and dark on the edge of the mare that you can see from Earth, draw that line, roughly the midpoint of all that, straight to the North Pole. And on the side facing the Earth, you see smoother topography and dotted by Pythagoras and its next door neighbor crater. And then on the far side, you see a lot more cratering and a lot more topography. And again, the far side has the benefit of a little terminator there, but I am seeing a variation in the topography. It seems to be more jagged and a more challenging place to find a place to land and to even traverse in the south, all around the South Pole. And at the North Pole, it would be more challenging to translate on the far side of the North Pole compared to the near side of the North Pole around Pythagoras.
Copy all, Victor. You really help paint a contextual picture of what you're looking at. We really appreciate the way that you're guiding us into the areas you're seeing by drawing comparisons between recognizable features. Thanks for that.
Just giving them a moment to make sure the comms are all tied up. I mean, we are listening in real time to a lot of the observations that are coming from the crew.
Another little science sit rep moment, something I just heard from the window team is the more I look at the moon, the browner and browner it looks. I thought that was an interesting observation. The 2 observers have been on timeline, no hardware issues. They did start to talk a little bit about another feature that you'll hear more about on the recordings that they call the handprint. That was at the end of their Glushko and before they moved into their current target. They thought that was worth chatting a little bit more about. And they're preparing to switch after this.
Houston copies and concurs.
That short observation then added in from Christina Cook, who's saying that they're seeing a very brown surface.
Actually, Houston and Science Integrity, another just observation from the human. My eyes have shifted a little bit since I've been up here. I've been wearing my reading glasses to look at the PCD. Well, this is a very taxing event on the eyes, looking out the window and seeing the very bright moon, then coming back inside to the dark cabin and trying to work cameras and microphones and logistics and lunch and those kinds of things, and then looking at the PCD, which is dimly lit. It's just been an exercise. It is a difficult thing to manage it. I'm up and down on the glasses and then having to wait as my eyes adjust when I come back in. As soon as I look back into the cabin from looking out the window, I can feel my eyes adjusting, and I just have to work through it as they adjust.
Appreciate that report, Victor, and know that we are prepared to read you up targets from the ground if that would give you the ability to keep your eyes focused on the moon and not having to swap between that and the PCD. Just let us know.
Yeah, Could easily
Giving
give
it
you a
breathing
headache.
room.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
appreciate that science, and we will also do that for the window teams, and we'll back each other up that way as well. But we appreciate that. We may take you up on that. Thanks.
Like you're in a very dark cabin and what we're looking at is not exactly what they're seeing per se, because it's through a camera with, of course, probably an adjusted exposure, so their human eyes are not seeing exactly what we're looking at, or they're seeing what we're looking at, but the lighting is different. So when you're looking straight out at a moon that is brightly lit by the sun, and then your eyes are adjusting for that light, and then you look back inside and you're doing it again and again and again, that would give me a headache.
Yeah,
That definitely give me a headache.
We can both say that, can't we, Ryan? As glasses wearers, particularly as well. I can't even begin to imagine what they're going through. I put my water Cronkites on just for today. I wasn't expecting to be crying as soon as I came on earlier, but I was when we heard that they named 2 new craters, or they've requested to have 2 new crater names added to the moon's surface, one after their spacecraft Integrity and the other after Reed Wiseman's wife, Carol. So we're hoping to get some observations of that as well. And I have to say, while we're observing all of this, it's myself and Ryan that have been chatting to you for the last hour and a bit. We're joined by the lovely Alejandra Romero. Hi, how are you? Is Alex on comms yet? Maybe not. We're going to be getting a lot of information from Alex, who's been sending us all sorts of chat in the back channels about what we're looking at, why it's important. He really is keeping us all abreast of what we're listening to and what we're hearing, and just how important all of these observations are in terms of scientific evidence. We knew we were going to get a lot of information on this, and we're only really getting snippets of what they're observing right now. My understanding is they're recording everything, and I can't even begin to imagine all that information, what they think is trivial, everything from swirls or handprints they've described so far, what that will mean to the NASA science team back here on Earth, and what they're able to keep adding in there of what has been described to them, what's being captured by these photographs that I know are probably going crazy. They have over 30 cameras on board. They are primarily using Nikon D5 DSLRs, but we have heard that they've got some Z9s on there as well, which are the mirrorless cameras. So we're expecting over the next 24 hours a flurry of images that have come from this observation, this flyby, and I'm sure that those photographs will continue to be released for weeks to come, because there's going to be so many of them that are captured between now and when they're able to start making their journey back to the Earth. They started to get to this point at 2:45 p.m. Eastern time, which is roughly the time they started their observation. They're expecting to see an eclipse at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, and at around 9:20 p.m. Eastern is when they're going to be wrapping up this whole
Houston,
scientific
another observation, whole moon. When you look at the moon, something I've never seen in photographs before, but is very apparent, all the really bright new craters. Some of them are super tiny. Most of them are pretty small. There's a couple that really stand out, obviously. And what it really looks like is like a lampshade with tiny pinprick holes and the light shining through. They are so bright compared to the rest of the moon.
We copy, Christina. Thank you. Looks like you guys might be doing it, but remind you to swap positions at the window and take your SD cards with you. We're loving everything that you're calling down, so keep it up.
Let's see. Yeah, so basically they're looking through observations right now. It's always really cool to hear these observations and hear these explanations about different craters they're seeing, the newer craters, the older craters, how much light they're reflecting off. It's definitely I don't really know how to describe it. It's just cool. It's just really cool to hear all this stuff. I like it giddy, excited. I could use a bunch of different adjectives of what it's like to sit here listening to this. The Artemis program, I just kind of look back. Artemis program has been in work for a while, and we all knew eventually one day we were going to get to this point, and it's still. I know it. They launched what 6 days ago at this rate. They launched on the 1st, and it still doesn't feel real that we have 4 humans sitting on comms talking to Houston, giving descriptions of the moon. It's like it's so cool. Like I keep saying it though. I really do keep saying it. It's just kind of like I just keep repeating myself on this one. But either way, I just can't wait to see the new pictures come in and everything like that. They're getting closer and closer to the moon here. They're around 9,000 miles, give or take. I mean, it might not be exactly accurate for that number, but they're getting closer and closer as they look through and talk about what they're seeing. And as one thing we should point out is the descriptions they're giving us are just summaries. So they're going over comms to give summaries. They're doing recorded explanations in like not over comms that are going to be sent down and listened to later on. So they are like going through and just talking about every little bit that they're seeing. Something that would rival like an answer that I have or an answer that some Spaniard might have at some point in time or whatever, not, but basically it's, I would love to listen to those explanations. I don't know about anyone else, but I could sit that like an audio book, just play it and kind of relax to listen as the Artemis II crew explains what they're looking at on the moon. Tell me no one would love to see that, or hear that. But yeah, it's I think I can hear you.
You can hear me. Oh, it's something. It's the joys of live, isn't it? There is a lot going on right now, and we're focusing on the communication side of things, of what's happening between those NASA astronauts that are on board, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut as well, I should add, who are observing the moon right now and sharing those observations with us. And hopefully we'll be seeing those photographs really soon. We are trying to work on getting Alex up on comms so he can help us explain some of the science that we are seeing and hearing about. I mean, from what we've just watched, from when I joined the stream at around 1:56 p.m. Eastern time, which is when we started to get that close, we broke the record, surpassed the record the Apollo 13 crew had set. The moon is getting closer and closer on the images that we're seeing right now, which is making me getting excited. It feels like I'm there, and I'm starting to approach the moon myself. I can't even begin to imagine what the crew is seeing on there.
I wanted to provide an observation or a little bit of descriptive nature on something that we saw on the first day we had good moon views. This was when we saw more of the near side, and the ground helped me out with identifying Mare Imbrium. Mare Imbrium, when you have the western limb also in view, looks completely different than the normal view we have of the near side. It is the most striking feature of the western limb view that we had. And the mountain chains that form its eastern side are very prominent, but they actually stand out more than I'm used to seeing even on the western side. And the whole thing just feels like a big bump. It actually looks like a large healing wound with a high albedo forming the mountain chain around the impact basin. And I just don't think I had enough chance to describe how striking it was on that western limb view as we were coming in a couple days ago.
Christina, science, absolutely love that, especially since that's a feature that all of us here on Earth can observe from home. So I'm sure tonight everyone's going to be going out and looking for evidence of that beautiful topography you just said. Thanks for those words.
We are listening in to what the crew is observing right now as they approach the moon. Darth Willow, who's come in with a $20 super chat, has added, the moon can pull us together despite the forces and personalities that are trying to pull us apart. I'm talking about bringing us together. I do want to bring in at this point Alejandro Romero, our great commentator, who's going to be giving us some updates on what it is that we are hearing them mention in this chat, because there's a lot going on. I have to give you your full name, Alejandro, because Alice and Alex on the same stream, Ryan, you'll understand we got very confused the other week when people were trying to talk to both of us. So you have to go full name with this, right, Alex?
Yeah, because otherwise it can get very confusing. Exactly. Yeah. So hearing really great descriptions of what they're seeing, what they're looking at on the moon and everything. I was literally pointing out sort of in our preview, because they were talking about this side of the moon, this area here, sort of in the near side, but the west limb, right? And so they were talking about that area. And fancy, we got the preview as well from their own TLP, the Orion LTP, whatever it's called, the lunar planning package, something like that. The lunar observation that they have to be able to know exactly what they're looking at and have it handy for them. And so that's one of the things as well that I was sort of confused about, because they were looking at certain features and things like that. But when she actually mentioned it's this area of the moon, I was like, oh, okay, so it's this area here. Over here, there we go, and then the circle appear on that screen. That was amazing.
Alex, what's it been like listening into some of this commentary so far? Are you hearing things and thinking, "Wow, we've not heard this before"?
Science integrity. A question and a comment. Question: is it possible that we're seeing a Schrodinger basin from this vantage point in the Terminator at the South Pole? And the comment is Ohm. The rays coming out of Ohm are less distinct. We are not seeing the bright rays coming out of it, but the sort of 9 o'clock wedge that is formed by the change in albedo from the interior portion that is to the northeast to the surrounding lighter mare that's 270 degrees to the west. That 90 is very distinct and interior. You got some great descriptions from the two at the window about the colors in there, but in that darker part, in that wedge, you've got some really interesting color, even though the rays, the distinct difference in the albedo almost look like rays, but it's not the rays coming out. It's the just change in that albedo.
Integrity science, that is very intriguing. Those color rays coming out of Ohm rather than sort of albedo. And as answer to your question, we do not think you can see Schrodinger. It's in darkness as of now. But thanks for that Ohm description, and it sounds like the pair at the window's got great descriptions that we're definitely going to dive into tonight.
Okay. If you could help me, I would still love to know what it is. There's a very nice crater. You're going to likely have a lot of pictures of it. What would be right in the Terminator at the South Pole or close to the South Pole, where it's intersecting the Terminator right now?
Yeah, Victor, we're assuming you're talking about, kind of if you're looking at the Terminator, it's basically like 70% down from the North Pole. Is that where you're looking?
Contact, yes, that is where I'm looking.
Integrity Houston, that is an enabled caution for wastewater dump required. We have hit our limit. As expected, no crew action.
Don't pee.
Copy, no crew action.
What I want them to do
And
on
integrity
this,
science, we're trying to figure out what you're looking at there. Is it like right on the Terminator, or is it in the eliminated portion next to the Terminator?
I'll wait for him to talk, but if I'm right, Alex, when they say the Terminator, you're talking like the tip north and south of the moon. So basically, the Terminator's right on the axis of the center axis of the moon, if I remember correctly. Kind of like if you were to look at the Earth from away, your Terminator's like right at the tip.
From Integrity, excuse my space orientation adaptation. If you draw a line between Glushko through the center of Oriental, and then another line from Glushko through the southern tangent of Oriental, that line would almost perfectly intersect tangentially the crater that I'm talking about, and it is on the Terminator. So yeah, I think I'm not looking at the South Pole. I was a little twisted.
That line description was really helpful. I have eyes on the SIR right now, and they are actively discussing lunar geography. We will be back with you shortly.
Yeah, I'm sure that they weren't the only ones. We were Googling it as well in the background, trying to figure out what they were looking at as well. Alex, what Orion was just mentioning there, does that make sense to you?
I was trying to remember.
Yeah, so the Terminator is obviously the line
Integrity
between...
Science, we believe that's Zeeman Crater.
Zeeman Crater.
I
was actually looking it up right now.
Again, please.
We believe that is Zeeman Crater.
Zeeman. Okay, and can you say the first letter? I may be pronouncing that wrong. What's the first letter of that word?
Zulu. It's Zeeman.
Just checking.
I was trying to do the Z. I was like, how do I do
Thank you for that. Yes, we've got a great view of that. And when I went back to the window just now, the view has completely changed. Our trajectory is taking us to a new view, and I'm looking more into Babalov. I've got a nice, great view into Babalov. I'm actually away from the window right now, so I'm going to go try to give you some bounding words on the view that we're seeing. But I've got to get back to a window in a minute.
Understood, Victor. You're defining new views of the moon in more ways than one.
Well, I hope they finished that. I was actually looking it up, that crater. I have Google Earth open with the moon map, and I was like trying to find what he was describing, and I saw like Zeeman, there's Numerov and Dorfel and things like that, and I was like, what kind of crater is he looking at? And so I'm glad that I was on the right track with the descriptions that he made.
Yeah, I was just looking up as well, and it sounds like it's a irregular looking crater, so I'm sure it's quite an interesting one for them to be observing with their eyes, and I'm sure there's going to be so many incredible photographs coming in from it.
You can see in this map view, you can see the sort of in the dotted line, so to speak, that's what they can see of the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's right at the edge of that visible sort of what they can see of the moon. And of course, the Terminator we're talking about, that's the transition between the light side, the sunlit portion of the moon, and the shadow portion, right? And so it's right around that point towards the south, and so it's that really at the bottom part of what they can see, and so it's right at the edge of what they can see on the moon.
It is amazing, really, what they're able to see with their own eyes, what they're able to describe from the spacecraft. At this point, can you remind us how close are we from the surface of the moon? For some reason, my mind has gone blank on where we are and what we're up to. There's so much going on.
There's still a bit ways to go, right, until their closest approach, but they're getting there. Should be getting close. If I'm not mistaken, that closest approach should be in about 4
Science
hours.
Integrity. Wow. Yeah. I wish I had some more time to just sit here and describe what I'm seeing, but the Terminator right now is just fantastic. It is the most rugged that I've seen it. From a lighting perspective, there are little islands. There are islands of terrain out there that are completely surrounded by darkness, which indicates some real variation in terrain. Up to the north, there is a very nice double crater. It looks like a snowman sitting there, in the 5-10 degrees below the pole in the terminator. And then on the southern edge, there's almost like a hole. It looks like a hole, and it's the diameter of Vavilov size, just blackness, and then a wall of bright, and then it goes back to the black beyond the terminator. So there's it looks like there's just a gigantic hole right there, 1 Vavilov diameter east of the terminator. And as you go south, the terminator is not a nice smooth arc. It's just jagged. There's almost a 110-degree turn in the shadow as opposed to the nice smooth arc, again indicating some really interesting variations. And I'm sure we'll get some photos of that. And then one of the craters further to the south of Vavilov, maybe halfway down to the South Pole, is not only it looks like just a deep hole, and then there's like 2 island rays pointing off to the west and north that indicate very high ridges and very deep canyons coming up out of that crater. So again, just some really interesting visual illusions going on with the shadows there. Like I said, there look to be islands out beyond the terminator because some of the things, maybe even a Vavilov diameter into the terminator are catching sunlight on the peaks up to the north and to the south. It's very, very interesting to see.
Integrity Science, oh my gosh, that was an amazing picture you just painted. I glanced over at the SIR video and I literally saw fist pumps in the air. Those types of observations are things that humans are uniquely able to contribute, and you just really brought us along with you, so thanks for that.
Just wanted to give it a second and see if there was a response to that. But my goodness, what we were hearing then, the observations that, as they mentioned from the science
awesome,
team,
Kelsey.
very human.
Did you get a sit rep updating you on a slight change in logistics for PCD use?
Christina, this is Houston. We did not, but we will take it now.
All sorts of comms going on right now.
We slightly changed the PCD plan for the window observers. The 2 window observers kept their PCD. So in other words, the one at window 2 went to window 3, and the one at window 3 went to window 2 when they swapped rather than staying at the window. We'll plan on all observers keeping the same PCD for all observations.
Copy, Christina. That makes sense to us, and good plan. We are coming up here on a cabin and window team swap. Let me know when you're ready for a quick vehicle status.
They're referring to the personal computer devices that are staying with the observers at each window. They're moving around with them, rather than staying at the windows that they were initially assigned to. I did think when they were describing earlier how they were going to do this, that it was quite difficult for them to keep up with where all the different SIM cards were going to be, where their personal computing devices were going to be. So it was a lot for them to do while they're trying to make these observations of the moon. I wanted to go over a little bit about the time schedule that we're looking at right now, so everybody's on the same page. At 1:56 p.m. Eastern, we managed to surpass the Apollo 13 distance record. So we are now having humans furthest away from the moon, furthest away from the Earth even than we've ever had before. At around 2:45 p.m. Eastern, we started the observation window. We're expecting that to run.
Houston, go for the vehicle system update.
Howdy, Reed. We don't have much for you. We just wanted to let you know that toilet right now is no-go for use as we stick with the predetermined limit for now. All crew members, please use CCUs. Otherwise, Orion is looking very good. And you have 15 minutes in this handover time where we expect Victor and Christina to switch to the windows and you and Jeremy to be in the cabin assisting. Let us know if you have any questions.
No questions at all. They're in the swap right now. The first thing I'll tell you, I floated up to the docking hatch window and just what I'm going to call the Mare around Oriental just looks so different out the docking hatch right now. It's quite a bit darker. It's the same darkness, if not a little darker than Grimaldi. But it's cool after just being in the 400 mil for the last half hour, looking up close. I got pictures of everything Ike was just describing on the Terminator. It really is a fascinating Terminator. And then Oriental just looks so dynamic right now. It's very three-dimensional out the docking hatch compared to what I was just looking at through the 400 mil.
We love it. We are getting a sneak preview from one of our SAW cameras at what you're looking at, and we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. Thanks.
Just to
Yeah, Jenny, I wish you had some longer lenses on the solar array so you could see the whole moon, but man, it is, or the up-close moon, not the whole moon, but it is just fascinating here. It's so cool.
All right, MPO and Inco, take notes. We want a zoom lens on those saws next time. Thanks, Reed.
Got to throw in requests in there while you can. Hey, Reed.
Hey,
so that was Reed talking to Jenny Gibbons, who was, of course, backup crew for the Artemis II mission from the Canadian Space Agency. It's great to see her involved on Capcom. And they were talking about the CCUs there. You guys have been obsessed with the toilet situation on board. I mean, it is the first time we've seen one go beyond low, Leo. But just going to mention they are the collapsible contingency urinals, in case you were wondering what a CCU was. Thank you for that update. It's always good to know what's going on.
Shout out to Ryan, because he's been paying attention to the toilets even before the mission even began, right? We've been running a coverage here that spans many weeks before the launch, and he was always like, it's the first toilet beyond low Earth orbit. It's like, it's always the same thing, right? Because Apollo didn't have that, so now it's like and yeah, it's really complicated. I think Jared Isaacman, the NASA administrator, knows a little bit about how broken toilets can be messy in space.
I think, unfortunately, most of the astronauts know about broken toilets and the situation of how messy that is in space. Those that have been there before, it's a common occurrence, as we know, on the ISS.
There we go. That's the CCU. I was going to point out that we're showing here the CCU, collapsible contingency urinal.
Isn't it beautiful? In case you were wondering what they use, it's nice to have a visual on what they're describing up there. But they were also describing some incredible things that they're seeing on the lunar surface. So we'll put that aside, shall we? And let's talk a bit about some of the things that they're discussing. It reminds me a bit of having somebody describe clouds when they're talking about islands, when they were talking about handprints. I heard Victor Glover before describing a snowman shape. All these observations really add to the knowledge that NASA has. It might seem trivial when they're describing them in shapes like that, but they are really great descriptions for the team that are on the ground, right, Alex?
Yeah, they're currently in shifts because there are 4 people inside the capsule, and so there are 2 looking out the windows, doing the observations and recording it in their own recorders or whatever. I'm doing the usual. I'm already dating myself here with this, but yeah, back in the old days when recording was, doing this whole thing of pressing the whatever, you know what I mean, right? So they're recording their descriptions and things like that, and then once they come back, the scientists will compare that with the pictures that they're taking and things like that. In the meantime, what we're hearing are summaries from the other 2 people that are not looking out the window. So Jenny was talking now about the shift. So now they're swapping, and now the other 2 are going to go out and look out the windows, and then we'll hear from Reed and Jeremy, which are the ones that are going to be, I was sort of mentally thinking who's who. But yeah, so Jeremy and Reed were the ones that were looking out the windows until now. Now they're going to do the shift, and it's going to be Christina and Victor, the ones looking out the windows. And they both, the ones that stay inside, they're all of them inside, but 2 of them looking out the windows. The 2 that are not looking out the windows not only give those summaries of what they're hearing from their 2 crew members, but also help around the capsule and hand over like cameras or lenses or whatever they need, right? At the moment, you need a snack, here you go, right? That sort of stuff to be able to, because one of the things that we've been talking about for a whole stream, right, is that they need to get used to the levels of the light and be able to focus on different locations and things like that. If you're constantly going in the capsule and out the window and in the capsule out the window, you're not letting the eyes doing that, right? You're not allowing them to take a little bit of time. You're constantly coming out and into that adaptation. It's a mess, right? And so this shift sort of allows that, and it's really smart, I guess, but hey, it's NASA, right?
Absolutely. And they're currently using window 2 for a lot of their photographs. They mentioned earlier that was the best window, didn't have the most scratches on it. And they're particularly looking at the left-hand side of that window to make sure that they're getting the least amount of anything on the screens. Window 3 is used as observation. Window 1 was being used for science. And we know the fourth window is obviously going to be a slightly different view from what they're looking at as well. There's cameras on all of those solar arrays that are capturing images at the same time. It really sounds like we're going to come away with hopefully thousands upon thousands of images of the lunar surface, of things that have been observed by humans for the first time ever by their own eyes. Now, we've obviously seen images of the moon with cameras that have gone around on lunar satellites that have been able to take photographs of the topography that we're seeing. But what does this mean in terms of how different this is to have humans describe and humans capture what it is they're seeing on the lunar surface, Ryan?
I mean, having human eyes on it is always a much bigger change than just using cameras. Like you can, I said it earlier in the stream, you can set all the robots and probes you want, but it's not the same thing as sending humans. And here you can see all the different cameras that are on Orion. The camera on each wing, 3 in-cabin wireless cameras, 3 external wired, 2 human health monitoring cameras, 2 camera controllers, forward bay high-speed camera, and then of course there's some net geo payload cameras, portable computing devices, tablets. Because you got to come up, you always got to come up with a very specific acronym. NASA loves their acronyms.
I know. Space loves their acronyms. Everywhere's got something slightly different as well.
But they got a lot of cameras on board, and I can only imagine what's going to happen once we get an HLS out there, whether it's Blue Origin or SpaceX. All the cameras they're going to have. We know SpaceX and how much they love their cameras. SpaceX loves their cameras on their rockets. So when you get a Starship orbiting the moon, we're going to get some pretty awesome pictures even from that too. But I mean,
the professional science update giver is now in seat 2. That is where Victor is, and Christina is nestling into seat 1 with the long lens, and we're just getting ourselves oriented here. It's a cool view in the cabin. It's actually a cool view to be off the camera now and looking at my crewmates getting up to their observation post and looking in. It's super fun.
Just having a bit of a team swap around.
Copy, I'll read. We like it.
As we mentioned, they're giving those that are in the windows a bit of a rest, a bit of time to switch out so that those that were giving us the summaries now are on the camera lenses. So we're expecting some updates from Christina and Victor via Reed and Jeremy, who are now away from the windows and kind of giving us those summary modes. While we have the moment, let's just say a big thank you to Rocket Scientist 1, who said a shout out to REX at MGL, who's tracking Raptors live, even with Artemis on center stage, and who gave us a $50 tip. I just wanted to mention that. A big thank you to you and all the supports coming in. There's so much chat going on, but we're obviously trying our best at the moment to listen into the communications that are happening. We will do our best to answer your questions. If you've got them, please just tag us at NSF or at NASASpaceflight, and we will get to them when we can as we're going around. And we were just talking about some of the observations we've heard so far. Alex, have there been any highlights for you? I know you're a big fan of the lunar topography, and you seem to have a great, vast knowledge of it, which is great.
No, I'm going to be honest here. I've been only looking into this because of Artemis II. So that's another reason for this mission, I guess. Inspire people to look up at the moon and actually look into all of these craters and topography and whatnot. It did for me, so maybe somebody else also did that, right? But yeah, it's been nice. One of the things that they mentioned, for example, like as you get closer, you start picking up the colors and things like that, right? Like that is one of the things. Like you look up the sky, look at the moon, and it's all gray, it's all white, right? It's like you don't see any colors, but as you get closer and closer, your eyes sort of get used to it and things like that and adjust, and then you start picking out the colors, right? And so that's a really interesting thing there. I remember they were talking about Apollo 17, Harrison Smith. He went to the lunar surface. He was an actual geologist, and he looked at rocks, and that's actually on our intro. He said it's orange. Like he looked at a rock and it was orange, and he was amazed by it. It was like it's orange, and you know, calling Gene Cernan, he was like, come here, look at this, it's orange, this rock. He was so excited. Like that's the point of humans. Like we were talking about. You know, the difference between you've got a robotic probe out there, can take all the pictures that you want. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is out there, but having the human side of things, first of all, it puts more bigger focus, I guess, from the people on the ground. It's basically how it works, and also the matter that you know the human can recognize it's a certain color. I'm gonna go to it, and I'm actually gonna center on this because it really looks interesting, right? Machines have a little bit more to go until there's such a capacity, right, to identify something and be like, this is interesting, I'm gonna go for it. Usually it's all pre-programmed, right? And so there's a benefit out there in that sort of thing. And also, look, they're flying by the moon. Why not do this? What are they gonna do? Just standing around here, floating around in a capsule, not doing anything, when they could look out the window and add a bit of science to it? Come on.
They're all big space nerds as well. Let's be honest. You can't be. Oh yeah, photography nerds. This is like an absolute dream for most astronauts to be able to spend hours just taking photographs. I mean, we've heard Victor already say, "I'd like to just spend longer looking at everything I'm looking at already." He feels like he's going by too quickly, which I'm sure it must feel like at the moment. We are currently around 7,900 plus miles from the lunar surface, but they're going to get closer. They are getting as close as 4,000 miles from the lunar surface is what we're expecting, Alex.
You mean the distance to the moon?
Yes.
Yeah, I have here the numbers. I have to look them up because obviously it's complicated to remember.
A lot, yes.
So it would be 4,070 statute miles. That would be 4070 statute miles for the metric people like me, 6,550 kilometers. And if you're nautical, that would be 3,537 nautical miles. So there you go.
There we go. So we are expecting them to reach that point at around 7 p.m. Eastern. At that point, they're actually going to be in a loss of signal, which is kind of a shame. But, there's something in the way of the signal. We call it the moon.
Big rock in the way.
Big rock in the way that's going to cause us an expected 40 minutes loss of signal. So when it happens, it's okay. Don't panic. We're not going to lose them entirely. We are expecting them to come back on just before they reach that opportunity to see a solar eclipse as well, which will be about an hour before they then conclude all of this observation. So they started the observation at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern. We're expecting it to go till after 9 p.m. Eastern. So it's a long day for the crew. They have been up for several hours preparing for this, and I'm sure they didn't get much sleep last night. How would you sleep well knowing you're about to go further than any human before on a mission to be able to observe the moon with your own eyes for the first time? But for more than just your own, first time any humans observed this part of the moon. Can you imagine how difficult it must be to go to sleep the night before a mission like this, Ryan?
I wouldn't be able to sleep, but I imagine they can. They've trained for this. Also, I doubt they would want to be tired for something like this because.
And for the science team, if they can mark this time, I just covered up window 4 to block out the ambient light from a very bright planet Earth. And it'll be interesting to see if in the data, Victor and Christina see any differences from me and Jeremy with that window blocked. It's a lot darker in the cabin now.
Copy, Reed. We're taking note, and we'd be curious too.
I just got to mention that they're using T-shirts at the moment to be able to block some of that light that's coming from the cabin. Carry on, Ryan.
Yeah, it's funny, like blocking light from an Earth that's reflecting light off the sun, just so they can make the cabin darker, so they can have a better exposure and light adjustment in their eyes and the cameras to taking pictures on the moon. I didn't think I'd ever say that sentence in my life before, but here we are. Anyways, yeah, it's, try different things, see what you can get out of it. Science.
See what works. Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of science because, this is the first time. And you can go through every scenario there is until you're up there and you're seeing it all play out in real time. They've got to be able to adapt and adjust to things. And like we've seen with the toilet situation, right, Alex?
Yeah, it's one of the things that comes with spaceflight, right? Whenever you think everything is going smoothly and all that, something just doesn't go right. But look, going back to the point of the toilet, right, that you just mentioned, is that it's part of the whole deal with this mission. Artemis 1, it had the toilet installed and everything, but it didn't have humans on board to use it, right? It didn't have a full environmental control and life support system. And so this is the mission for those kind of failures or issues to happen, right? Like, that's the whole point of the mission, to be able to see those issues and say, okay, this needs to be fixed in this way. For example, they found out very quickly after launch that the pump that they use to be able to do the waste dumps and everything, that needs to be primed before they use it, right? And primed means that it needs to be full, basically, right? That pump. And so they had to dump regular water through that so they could use the toilet in the first place when they started. And then it got later into the mission, the vent that they used to be able to do that waste dump got ice on it. And that actually goes all the way back to the shuttle, where a similar issue happened in like the 80s, basically, where a similar thing happened where ice accumulated because it's in the shadow, it's not seeing illumination, so it gets very cold, the heater doesn't work enough to be able to heat it up, and so it just clumps into a chunk of ice that blocks the vent. And so those things happen, right? And you develop mechanisms and fixes and ways to be able to not repeat those issues in the future.
Absolutely.
More moon pictures.
More moon pictures. We
I
want
think that's
more.
the same picture that I have behind me, but rotated in the original orientation.
Who knows? Or just a reminder that we have got lots of coverage going on for this that will be continuing up until the end of this whole event that concludes, hopefully, on April the 10th at around 5 p.m. local time in San Diego, when we're expecting the splashdown. We're seeing some of the images right now that we've had been shared by NASA over the last few days. There have been some incredible images from that Artemis II Orion Integrity capsule of them approaching the moon, of them shaving, which is what we saw this morning. You've got to look your best on the day of, when there's going to be everybody watching what's happening. Got to look your best. It includes shaving as well. Who knew? They have got to make sure that they exercise every single day. I'm sure people have seen and read about the problems with Victor Glover when he was working out, and all of a sudden the camera showed him taking his shirt off. Everyone got very excited. He was just going through his routine of working out and having to have a wash, because yes, they do have to make sure that they keep clean up there as well. There's all sorts of things going on this mission that are observed of the people on board, where their radiation exposure is being checked regularly as well. And now currently they're on their science mission to observe the moon, which is probably the most important part for them. And talking of things that go wrong and slightly delays you and all sorts of problems that can cause, we're live. You're with Alice Carruth, you're with Alex Romero, you're with Ryan Webber for you at least the next hour or so, talking about what's going on with this observation flyby of the moon. And things have been going a little bit wrong with our chat. I apologize. It sounds like Jay's got it all fixed though, and I'll do my best to go through some of the support that's coming in, and to say a big thank you to everybody. Thank you to this is always a fun one. Why is it you have to go with names that I can't pronounce and read out loud when we're on air? Thank you to Herdin Verano 5854 for the support. You've given us a good $3.46 support for that in super chat. A big thank you to 1 for becoming a PadRat member. Thank you also to Chad F99 for becoming a Red Team member. We've got a couple of questions coming in on the Super Chats as well that I should really ask to the team. At what point will the photos taken of the 5 million names on the SD cards in their zero-G indicator? I'm assuming they're asking, at what point are we going to see the photographs? Are they going to be shared with us? I know they gave us an update earlier on that, Ryan. Do you want to remind us what it is when we're going to be seeing the photographs that they're currently taking and when they'll be sharing them with us?
Yeah, the current, a lot of the high res stuff that they're currently taking and whatnot won't be transmitted back to Earth until they go to sleep. That's when they'll use the optical downlink during the night. My guess is we'll get a few here and there to try to get some pictures out, especially because I think just about everyone's going to want to see them. Not only the science team, but literally everybody. It's pictures of the moon. So. But then once they get it all in during the crew sleep period, NASA will do a pretty big photo dump over the course of the night and the morning, going into flight day 7. So I can't wait for that. That's going to be really cool once we get a lot of those pictures out. But that's about when we'll probably see a lot of this stuff. Because it takes a while to download a bunch of pictures from 400,000 kilometers away.
Yeah, just a little bit. We will get to them. But I think the question that's come in, and I apologize for not understanding it the first time, was asking about the names on the SD card that's on their zero-G indicator, RISE. So RISE has got all the names of people that have submitted their names to be taken to the moon and around the moon. I don't know that we're going to get photographs of those names. I think when you put your name into the NASA site,
when you're
they
ready.
gave you the boarding pass. Well, listen in. And of course, this is when the comms delay is a little bit more, so maybe we'll give them a bit of a chance. If I need to cut out any point, I apologise. It is because we're waiting for their response. So speaking of that, Emerald City Boulevard's written in the $6 super chat, travelling about 1.5 times the speed of sound and only a 1.37 comm delay is pretty cool at this distance from the Earth. I think those comms are a little bit longer at the moment.
No external view of the moon right now for the floating crew members, so my only science sit rep is that we have Victor in window 3 doing observations and Christina in window 2 with the long lens.
Integrity, we copy. Are the shrouds still on windows 1 and 4? And if so, would you consider trying to get a view through one of those windows?
We cannot take the shroud off of 4 because the Earth is too bright and it's impacting Ike's peripheral vision. And then I can get a grazing glimpse out the docking hatch window. I can see Oriental south down to the South Pole. And the primary thing that I see from Oriental right now is just the long trenches that come out. And, when you come out the north side of Oriental, the ejecta kind of boulders across the northern half of the far side. But coming out the southern half of Oriental, I just see those large, here they look like gorges. They're almost like rain when it comes down the Grand Canyon and fingers off into the desert is kind of what it looks like. Also, Burgess Alpha is extremely bright. It's the brightest thing that I can see. Even brighter now than Aristarchus, which is heading off to the Terminator. It's almost impossible now to see Aristarchus, the thing that Jeremy and I looked so much at. I can just barely see the crater rays from Ohm, and I would say for albedo right now, I would go back to Grimaldi is still extremely dark, especially in that southwest corner, and there are parts of Oriental and the outer ring of Oriental that reach that same level of darkness, especially the rings of Oriental reach the same level of darkness as Grimaldi. And then south of Grimaldi, Jeremy and I were noting a few other just really dark areas of cratering, Mare there, and those have that same darker albedo, but Burgess Alpha is the brightest,
and Grimati is the darkest.
Integrity Science, that was a great description. Thank you, and thanks for the docking window geometry to give us that description. Any comments before you go on the annular ring in Oriental?
The annular ring, which I think everybody kind of describes as like a pair of lips or a kiss on the far side of the moon from here, is very circular in nature. The northern part of it is wider, darker. The southern part is much lighter. It is very neat looking, and but it is far more circular than I remember it looking in our training. The darkness of the northern side of the annular ring is the same darkness from here out this docking hatch window as the center mare in Oriental. Not quite as dark as Gravati, but it is probably only because dust and lunar regolith has kind of impacted over time.
Reed, that's exactly what we were looking for. Thanks so much. You have heart hands coming out of the SIR.
Just wanted to give it a second to see if Reed responded at all.
Just saying that the SIR was really excited about that. That annular ring was something we were really eager to hear about, so thanks.
Yep, you bet. And now Victor and Christina are moving on to Oriental. I got them situated over there a little bit late.
Can we just take a moment to say how amazing it is that we're getting to hear the observations in real time of what they're looking at out the window of a capsule as it flies by the lunar far side. Just an amazing thing to be listening into live and hearing what they're seeing, and some of the information that they're sharing as well. Alex, they're talking about the Oriental Basin. Why is that one such an important one for them to observe on this mission?
It's a very big feature on the far side of the moon. It's actually sort of in the edge there, like part of the Oriental crater or basin is sort of like on the edge between the near side and the far side. So it's, to put it in perspective, it's this chunk here. So this plot here, that is the Oriental. And so you can see it there on the live image from Orion better, of course, because that's the live one. So it's that big blob there of darkness in that side of the moon, and so it's rather important because it's a really big piece of the moon that is actually on the far side, right? That has a lot of cratering going on there, and then you also have the blackness itself, which has to do sometimes when you look at the moon and you see, for example, the near side has a lot of these mare, I think they're called, right? That's usually because of old magma lakes and things like that solidified basically once they cool down. And so that is a really neat, interesting crater basically, because it has also those little black patches, and so it's a really nice and interesting place, very iconic of the dark side of, well, dark side, I said the thing, the far side of the moon. It's now actually the lit side of the moon. But yeah, this is a picture I think from the Lunar Orbiter 4, and so it is rather interesting. It looks sort of like an eye in a sense, depending on the illumination.
I'm going for a very large pimple. I'm just reading up on it now, and it says it's the youngest and best preserved large impact basin on the moon, which the crew will be able to view very well. And it is very much part of their scientific mission to get observations of this basin, the Oriental Basin, during this mission. Ryan, I know they've described a few things that they've seen so far. Has anything really stood out to you on the observations that we've been able to listen into?
You know, I kind of have to go back and listen to them all again. I'm trying to process a lot of information when they make all these descriptions and everything. It's really cool to hear a lot of the like the changes in rough terrain along the Terminator. So where the darkness and light sides are for the moon there. it's really cool to see this in real time and then hear them talk about the different light changes, so the different reflectivity of certain craters, whether it's due to the material that the moon had itself or the material that was left behind when that object hit that crater, that is being more reflective than others. And like where it was settled, where it was around the maybe on the inside of the crater or up near the ridges of the crater walls itself. It's really interesting to hear because that a lot of that can give an indication on what might have hit the moon. You can probably get more, with enough understanding, you could probably get an indication of when that happened, whether or not a lot of any stuff ejected from the moon was, or what's in the crater is a lot from the moon, or if it's from the object that hit it. So there's a lot of different things that color and reflectivity can tell you about what materials and what is on the lunar surface itself. So it's really cool to listen to all of that. And I guess a lot of that has stood out because they can see all that with their naked eye or just with a basic camera up there. They can basically see all those little differences. And that tells the science team a lot more than you think it does. It really does. You go, oh, well, that's just a crater. Yeah, but there's a lot of things you can learn from just taking pictures of a crater.
Absolutely. And there's some incredible insight that's coming in on the chat as well. I will get to talking a little bit more about the science we're hearing and observing while we're listening into this chat. But just to say a big thank you to all the support that's coming in on that chat. If you want a question to the team, just tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF, and we will get to those as quickly as possible. Bregwen comes in with a $5 super chat who says, Artemis has used some of the parts as some of the same parts as the shuttle, so it's not surprising they're dealing with the same engineering issues. I think they're referring to the toilet problems that have been such a big talking point from the last few days.
The parts from the shuttle are more on the rocket side than the spacecraft side, but yeah.
Same issues. We get it. Thank you for sharing that thought with us. Dan Christiani has come in with a $5 super chat. It said, what kind of imagery will we get on the dark, far side of the moon after Artemis II can transmit to Earth again? We've mentioned this a few times now. We're expecting a massive download of images that are coming in over the next 24 to 48 hours, I'm sure. They're going to be everything from what they're observing right now to all the images that they've got so many cameras. We're going to keep going over them.
Yeah.
There's over 30 on board, and we will do our best to make sure we give you as much information on that as possible.
I was going to mention, because we're seeing this view, of course, it's low res from one of the solar array wings, one of the cameras. So there's like 4 solar arrays, right, on Orion. At the tip of each one, there's a camera, and that's looking out. And so right now, it's low resolution. They take up the majority of the bandwidth for other things, such as communications and telemetry from the capsule and things like that. There is sometimes when this camera view is actually being downloaded at high resolution, and that only happens when they're doing things like, looking out for example, the toilet vent. They were looking at that the other day, for example, because they were doing this sort of baking in the sun and letting it warm up and liberate the chunk of ice and things like that. So they were wanting to see that live in high resolution. When they do, for example, an inspection of Orion itself, right? They did that. I think that was on flight day 2 that they did an inspection of the capsule with those cameras. And so when that happens, you'll see high resolution. But for these really important moments and for the cruise itself, they normally use these cameras as low resolutions. The high resolution, though, is still being recorded on board. And as you mentioned, Alice, they are going to do a dump during the night of that massive amount of data through their optical communication system, lasers in space, right? With that high bandwidth connectivity that they have through it's quite amazing because it's a technology demonstration for this mission, but it works so well that they're actually using it for that sort of thing. It's bonkers.
It's amazing, isn't it? Speaking of toilet, Brooding Jet's come in with a $5 super chat that says toilet should auto vent or auto flush out periodically so lines don't freeze up. The crew can just adjust that around auto schedule. Would that not work better? That's a good question, Alex. What do you think?
Well, but then you also have to have things to flush, right? and it's not always full and things like that. And it's also, I think they said that it's more like a bucket size kind of container that they use to store and contain all of the waste and everything before dumping it. So it's not really that easy. You have to
The
manage
toilet
it,
really
basically.
is stealing the show, isn't it? Poor toilet. We're going to be talking about this for years to come, I'm sure of it. I wanted to say a big thank you to some of the new members we've got coming in. Psychotic Links has come in as a new Red Team member. Thank you for joining us. It's always exciting. You get some extra access as a membership as well. Thank you to D Baby Zio for the support. It's come in with a $5 super sticker. It's always really helpful and supportive. We love to hear that. We've got some feedback from Nelson's Wings from a $20 super chat that says, great job, people. Could someone speculate on NASA adding a Starlink antenna? This seems to be a favorite question of everybody. I'll keep going with this. To Artemis 3 or 4, somewhere up near the top exterior of the spacecraft so that we can get a live stream during re-entry. Starlink. There are plans. Am I right, Ryan?
Well, okay. So you could add a Starlink antenna during Artemis 3 to have live stream during orbit because, well, they're going to be in low Earth orbit. So it'll work with Starlink. You might even be able to do a laser link. I don't know if they'll try it, but they might. I know at least the Starship HLS will have one. Or at least it's got Starlink dishes on it. However, putting a Starlink dish on Orion for reentry is not gonna solve the problem. There's a reason why Starship is able to maintain communications, and that's because Starship is gigantic. It's gigantic, and the antennas are very much clear of the plasma field. It can punch like through the plasma field as the ship is re-entering and punch through it, so you can maintain a connection. Orion really won't be able to do that. The plasma and whatnot will basically envelop the entire vehicle and come back out. I kind of doubt there will be any way to punch a signal through that and get like a full-on, re-entry view. They could try, but I doubt it would work, to be honest. As I said, for Starship, it helps because it's massive. And then,
I was going to say there are plans for for a network up on the lunar surface or around the lunar surface that we will get updates on when that's all part of the bigger plan that NASA's working on right now that they revealed during their big ignition situation that was going on the other week. So hopefully we'll get more of an update on that soon. But great question and a great explanation. Thank you for that, Ryan. I just wanted to say a big thank you to Crafty Geek that came in with a $50 tip that says thanks for the coverage. Anyone know how long it's likely to take for craters Carroll and Integrity to get their designation officially, and what bodies are involved in that process? Now, this is a really good question because obviously the team are suggesting that they would like to name two previously unnamed craters, one after the spacecraft itself, Integrity. And if any of you were watching at 1:56 p.m. when they just surpassed the Apollo 13 mission record, they mentioned that they would like to name another crater Carroll after Reed Wiseman's wife, who passed away very suddenly back in 2020. I don't know the answer to this off the top of my head. Alex, do you have any idea how long this process will take or what bodies are involved in naming on the moon?
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea
I can't hear Alex right now. I'm imagining it's a lot to do with Anusa. What do you think, Ryan?
Sorry, I was muted for you, but not for the people watching at home. The process, I actually have no idea how it works because there's different multiple bodies, I guess, internationally. There's the International Astronomical Union and things like that. Like, there's multiple different places, right? But for lunar geology, I'm not fully sure. I will have to look it up. So sorry for that.
I'm looking it up now.
But yeah, somebody Google that.
I've Googled
it. I thought it was a window team position swap. So Victor and Christina, please switch places if you've not done so already, and remember your SD card for the camera.
So they're just going to move around in the cabin. I believe it's the International Astronomical Union, the IAU, that has to go through the process of being officially naming it. But I think unofficially NASA can start naming them those names if they want to, is my understanding.
Yeah.
We're in the swap right now. They're wrapping up their last comments, and they'll switch over and change guards from the long lens.
Copy.
All right.
I don't think they'll have much issue getting those approved.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think that'll be okay. Yep, stamp done. Yeah, this is the first crew to. I mean, it's a request by the first crew to visit the moon in 56 years. No,
Yeah.
it'll just be 54.
I was going to say
yeah,
a bit more of a deep dive. I did say the IAU recognizes authority for celestial featuring naming. Craters are typically named after deceased scientists, explorers, or individuals who made significant contributions to their field, with exceptions made for Apollo astronauts in the past. I'm assuming that's going to be the same that's applied to the Artemis crew. So it's a really good question, and we thank you very much for your tip, Crafty Geek, and hopefully that gives you a better idea of what we know.
Because right now in the view that we're seeing here of the moon, right on that Terminator, right in the middle of that is the Apollo basing, and there's like a bunch of Apollo astronaut names there. Also, shuttle, especially from the Columbia and Challenger accidents, right, that are also there as well. So yeah, there's many names there for astronauts.
Yeah, I'm sure. We will be listening into the comms when we can hear them come in. We're expecting a lot of communication breaks in our coverage over the next few hours. Lots going on. They're observing the moon right now, and they will be until about 9:20 p.m. Eastern time is what we're expecting this evening. I believe we're going to listen back to some of the words of when the crew requested those names to be added for the craters that they were seeing as well today. Could we listen back to what the crew asked for at 1:56 p.m. Eastern time, please?
Thank you, Houston. We have a couple more things we'd like to take this moment for. Our science team helped us out with a couple of relatively fresh craters on the moon that have not been previously named, and our crew would like to propose a couple of potential names for those items or those areas. And we spent a bit of time this morning looking out the window, and we're able to see them now both with our naked eye and through the long lens, and so we feel this is a good time to send this down, and a special shout out to Kelsey for helping us with this. The first one we'd like to suggest is a named crater in honor of our great spacecraft Integrity. And so if you were to look at Oriental on the far side and then draw a line straight up to Ohm on the far side, relatively in the middle is an unnamed crater, and we would like to suggest it be called Integrity in the future. And the second one, and especially meaningful for this crew, is a number of years ago we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. And there's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and it is on the near side, far side boundary. In fact, it's just on the near side of that boundary, and so at certain times of the moon's transit around Earth, we will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And if you want to find this one, you look at Glushko, and it's just to the northwest of that, at the same latitude as Ohm, and it's a bright spot on the moon. And we would like to call it Carol, and you spell that C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
There was not a dry eye at that point. Anybody, as you can see on the crew, anybody watching, anyone listening, it really was a poignant moment when they decided to name a crater after Reed Wiseman's departed wife, Carol. And hopefully his daughters are able to spot Canaveral crater from the Earth at certain points as well, which I'm sure is wonderfully meaningful to them to know that they've got their mother lives on in memory, at least, through this mission, through what it is they've been able to accomplish together. Very, very poignant words that came from the crew there, and definitely moved all of us as we were watching live here. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are currently on, what do we call this today? Moonjoy Day, I think is the unofficial term I think we're using for it. Given how sad that story was, it kind of seems crazy that we're calling it joy, but this is the first time that humans have returned to the moon since 1972. This is the first time that humans have ever got this far away from the Earth. They broke the record that was set by Apollo 13 in 1970, in fact, in April 1970, and they've surpassed that distance during this mission. They are expected to do 695,000 miles in total, and they are expected to reach a maximum distance of 252,760 miles from the Earth, and that's around 4,000 miles further than the record that was set by Apollo 13 back in 1970. They started the lunar observation mission at 2:45 p.m. Eastern. Obviously, they've been observing the moon the whole time during this entire mission, but the scientific part of it, where they're actually taking photographs of the lunar surface.
Ready for science, everyone?
And now we're going to get another update on the science.
Okay, the crew has swapped positions. They're in their crew choice element. I've been listening to both of them for a little bit, and they're really enjoying. They both decided to pick the Terminator, and they're spending a lot of time looking at the Terminator, just talking about the resolution that they can see, the depth of the craters, and the various interesting and unique excavations that they can see. So Victor is on the long lens, and Christina is just looking out the window. And I'm sneaking a peek in T-shirt window. It looks like, I don't have the best angle here, but it looks like Aristarchus is on the limb of the moon now. It's amazing how quickly it changes as we speed around the far side of the moon, stuff that's leaving our field of view. And now we have a lot of the dark side of the moon that, is missing for us right now, but it would be in view if it was lit at all.
Jeremy, Science, thanks for that sit rep. Do have a question. A few times we've heard you and the other crew describe change during the course of your flyby. Would be interested in future descriptions of more verbosity about how it's changing. Thanks for the great sit rep.
I think they've wrapped up their comms for now. We've been trying to give them time to...
Sounds good. We are definitely keeping an eye on that. My eyes have just not readjusted. The moon is so bright when you come back to the window. I was just in the interior of the cabin. I've come back to T-shirt window, and it's just overwhelming brightness. And my viewing angle is a bit challenging, so I won't be able to give you great observations from this window. But I will talk about something that I was talking a lot about in my recordings earlier, which was we've been talking about some shades, and so we have obviously the dark and the light gray, and then we've talked about naming some colors, a brownish hue and a greenish hue. And I'll tell you, like right now, Aristarchus, the plateau is hard for me to see from this window, but that had greenish hues to me and was very unique. I didn't see anything like that anywhere else on this side of the moon. And then I see a lot of these, what I would call brownish hue areas. There's a number of them. And they, for example, in the northwest corner of the highlands, to me it looks like the brownish hue is caused by ray or ejected material landing on the highlands, and then we obviously see the ray areas as a lighter albedo, but in between the rays where the the deposit would be thinnest, that is what it looks like is causing the brown to me. So I saw that on the northwest side of Aristarchus, or sorry, that dark area of the highlands, northwest side of the highlands. I saw it in the highlands to the east of Glushko. And then I see those same brownish hues west of Oriental. And I drew a contact there on OneNote, but that's a huge region, kind of like a piece of pie with the point of the pie pointing at Oriental and then going up towards the northern side of Hertzsprung. And that is an area that just looks like that brownish albedo.
That was fantastic, Jeremy. We had heard rumors of the green and brown hues, and so you really read my mind on asking about those. Understand they likely didn't have any contact with each other the way that you described them, but please correct me if I misunderstood that. And then last thing, I'll make the same offer we made to Victor earlier. If it would be helpful for us to verbalize any targets so you can stay at the windows and keep your eyes adjusted to the moon, please let us know.
You know, I'm going to start speaking and they're going to start speaking again. That's just the way it seems to work.
If you got something you want us to look at, Kelsey, you can send it on up.
Predicted.
Definitely not looking to interrupt your flow, Reed and Jeremy, only offering assistance if you guys want to keep your eyes off of the PCDs.
I keep mentioning the difference. They are using personal computer devices, which is obviously a bright screen. They're trying to block out the light that's reflecting off the Earth.
Really
There's a lot going on up
and
there.
we definitely learned this at Apollo, but the thing that is just most fascinating, I think, to me and Victor right now is even as rugged as the far side looks, when you look at Oriental and home, it's rugged. But man, when you look at the Terminator, it is just like impossibly rugged. And it reminds you that the whole far side is that way. And just the Terminator is really bringing out the shadows and the hills and the valleys. And it is just, it's unbelievable. It's like no surface of the Terminator is not marked by meteor impact. And it is very impressive to look at that. And you realize that that is true across the whole far side. You just can't see it due to sun illumination right now.
Reed, Houston copies, and we were commenting on the same thing. Even from our view, the Terminator looks absolutely alien because there's just so much texture in there that we're just not used to seeing. So thanks for sharing that with us.
There's also, I don't know the name of it, coming out the south-southwest of Oriental, right on the southern Terminator, is just a massive crater. I don't know the name of it. Maybe you can look on the solar array wing video and tell me it's right. It's the southernmost crater you see on the Terminator right now.
We're looking for you.
We'll let them figure out what it is that they're looking at. But some great observations coming in from Commander Reed Wiseman right now, who is sort of set back because I believe we've got Christina and Victor in the windows. And then we have Reed and Jeremy that are in the cabin relaying some of the information about what's being observed by those two crew members that are in the window. They keep mentioning that they're trying to block out the light that's coming in from outside of the cabin. That light is the light reflected off the Earth. And I feel like this is a good time to sort of bring in a commentator to talk about the photography side of things for it. Before we do that, though, big thank you to Ryan, who's been with us for the last several hours. Ryan, would you like to say something to the audience that are listening right now?
Yeah, this has been awesome to watch and to listen to, especially to listen to all the descriptions and everything. I can't wait I hope we get to hear some of the longer explanations and can't wait to see the pictures. But But yeah, as of right now, I'm gonna step off. I might be back here for for when we get closer to the closest approach here. But the person coming on definitely knows a lot more about pictures, at least taking pictures, than I do. That at least I would hope so. Right?
Thank you so much, Ryan. Yeah, I hope so too. Max Evans, I feel like this is the best time to start bringing you in because we've got a super chat and a question coming in from Stuart Little, or a comment coming in from Stuart Little saying, I'm looking forward to seeing the colours and the high-res images as many of us are our astrocams to show the mineral composition of the moon. So when you're taking photographs of the moon, Max, you obviously see all of this that's being described because you've got a long lens, but we're expecting a lot more from this crew that are up there right now, right?
Well, I mean, they have a much different perspective than we do on Earth, right? Even if you have the most gargantuan telescope, it doesn't compare to what the crew is currently going through.
We're
and is
loving
going to
that
go
picture.
through here.
Thanks for showing us. And Reed, as an answer to your last question, we believe that is Chebyshev crater. And the sir agrees with that.
Just making sure.
You're going to get a lot of that today.
What I was just showing you is an 8X iPhone out the docking hatch with a high grazing angle. It's just amazing.
We love it. Thank you.
That is so awesome. Like, we're hearing all of this in real time as they're describing what they're seeing on the lunar surface, on the Terminator, within the craters on the side of the moon that's currently lit by the sun. Victor sounds like a professional geologist amongst the rest of the crew. Like, this is amazing. Like, this is what we've waited decades for this, and we're literally getting this in real time. But going back to the photography aspect for a minute, going back to the question, I put out a post earlier. Like, I took a photo a couple of nights ago with a Canon RF 1200 millimeter lens, and I'm not even joking. It's probably it's over 3 feet long, like probably closer to 4 feet long when you have the lens hood on it. And that's really as big as normal camera lenses can be, even though it's one of the most large and expensive ones out there currently. And the crew is using only a 400 millimeter lens. And I don't know actually how big that one is. So it's the Nikon 80-400, I think. And that's the longest lens they have on board. I imagine with it being an 80-400, probably maybe this long or so. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm not a Nikon guy. That's why I haven't seen it.
Integrity Science, thanks for those iPhone views. It's helpful to see what you're seeing.
Give it up for the iPhone as well, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what they say: the best phone or the best camera you have on you, or the best camera is the one you have on you. And modern day smartphone cameras are shockingly good, like surprisingly good, especially with the newer exaggerated zoom levels. But the crew is going to have different vantage points to the moon than we have here on Earth. They already have, and that is only going to continue as they swing around the dark side of the moon and go into the LOS period of the flight. But you're going to have so much. Even at 400 millimeters, which is a lot of focal length, just regardless, you're going to have a much different perspective on some of the ridges, some of the craters, some of the color composition on the surface of the moon in terms of its soil and rocks. You're going to have so many chances to view things with modern cameras that we just have not been able to yet, beyond what we have sent up in terms of orbiters and the smaller landers, which by themselves carry very, very small camera sensors to adhere to weight and size constraints, just as is a natural thing to both spacecraft going to low Earth orbit and, of course, onto the moon itself. So seeing the lunar surface with modern day cameras is something that we have waited years and years and years for. And I just put out a second post, maybe, I don't know what it was, maybe an hour ago or so. There was a video posted by the NASA account yesterday showing in animation what the crew was going to see out the windows of Orion as it swung around the dark side of the moon. And at that point, you're going to see a crescent Earth setting behind a crescent moon. You're going to see the sun setting behind the unlit side of the moon. You're going to see a crescent Earth reappear behind a crescent moon. And you're also going to see the sun rising over the over the crest of the moon that is already in sunlight. And because of that, you may also have a chance to see solar corona. I mean, I could talk about this for literally hours. Literally hours. Like there's so much here that we have yet to see just with modern technology that I'm quite almost literally frothing at the freaking bit for to see. But I mean, I know I sound like an absolute geek right now.
No,
I fully
nothing
get
wrong
it.
with that. No, that's
But
exactly what this whole channel's about,
yeah,
right?
right. There's they've already seen so much of what we haven't already, and that's only going to continue, especially once they're on the dark side of the moon and able to take longer exposure photographs to try and get some detail in the features not currently lit by the sun's rays. So still have a bit of time left to go until then. I think just over 2 hours until we get to the point of closest approach. But 2 hours is not that far away. That's coming up fast.
It really is. I mean, I feel like we've been on for a long time yet, and yet we've still really just scratching the surface. Before we get to a couple of other things, I do want to say thank you that's coming in for the support in the chat. We've got a funds for a limited bandwidth command. You know, we will wait patiently for those images when they come in, and we want to say thank you for your support. Keith has come in and said, will we see the Earth come to view and disappear behind the moon? Reverse 2001 titles. You kind of just explain that a little bit, Alex. Do you want to answer that question for him fully?
Well,
Max,
you know,
sorry.
we have a little bit of experience, past experience, I guess, with Artemis 1, where, you know, they had a continuous live stream from the solar array cameras on Orion, right? And I remember that they were having this sort of watch party, I guess, for when it was coming back. So when it was coming around the moon, right? And it was sort of having that Earth set moment. And the funny thing is, like, you saw the Earth and it sort of froze right as it was like hanging next to the lunar surface. It froze, and they were like, "Yep, we had loss of signal." Like, that's probably what we're gonna see from these cameras. It's that at one point, it also depends like in what direction the camera is, and like the spacecraft itself and the solar rays pointing at. In that particular case, they actually wanted the solar array cameras to look at the Earth set. But it was funny because it sort of froze there. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see. It sort of freezes there. And then for when it comes back, it'll probably be sort of like it already will be a little bit well beyond the moon by the time, you know, they regain contact and go through all of the different places and whatnot. But definitely the thing that I'm looking forward the most is, of course, the pictures from the crew, which hopefully will either be downloaded, you know, low bandwidth sort of thing later in the day, or through the high bandwidth optical communications tonight. So we'll see if that happens.
We're keeping an eye on it for you, and we will bring you those images as soon as we have them. I love this comment that's come in from Pickled Witch with a $5 super chat. Said, if I bought an acre on the moon in the 90s, can I charge NASA rent if they land there in the future? I don't know if any of you saw those different campaigns that they ran way back where you could buy a part of the moon. Who wants to tell him? Sorry, Pickled Witch. Good luck with that one. And then we've got a question coming in from Warren Kroom that says, could NASA name a crater after Lovell? Alex, you were talking a little while ago that some of the Apollo astronauts do have that. I did wonder.
Yeah, it's next to the Orientale or Oriental. It's, hang on. Because I have this.
It's got to move. He has to move.
Yeah, so it's sort of, hang on. Oriental again is this big one, Oriental. It's sort of in this corner here to the top left where that is. And yeah, so that's the Lovell crater on the moon.
Great question. Great question. I'm guessing that's come from when
nice.
they were naming craters earlier today. We have another comment coming from Shepperton Studios 8253 with a $5 super chat. It says, these problems would never have happened if they just used a Japanese style toilet. Here we go. It's the toilet again. Those things heat places you didn't even know you had.
They have a heater. It's just that, you know, sometimes things get colder than you can imagine, right? Or like just the heater itself just cannot cope because there's a point.
Integrity Houston, it is time for another swap between the cabin and the window teams. So we have 15 minutes of handover time, and then we will expect Jeremy and Reed at the windows and Christina and Victor at the cabin. I have no new vehicle updates for you, but I do have a photo location for some photos on Ike's PCD, and I want to let you know that Jeremy's family have arrived in the viewing gallery.
Love that.
Nice.
Nice little updates we keep getting in from the team over at Johnson Space Center. And we do have a few more super chats that are coming in.
Jenny,
I'll just
we
whiz
copied
through.
most of that. The only thing we're missing is what you meant about the photo location on Victor's PCD. And hello to my family. I think that must be Catherine and Devin that are there. And I'm glad they made it into the viewing room. And we copy. It's time for crew swap. The A team's coming out of the windows and the B team's going in.
Okay, copy. All I meant to pass for Victor's PCD is that there are some late load photos that were requested that are now in his favorite photos folder. And you're exactly right. We have Catherine and Devin here. They give you a big wave, and they're super excited and happy to see part of what you're seeing.
We'll always give it that little bit longer just in case there's a response.
I was going to mention, it's a really good time for the flight engineers out there at Mission Control. When the Capcom and the flight director are up on their feet.
Copy, Jenny. We're not sure what we're looking for in the PCD, but we're going to poke around and we may be calling you back about that one.
All right, that's no problem, and it's unrelated to flyby.
There we go.
It's amazing just how much closer we've got to the moon on that image in the last couple of hours that I've been doing this coverage. I'm sure if you've been watching as well, even if you've got it on the background in your office, what a difference it has made over the last couple of hours since we've come on air when we first surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record. And now we're at that point where they are observing the moon, taking photographs from the many windows. Currently, they've got window 1 with science. Window 2 is where most of the pictures are going to be taken. And window 3 is just for general observations. They were talking about earlier how they've put T-shirts up against the windows to block out as much light. Max, could you explain to us what that does for photography and why that's an important step that they've made for the cabin crew?
I mean, especially on the 80 to 400 millimeter lens that they're using, I presume they're not using a lens hood, which is that kind of like cup looking thing that fits over the end of the lens that normally acts as a way to either stop sunlight from coming in and acting as a sort of unwanted sidelight into your piece of glass and therefore ruining the image, and also keeps out like rain and wind and other stuff as well as sort of a side effect. But the benefit of, I mean, especially from the fact that you have to be shooting through the windows of Orion, and you already have the minimal distortion from the windows to contend with already, to block any sort of light from coming off the windows and back onto the camera sensor itself. You want to block the area around the lens opening. So like just with my hands here, like kind of like this. Actually, you can't see it, like kind of like that. So you want to have as much blocking the side views into your lens as possible to prevent any sort of reflections, any unwanted light, all from coming in and ruining your image. That is actually critical when you are shooting through a window. When you're not shooting through a window, that is kind of not as big of an issue unless there is sunlight directly off to your side or something of the sort. But that will come in, that will really come in handy when they have to start using a lot slower shutter speeds to expose for a lot darker targets when they're on the dark side of the moon. Because the last thing at that point you want to have happen is there be like a light from some sort of LED from the console or somewhere inside the spacecraft on the window and then coming back in through or off the window back into the camera. That's the last thing you want to have happen and ruin your shot. So it's for reasons similar to that. I mean, it's very similar to what we do and compensate for here on Earth, especially if you're used to shooting out shooting out from like aircraft windows or something of the sort. It's a very, very similar philosophy, but it's to keep out anything that you don't want to be shown up in your field of view, essentially.
Great explanation there. Thank you for that, Max. And while you've got any questions when it comes to photography, Max is your expert here on the crew that will be able to answer those for you. So I'm sure we're going
I
to
don't
be
know about
getting.
expert, but I'm just a guy with a camera.
Well, you understand them better than most, and we appreciate that. And we also appreciate all the support that's coming in. We've got a question that's coming from Scotty B, who's asked, on this mission, will they see the Apollo?
That's really awesome up here is we now have the moon and the Earth in window 3 simultaneously, and the moon is a gibbous, and the Earth is a crescent. And I'm guessing in about 45 minutes we'll have 2 identical crescents as we change our position in the universe.
That's going to be amazing.
Yeah, buddy. Oh my God.
That is pretty darn cool. Thank you.
Yeah, we're about an hour and a half until loss of signal. A little bit over that, but yeah.
We'll expect that. The question that came in from Scotty B is, on this mission, will they see the Apollo landing sites? I think we've covered this a couple of times, Alex, but we're obviously not going to be quite the same area because we are going to the far side with this mission.
Yeah. The only 2 visible areas, I wouldn't say locations or landing sites themselves, because you can see how far away they still are, and it's still like this is the far side pretty much. Like there's only a little bit there that is the near side. And so, yeah, I think it was Apollos 12 and 16, the only 2 places that at the beginning of the flyby, when it was further out, right, and sort of on the other perspective from the moon, they were able to see the areas, the sort of general areas, but obviously not with the precision of like actually being able to see like footprints or the flags or anything like that. It doesn't get to that kind of level. They never got that close to that part of the moon.
A great question. Thank you for that, Scotty, that's come in. Another great question, which I'm going to throw to Max. Will the images technically be publicly owned or Creative Commons? And do we know if there are plans for a library catalog to view them all at?
So I have a link open right now to the current blog gallery and journal entry on the NASA website. I'm sure we can probably pin that in the comment section if someone doesn't have the link already. If not, I'll pop it in the back channel right now. But all images taken and shown there, I believe, are public domain, and you can just go on and download the image in full res. And I think let's see. In this case, let me go to the moon photo. So it says producer JSE taken April 6, 2026, image credit NASA. So these are all technically owned by NASA. And I think they may, in the description, depending on what the photo is and when it was taken and so on and so forth, may explain who took the photo and, of course, when the photo was taken. And all that information will also be available in the I can never say this word without stuttering either, the metadata of the image. So if you save it, and say if you have an iPhone and you just kind of scroll up, it'll show you aperture, shutter speed, ISO, camera, and lens combination that you were using. That sort of data is all going to be available on these images. So yeah, these images will be available as public domain, and they can be used for, I guess, whatever purposes, which is really cool to see. And the fact that we have a photo of the moon taken from a Z9 at 400 mil from the spacecraft window very early this morning in full resolution is spectacular. And I posted about it earlier, and the fact that we have that much detail in just a raw image with modern cameras is really, really sweet. Oh, Alex is putting his finger up.
Yeah, I was going to mention, in general, if you want to see any pictures from NASA and videos and whatnot, they have this page available. It's images.nasa.gov. And you have there not only Artemis II, there's the specific Artemis II album, right, that you were mentioning, but they also have for multiple other things. Pre-launch imagery, launch imagery of Artemis II. You've got other missions as well and things like that. So definitely, again, images.nasa.gov. That's usually, it's their image and video library for NASA. You have their huge catalog of not just Artemis II, but many other missions as well.
Everything. It's pretty impressive. Go check it out. I recommend it. I'm going to get to the question that I've got on tip of my tongue at the moment, Max, in a second. Before that, though, I'm going to get through a few more supports that are coming in. Thank you to Matthew for becoming a Capcom member. We always appreciate it when you guys join us in membership. And a thank you to Stuart Ellis for the support that's come in as well. Max, the question that was on the tip of my tongue as you were talking then is this mirrorless camera that they're using up there. What's the difference between traditional cameras, the DSLRs, and the mirrorless ones that have come out over the last few years? And what will that mean in terms of the resolution or the image quality that we're going to be getting from these cameras?
So essentially, to put it in a TLDR explanation, a DSLR camera relies on a mirror in its shutter to then reflect the light into the actual sensor itself and then take the image. A mirrorless camera, obviously, it doesn't have a mirror. It's all digital. That is essentially the easiest way to explain that. And they have a variety of both DSLR and mirrorless on board, being the Nikon D5, which is, I believe, a DSLR. I'm not familiar with Nikons, forgive me. D5, and then also a Nikon Z9, which is among the top range mirrorless cameras for Nikon. And of course, Nikon and NASA have a long-standing partnership, and Nikon cameras have been on the space station for decades now. So that is essentially the simplest definition. It's also a lot simpler in terms of the amount of hardware you need on the camera, and also newer lenses don't need as much glass compared to their DSLR counterpart, depending on what their purpose is. I know I have a 16 to 35 Canon lens that is made for a DSLR body, and then I have a 15 to 35 camera made for a mirrorless, and this is a prime example of it can be either or. The mirrorless camera is a lot bulkier. It's actually the one I have on the camera right now. It's a lot bulkier and a lot heavier. It's incredible the weight difference between the lens and the camera, but overall DSLRs are also a lot heavier because of the amount of hardware they have on board. But mirrorless is a lot quieter. It can be a lot simpler to use. Obviously, it's completely digital at that point as well. So in terms of image processing and image quality, mirrorless is at the top of the range right now. But that being said, though, DSLRs still offer phenomenal image quality depending on what camera you go for. Like every single camera I use to put around launch pads are DSLRs. Like they work great, and they're also a lot less expensive to buy and maintain. Same with their lenses. So I think in the case of carrying cameras up into a spacecraft at all in general, whether you're going to the moon or you're going to the International Space Station, smaller and lighter are better. And while it would be really cool to carry a big honking like 800 millimeter lens like this long, like 3 feet long, that would take up a lot of space, and that's not ideal. And I think that's why going with the 80 to 400 in this case with the Artemis II crew is a far easier way to transport a lens that has the ability to carry out very far in terms of focal length. So weight isn't as so much of an issue now mostly with mirrorless stuff, because I just actually had a 1200 mil lens, as I said earlier, for the Artemis II mission, and its DSLR counterpart or its older counterpart is so much heavier. Honestly, I can't even describe it over video or air. Like just holding one versus the other, it's insane how much heavier the older one is compared to the new one. Like it's way lighter than it has any right to be. But again, lighter and smaller are better for a space flight, especially when you are in a spacecraft, even though it is pretty big for a capsule, as small as Orion is overall.
Great insight there. Thank you for sharing that with us, Max. And if you're interested in finding out more about Max's photography, then I suggest you go and check out shop.nasaspaceflight.com, where all of his images are available that he's captured of the Artemis II mission. Oh, and look at this one of the lunar surface as well. You can purchase those on the website. We've also got on there some incredible merchandise. If you want to have some kind of keepsake from today, from the launch day, or from the entire Artemis II mission, go and check out the incredible patches, pins, t-shirts, mugs. We even have baby onesies available on the website as well. So if you're into images, go check out all of those that are available, and then go and check out the merchandise that's also available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. As you can see, there's some great images on there. I think, Max, have you got one of the t-shirts on with the Artemis II mission right now?
I do.
Look at that.
It's right there. It came in not long before the first launch window of Artemis, and I've been waiting to wear it ever since. I don't want to spoil it or wear it too early, but I also added our patch to my big old patch wall off here to my left, to your right.
Yes.
So it's on
Loving
the
your
board.
patch wall. I just noticed
Yeah.
that behind you. As you can tell, I've also got quite a homage
I
patch
can tell.
wall. Yes, I do
Yes.
love a good patch. And I have ordered the NSF patch as well that hopefully will be arriving around the same time that we're expecting Artemis II to splash down on April 10th. So I'm excited. When I get that on, I promise I'm going to share with you all. Look at my new NSF patch when it adds to my wall behind me. I do have the Artemis II one on there somewhere. I'll have to figure it out. But look how incredible this image is. It really does capture the entirety of this mission, of the four crew members, their mission to the moon. You can see the Orion capsule Integrity there as well in that image. And it's a great one to really remember what's going on with this mission. Or if you're not into patches, as I mentioned, there's the pins as well. I also have a whole coin collection behind me. At some point, we're going to have to get you guys to get some challenge coins going as well.
Yes.
I'm an obsessive hoarder when it comes to all things like this.
Oh my God. I second that wholeheartedly. I have a whole shelf, like literally right here, full of like super special challenge coins. Like challenge coins are incredible. So shop team, Das, Chris, Kevin, if you're listening, challenge
Just throwing it out there, we would like that. In fact, we've got a comment coming from the support that says, need a t-shirt of RT2 logo, window shade text. I think they're referring to the fact that they're using t-shirts at the moment to create the window shades up on the capsule as it's trying to block out the reflection of the sun from the Earth and making sure that all the little lights that are on inside the capsule are interfering with their photography as well. So
Whatever
yeah, there you go, shop. Another little idea for you guys to come in. Keep sending those ideas to us. You can tag us in the chat at NSF or at NASASpaceflight. While we're waiting for some updates on the science missions that are going on, I'm going to go through a few more of the support chat that's coming in and ask a few questions. This one came in from Stuart Ellis too, who's asked, why is Capcom talking about seeing detail?
First of all, I'll just talk about the experience that I had during Victor and my observation time. It was an incredible experience. We definitely noted how much more you can see with the zoom lens. Even though we have a great visible eye image, there's just a lot of texture that just pops right out at you when you can zoom in. So almost just using it like a telescope, the camera lens. We really enjoyed our discussion time. That was a great innovation on the lunar targeting plan. We were both able to describe a lot more kind of with flow, I would say, when we were talking to each other. And it was also, we sort of were able to bounce ideas off of each other and come to new conclusions. We had, I think, a very successful talking through of some contacts between different color areas, both in the mare and in the highlands, and we identified some really unique texture areas as well. At one point, towards the end of the images of my time in window 3, I just had an overwhelming sense of being moved by looking at the moon. It lasted just a second or two, and I actually couldn't even make it happen again. But something just drew me in suddenly to the lunar landscape, and it became real. And the truth is, the moon really is its own body in the universe. It's not just a poster in the sky that goes by. It is a real place. And when we have that perspective and we compare it to our home of the Earth, it just reminds us how much we have in common. Everything we need, the Earth provides, and that in and of itself is somewhat of a miracle, and one that you can't truly know until you've had the perspective of the other. I'll switch into some logistics stuff. The Peltors, both their batteries stopped providing the active listening, but we have verified they are still recording, and so we are able to have discussion time and hear outside our recordings by just moving the ear cup off of the ear. Other than that, everything's working well technically, and we've been able to find all our targets, and we're having a really great time.
Thanks, Christina. We copy those logistics for the Peltors, and also thanks for bringing us into the cabin with you with that description.
I always like to give it a second just in case they continue with communications. You never know. But we have this question that came in is, why is Capcom talking about seeing details when we have this blurry image? Alex, you've mentioned before, this image that we're seeing right now is from one of the solar arrays. I'm assuming Capcom has probably got the high definition that's being broadcast to them at JSC.
I believe they were talking because they also have interior shots of the capsule, and so at one of the points, what he did was actually take a picture with his phone and show the phone to the camera, and I believe we have like a screenshot of that from Ryan earlier, and it was hilarious because he was like, "Yeah, shot on iPhone." Like he literally took the picture and then put it out there to the camera, and so that's what she was looking at. She was not looking at these camera views and everything, looking out to the moon or anything like that. She was looking at the picture of the picture, I guess.
Integrity
on the
cabin
iPhone.
team for window shroud.
Just waiting in again to see if there's any response to that. We'll see if we can get a picture of what we were talking about before with Alex was mentioning. Before we get to any of those, though, I just wanted to say a massive, massive thank you to Russell, who's come in with a $100 tip for us. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. What a time to be alive. I'm listening to my favorite NSF team from around the world discuss live images.
Victor,
Amazing,
we have
isn't
a
it?
temperature constraint on the windows, and the shroud might be getting us close. So we just want to check on the state of window 4's shroud, whether you believe it's still necessary because maybe things have changed with our viewing, and if so, we would like to request to have the shroud removed.
They're talking about the window that was looking to the Earth. They were blocking the light that was coming off the Earth into the capsule.
Houston, we believe it is necessary. We pulled it off just as a corner. It is very bright. It definitely would affect our night vision and maybe comfort. But is there a time? Can you tell us when we would have to take it off by?
Unfortunately, since it's been on for a while, we are going to have to request that the shroud is removed, and we can recommend something that could block the light but just create a bit of distance between the window and whatever is covering it. Something like a T-shirt would do the trick and help.
Thank goodness for T-shirts on board, eh?
Okay, we're removing the shroud, and we'll make it work. Thanks.
I imagine that'll be like a flashbang going off, just pulling that shroud off.
It's going to cause us all sorts of fun things, I'm sure, with their vision. But again, thank you to Russell for that support that came in.
Thank you, Victor. We know it's pretty bright in there now with that window uncovered. We will also offer that airflow on the window would be helpful. So if you want, you can also retrieve the condensation hose, which should be friction fit onto one of the diffusers. And that on the window would also help.
We can easily point a diffuser at the window, so we're going to start with that, and it's pointing at the window now.
Okay, we'll take that, Victor. Thank you. Please keep us updated.
Diffuser on the window, Max. What would that be, do you think?
It's just softening the light and reducing the amount of harsh light that's coming in. So I guess it's easier on their eyes and also on the cameras on board, because it's quite uncomfortable going from night vision as they had it and then suddenly introducing a whole bunch of light in from a side-on perspective from either the sun and or the Earth, because they're both very, very bright where they are. As I said earlier, it's like a flashbang going off. It's quite uncomfortable, especially when your eyes are quite adjusted to darkness. But I imagine they'll have that remedied in the near future with that diffuser, and maybe they'll put the shroud back on once they get closer to the moon. Oh my gosh, that moon's already gotten so big in the frame. I'm looking at it now.
Isn't it incredible? We were talking a little bit earlier about the image that was shown on a phone to the team back home. I don't know if we were able to bring that image up. Look at that.
Dude.
That's literally like showing the camera at the screen, looking at the camera. It's like so human. I don't know. I don't know, but
I thought this was okay.
It feels like one of those covers you can buy off of the internet, doesn't it? It almost doesn't look
I'm not
real.
gonna lie. When I saw this in the back channel, I wasn't the most attuned to what was happening. I thought this was a freaking screen protector, not a screen protector,
screen cover.
but a phone case.
Yeah, that's That's what I thought
Right?
too
I
when
didn't
I
think that
first
this
saw
was
it.
a photo.
Yeah.
This is a photo shot
the
on
photo.
an iPhone.
On the phone. On the
On the
iPhone
phone.
there, and he's showing it to the camera inside, because you see everything is black. That is because right now that's how dark it is inside the capsule. Like, I know a few people having asking, like, why aren't they showing the interior? That's how dark it is. Like, you wouldn't see anything other than, the screens of their phones. It's that dark.
I just love this. It's a photo of a phone's photo.
So this is sort of like an Apollo 11-esque moment.
It's crazy, isn't it? But amazing. So big thank you to the team for them sharing that. We're going to be getting far better photographs, even more quality, I'm sure, than what we're getting off of an iPhone over the next few hours. I'm excited to see them as much as everybody else. We've had a few questions coming in, or a few comments coming in about the speed that we're going at. Alex, we are obviously changing speed at the moment, or have been changing speed for a while.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, the speed that we're showing here, by the way, that's relative to the Earth, not to the Moon.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's still going down, and it'll keep going down until they are the furthest out from the Earth.
Integrity. First, I wanted to start off with connecting with what Christina said, that it was very moving to look out the window. I had the unfortunate sequence to start looking out the window and then moved to the long lens, and it was hard to speak looking through the zoom because I went straight where Christina went, and I was walking around down there on the surface, climbing and off-roading on that amazing terrain. I also want to underscore something that she said. As we continue to explore, when we actually do go down there to the surface, I know for safety reasons that we would never send someone alone, but I just want to really emphasize how important the discussion time was. When we started to talk, we not only got better science discussion, we got better human connection, and so doing this as a pair, we just learn and grow together, and that's just super important, so thank you for adding that to this plan. Reed just passed me a note that the Orion Basin annular ring has a similar albedo to the center, but a different color. It has more brownish tones in it, and he said it's very distinct now that he's been staring at it.
Victor, thank you. You got a cheer from science there, and we all just went on that moonwalk with you, so highlighting how important it is to talk about these things. I also want to let you know that we have Deanna Glover with us in the viewing gallery. She's all smiles.
Well, you just got a bunch of cheers up here. Hey, babe. I love you from the moon.
We love that we got a hey, babe, too. And we also have one of your lovely daughters here watching you guys work.
Thank you guys for doing that and for supporting them through this. And to all of you, Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, I love you. And Deanna, I love you. I'm glad you get to be there.
Brings a whole new meaning to I love you to the moon and back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tugs at the heartstrings. Jeez Louise.
Absolutely. I think all of their stories do, but, particularly Reed Wiseman's story when we were able to share in that moment earlier when he asked, or the crew asked, if a crater could be named after his late wife, Carol. There was definitely not a dry eye in the house. I tell you, I put on my Walter Cronkite glasses earlier, expecting to have a moment, but I wasn't expecting it as I signed in. And Sawyer was saying, right, you get ready to take over. I was like, no, I'm bawling. I'm a mum at the end of the day. And I can't help but get very emotional when you hear the stories about people losing their partners and raising their children by themselves. It can't help it. It's just amazing to witness, and I feel very privileged to have been part of all of this for this last few days, and as it continues this whole mission, it's been just amazing. And I know that a lot of the support coming in on the chat feels the same. Emerald City Boulevard said, thank you for the support. We just want to thank you for the coverage, NSF. Moon, moon, moon. I'm going to keep saying it's Moonjoy Day. That's what we should be clinging on to, right?
Moon
Day. It is Moonjoy Day. Yes.
Moonjoy. I don't know where the Moonjoy came from, but I really like it. I feel like we should just
Jenny
adopt
Gibbons
it and go with it.
used that the other day.
Was that what it was?
In one of her callouts, yeah. She's been the Capcom in some of these shifts to talk to the crew, and she used the word Moonjoy, and it was like Okay, sure. I can get behind that. So everybody's using that now.
Just going with it. I mean, Jenny Gibbons has obviously done a lot of training with this crew. She must feel very privileged as well to be part of it all. She's the backup crew member for the Artemis II mission, backup to obviously Jeremy Hansen as another Canadian Space Agency astronaut as part of this mission crew. I can't imagine what it must be like to have done all that training and finally see the fruit of that work playing out like this, as we're seeing right now. This is a live image from the moon. You have to have a bit of a pinch me moment right now. I know what you're seeing right now isn't perfect. It's not the 4K stream that we're hoping for, but we are talking about distances, as you can see on screen, of 252,000 plus miles from the Earth's surface. We're not going to get that high resolution imaging right this second. We might get spots of it, but only spots. And just as a reminder, we are going to be losing loss of signal or lost LOS at about 6:45 p.m., 6:47 p.m. Eastern time. So just wanted people to be aware of that. We will expect that loss of signal for about 40 minutes, and hopefully we'll get them back online at around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, ahead of that solar eclipse that we're going to be seeing at around 8:35 p.m. The NSF team are going to be with you for the entirety of all of that coverage, and we're giving you updates, and hopefully we'll be getting all these interruptions which we actually want to have while we're listening into this. We are listening into real-time observations, scientific observations, updates on what's going on with the mission as they are doing the flyby of the lunar dark side or far side, which is definitely a debate. In fact, Nelson's Wings come in and said, instead of saying dark side of the moon, we should be saying night side of the moon. When you're an astronaut on the moon, unless you're in the poles, you go through day and night cycles approximately every 2 weeks. So he's arguing we should be saying night side rather than dark side or far side.
That is,
Honestly,
I think that technically is the correct label for the unlit side of the moon. But,
night side.
Yeah, but I don't think dark side is necessarily incorrect either. But also,
I just think
it's
of
not
Pink
Star
Floyd.
Wars.
Well, you think of one, I think of Pink Floyd. Maybe that gives my age away too much. Who knows? Who knows? So maybe you're on the same agreement with me, guys. It doesn't
They're
matter.
going to see
Send
the
us in
dark
chat.
side, if you will, later on, because they're going to have a point where the moon is going to eclipse or sort of like, get in the way of the sun, I guess. They call it eclipse. We all know it just means they're going to go in the shadow of the sun, of the moon. Excuse me, not the sun. Good Lord. Words. How do they work, right? But yeah, so they're going to go in the shadow of the moon, and so they're going to have the entirety of the dark side of the moon for them to be able to look at. Thankfully, at that time, they're going to have already connection to
Science
Earth.
from Integrity.
More science.
Let me find out how far we are from the moon right now. But our view is about a third of the moon is in eclipse. That beautiful Terminator is out there calling to me. We're 4,691 miles from the moon. And what looked like in the Terminator, about a third of the way up from the southernmost part of the Terminator, looked like a dinosaur print if one was running to the northwest. Now is clearly a crater with a bunch of craters around it. And that Terminator, I can only see about half of it. I'm looking through the docking hatch window right now because we have the Z9 in window 1. But that Terminator has moved. I guess I've been using Vavilov the whole time, so it's gone 2 more Vavilov craters to the west. And so a few more features are starting to peek out into the sunlight there with that low sun angle. And so you still have ridges and valleys showing up very clearly, a very jagged Terminator, and a few islands of light out there with some high elevation shining in the sunlight in that darkness. And on the eastern side of the moon, Grimaldi appears to be one of the farthest east features, and that is maybe 5 degrees from being right on the limb and going off over the horizon. It is interesting just looking at Oriental that my first impression of it is all of the dark areas appear lighter, which I think makes sense because it is now facing, well, it's still relatively the same to the sun, but my angle to it is different. So I'm looking at it from a little more, even further to the side as we pass it. But all the darker features appear to be just a little bit lighter from this vantage point. The darker ring structure in the outer and inner ring and the interior, as well as the annular ring portion, everything seems to be just a smidge lighter at this point.
Thanks for that description, Ike. Any additional words you can provide on Oriental would be wonderful, as that is such a high priority target for us. And while I have you, as we get closer to target 15, which is the Terminator target, if you can find Zeeman Crater again that you were looking at earlier, everything to your left of Zeeman would be getting into the South Pole Aiken area to help you orient yourself.
Zeeman is a great waypoint out there. I definitely see it. Yeah, Zeeman is very easy to find, and that is awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. Feel free to do that as often as you think of things. Let's see, looking back at Oriental. Okay, another thing, after looking through the zoom camera, man, you guys are smart. You probably did this on purpose, but after looking with my plain eyes and then going to the 400 millimeter zoom, now looking at it, I see the cliff face as if you were standing in the center. That inner and outer ring have definitely some real terrain to them, and now I can see that as terrain. Now that I look at it even with my naked eye, I can tell that there's a lot of elevation and that, like I said, a cliff face on that eastern edge where all the darker deposits are. And it's just the scale now. Looking at it from far away, before it seemed like flat with color painted on it, but now that I look at it, I can definitely see that there is, different depositional characteristics, and so the darker is some other material, but there's also some shadowing going on because of the cliff face that is a part of that crater wall.
Great description, Victor. Thanks, and really interesting to hear now the distinction between shadow and color. Before I let you go back to other observations, you mentioned that Reed saw a browner hue to the annular ring than the rest of Oriental. Are you seeing that from your vantage point?
The way that I'm looking at Oriental, again, I'm still in the docking hatch window. There's like a thermocouple right here in the center of the window, and it is the orange Kapton tape color, and so it is unfortunately it's like trying to look at stars, next to a metropolis. I think it's drowning out any color that I could pick up from the moon. I am not able to see that color, but I have not looked at it through one of the forward face, from one of the windows 1 through 4. I think when I get away from this Kapton tape strip that I would be able to see the variation that Reed's talking about.
That is great feedback operationally. Thanks, Victor. I'll leave you to it.
So yeah, they are looking through 4 windows right now. Window 1 is being used for science. Window 2 is where the photographs are going to be taken. Window 3 is for general observation, and where I believe we've just had the description from. Window 4 isn't going to give them quite the
science integrity
the
with a question
they were
from the window team.
Sorry, I was trying to do a prop here.
Integrity, this is science. Here with you.
Yes, they have a question to help inform a theory that they're sort of tossing back and forth. What is older, the Mare seas of the near side or Oriental?
Stand by, Integrity. We're going to get you a little geologic history here.
Please hold while we Google. That's me translating. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure they've got all this information to hand, but to be able to know it off the top of their head is quite a challenge for the teams involved. We will obviously break again when they come back with that update for the answer to the question that Christina just put to the science team back on the ground. As you can see, this is the science team. We're seeing them live. They're scrambling to find the answer to Christina's question about which is older of the craters, the basins that they're looking at. Oriental is obviously the largest of them that they're looking at today. It's one of the main mission objectives of the team is to get as many observations from Oriental, and it's great to hear them describe things like dinosaur footprints. I saw Max, you laughing at that point when they were giving that description, but having observations like that actually really does help contribute to science. It wasn't just a silly little observation, it gives them an idea of the shapes, right?
I mean, it gives them features. It gives them specific features to look out for. If you have like a very wide field of view relative to what you're looking at, if you're looking at a field of multiple craters, or if you're looking at one, very finely descripted and specific points of reference can help orient you in terms of what you want to look at and what you don't. And especially with the moon orbiting around the Earth and the shadows ever changing every single day as it does so, certainly
Integrity
helps
Science
try to
back
figure
with
out
you for some lunar volcanism when you're ready.
lunar volcanism.
Ooh, this kind of Vulcan?
Go
You never
ahead.
know.
You're making our day down here, getting to talk about lunar volcanoes. Oriental, as far as mare go, is younger than almost all of the mare on the near side. The exception are features like Aristarchus, which really pop out to you guys and really pop out to us here on Earth. That is younger, but other than that, Oriental is pretty young as far as mare go.
Listening in for the response. Oh, Mars is normally an inverted volcano, just for people who aren't
Kelsey,
as
thanks for that. We
into
love
it.
lunar volcanism too. How about when the actual crater was formed?
Such a great word, volcanism.
Yeah. You can see why it was used in sci-fi, can't you?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we're going to get you an age for Oriental, and while we're getting that, Christina, can you, maybe you've heard the window team talk about the sort of contacts around Oriental, but because that material is so much younger, if anything pops out to you about physical relationship between that and surrounding terrain, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, definitely. They are discussing a contact relationship that could explain some of the color that they're seeing in certain areas. And so it was really about the ejecta of the creation of the basin and understanding the superposition of its ejecta and mare on the near side or other features. So thank you. We'll take the insight when you have it.
Waiting for that
Thank
copy
you,
signal.
Integrity. And I know Jenny wants to get to you with some topics, so I'll leave you with Oriental is 3.8 billion years old.
Amazing how they know that.
Not that much younger than Earth.
No. We'll wait to see if Jenny then comes back on and crack on.
That's on the older side. The actual basin is very old.
Correct, as is the case with a lot of mare. Typically the big basin formed, and then the volcanic eruption was able to punch through the crust where it was weakened by that basin formation.
Great insight.
Perfect. Tracking. Thank you.
just before we get into something else, and I'm sure Capcom's going to jump in a minute, we've been asked by Eyes42 why we're seeing the same image from NASA for the last 40 minutes or so. I can tell you, as someone who's been on for the last few hours, we are not seeing the same image. We are actually seeing us approach the moon. This is getting much larger on the screen.
If you go back and A/B, like A/B test this exact screen and one from like 3 to 4 hours ago, I can assure you it's not the same.
No.
And just the fact that we have literal pixels coming from a spacecraft with people on board heading toward the moon, coming back to us on Earth, and we're able to look at said pixels being transmitted, I think is just a marvel of it. I hardly even have the language for it, honestly. My vocabulary is kind of shot right now.
It's a slow difference, but it is a difference. I
Yes.
promise you, we are giving
And
you the
even-
most updated images that we're getting from the capsule.
And even an hour ago, it's so much different than what it was. I mean, of course, the closer we get, the faster it's going to change, right? Because we're so much closer, and the moon is going to be so much bigger in the frame. I wonder how they're going to be orienting Orion as it swings around the night side of the moon in terms of if they're going to keep the windows sort of like tidally locked in a way and constantly pointed toward the moon, or if Orion is going to be holding a singular orientation around it. I'm not entirely sure. But it's not the same. It's the same angle. It's the same angle from the solar array and the camera there, but I can assure you,
Integrity,
my friend,
it's about time for a position swap at the window. So we will ask Reed and Jeremy to swap positions, and I'll remind you again about your SD cards. And Victor or Christina, I have one window task for the cabin team when you're ready.
So they are swapping them around, giving them breaks, or giving them opportunities, I suppose. You can't fit everybody around one window right now. The window is not quite large enough.
I'm ready.
All right, Tina, we found a way that we can reinstall the shroud on the window. We understand it's pretty darn bright compared to everything that you're looking at. So in order to reinstall it, we will ask that you retrieve the condensation hose and you install it on a friction fit on the cabin air outlet port. That's right by one of your diffusers. You're going to point that little condensation hose such that the air is flowing over the window pane. Let me know when you're ready for the stowage location.
Aha.
Interesting.
Live from Integrity.
Ready.
Yeah, as you can see, it's dark, but it's not quite dark enough for them. Waiting for that update.
Christina, the hose is in locker A1.
So I think the issue there is the shroud was getting too hot, and that's why they wanted to pull it away from the window.
Copy.
Because of course, when you're in direct sunlight, there's no atmosphere to diffuse or distort the rays coming from the sun. You are getting raw solar energy coming right at your spacecraft windows, and of course, it gets very hot when that happens. So that I didn't even think about that. I didn't think it was going to be that much of an issue, depending on what the shroud was made of course. But if they can keep airflow, like it sounds like they found a way to keep airflow around the area and keep the temperatures manageable, so they can keep that shroud up as long as they need it to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and relative to the other question that we got about, it's the same view. It's not the same view. It's changing.
Yes.
It just changes slowly, and you have to actually roll back on the screen, right, on the stream, to be able to find that difference between the 2 points. I was actually preparing a prop for that, but it's not working.
Well, it's like we say it's changing, but it's going to be changing quicker the closer we get to the moon. Like the last we saw from this view, the moon was nearing the edge of the frame, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Less than 1,000 miles from the
yes,
closest
I wouldn't be surprised if they begin. Okay, so it's getting. So I guess a good reference point would be to how close the edge of the terminator line is from the edge of the frame there. I think that would serve as a good point of reference in terms of how close we are or how far we are, on top of just how big the moon is obviously in your face in that frame.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little
golly.
bit about the trajectory of what this mission's going on. I think it'd be a really good time to kind of talk about that so we know what's coming up as well.
Because it was the next thing that I was going to talk about, because we're talking about the speed. And the speed, again, that we're showing here, and it's the one that's coming through the NASA on telemetry and everything, is relative to Earth. So that's still going down. Yes, Integrity, the Orion spacecraft, it is speeding up towards the moon. So relative to the moon, it's speeding up. But compared to the Earth, it's not. It's slowing down. And actually, it should reach that farthest point from the Earth in just about an hour. Let me see.
I think it's a couple of hours
and
now.
20 minutes. Yeah. An hour and 20 minutes from now should be the maximum distance to Earth. And that'll be once they are in that loss of signal period. And that'll be when it'll start to speed up as it starts coming back to Earth and picking up speed relative to Earth. But yeah, that speed that you see there, that is relative to the Earth. If we had the one relative to the moon, NASA, you can provide that, thank you. Then we will have that already quite further up in again, velocities, they are relative to bodies. And so that's what it gets you. It's sort of like, you are on a train and and you're sort of throwing it's the usual thing, right? If you've done physics, where you're like, you throw a ball at X amount of speed, I don't know, 50 miles per hour inside of a train, that it's going at 100 miles per hour. What will be the speed that the other person outside will see?
Absolutely. We've got a couple of really fun comments coming in. This is one of my favorites. With no radio interference on the other side of the moon, will they listen for aliens? I wonder if they'll listen for us. We're practically aliens, right? Well, they're technically aliens.
I mean, at that point, there is a literal celestial body in between their home and where they are. So
I think they're saying outside. You never know. You never know. We do like having questions like this. It does make us laugh. Thank you very much to Bobby for your support. We always appreciate it. Comment from CJD Paratois, who said, just love the metric and Celsius. Great work, NSF.
Question, did you just want us to cool the window with the condensation hose, or did you want us to put the shroud back on and cool the window at the same time?
Oh, we're going back to that question of the heat that they're dealing with the shroud. We'll see what the answer is for that.
Victor, we definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. It's crew preference whether you put the shroud back on. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
I think the answer there is yes.
Do something,
gotcha.
please.
We're going to do both at the same time. Thank you.
Yep.
Some copy.
Yeah, more support coming in. Big thank you to Scotty for becoming a Red Team member. I'm going to keep going through them because the chat is so busy and we've got lots of questions to get through. I'll do my best to get to them as quickly as we can. This is a really good one. How much colder is the dark side of the moon compared to the light side?
The cabin is darkened again, and that makes a big difference for the imagery. And for science, we are now seeing a half moon.
Half moon. Everybody thinks of Oreo cut in half at that point.
Thank you, Victor. We're happy to hear it. And we see half moon, full moon joy still.
Full moon joy. I love that comment. Alex, do we have you back? I know you froze a little bit. When we get the chance, are we able to talk about how much colder the dark side is compared to the light side?
So in the vacuum of space, and I imagine it's going to be about the same on the lunar surface as it is perhaps in just it off the surface. In direct solar light or rays, it's about maybe 250 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe closer to 300. Whereas when you're in the shadow, it's negative 250 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not quite sure what that translates into in Celsius.
Who knows
but there
at that
is
point?
a stark. There's an immense difference in temperature between the two, and that is why it's so critical for some spacecraft to actually be rotating or spinning once they are in flight to manage the overall temperature of the materials in contact with the sun's rays at one time to ensure that nothing gets too hot. I know temperature is certainly going to be a massive consideration for any hardware going to the moon going forward, especially those that are pressurized for people, because they will have to deal with very, very high temperatures and very, very low temperatures. I mean, we're talking plus hundreds of degrees and negative hundreds of degrees. So it's stark. It's massive.
Great question. Thank you for that one, Chris. I really appreciate it when we get some nice science opportunities to talk about. We've got another question coming in saying, loving the stream. Am I hearing Kindar tones on some of the comms?
Another observation the window team commented on and Christine and I discussed a bit is in Hertzsprung. The solid and intact crater is very smooth. If it were a dirt road, it's very hard packed, and then you go outside of it, and that outer crater, that's the one that is older. It is a little rougher and more jagged, and starts to get into more loose-looking terrain, and the smooth interior also causes the craters that are inside of the larger crater, the smaller craters, to have really sharp edges, sharp, distinct edges. And just a general comment on that area, Hertzsprung, that whole area, the average albedo there is darker. That is, I would say, 3. And the average albedo around Oriental and between Oriental and Ohm, excluding the wedge, the darker wedge, is more on the 6-7, and that they also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier around Hertzsprung, and then from Hertzsprung toward Oriental, there appears to be a frozen, a rippling pond, but frozen, or like choppy waves when it's windy out, choppy water, and then it freezes instantly. That's the texture. If you walk down there barefoot, it looks like it would be hard on your feet, like lava. After it's cooled, it would be pokey. Except for right there in the center of Hertzsprung, it looks paved, like a paved road, nice and smooth.
Victor, that's a wonderful description. Going from a paved road to lava reminds us of the Icelandic highlands. Thanks for that.
Some great observations we're listening into from the crew of the Artemis II mission.
And science, another in the interior of the very intact, the interior of the intact crater at Hertzsprung is albedo variation. I think I heard one of the window crew maybe say color variation, but definitely albedo variation. There's lighter patches and slightly darker patches. It's not swirling, it's just patchy. It just has spots that are lighter, and I would say a predominantly darker average area.
Great descriptions, Victor. Thanks. Not swirly, just patchy is really helpful for us.
I'm loving the descriptions. I don't know about you guys.
I'm sure you did that one time.
I did do a 6-7. I'm sorry. I have teenagers. It's one of those things in our house. We can't do it without the hand signal. I apologize.
The team is hitting all the targets. They are on the plan and starting the discussion of the Terminator. And boy, I'm loving the Terminator. I think I know it's not purely a moon feature, but what it does to the features of the moon, to the terrain, I've probably spent the most time describing into my recordings and thinking about and looking at the Terminator. There's just so much magic in the Terminator. The islands of light, the valleys, what look like black holes. You'd fall straight to the center of the moon if you stepped in some of those. It's just so visually captivating that the Terminator is the most striking thing that I've seen so far.
We've been loving your evocative descriptions, Victor. You really are bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations that pale in comparison to your descriptions. Thanks.
Cannot wait to see the photographs of what it is that Victor is describing right now. Before we get cut off again, Max, do you want to answer the question that's up on the chat
Integrity
right now?
Science, one more question on a status of what the window team chose to observe for crew choice.
Or waiting on that response coming in from the team, what their choices were for what they wanted to observe. We're doing our best not to speak over the comms chat. Obviously, there's a bit of a delay, but sometimes, here we go.
Talked about Vavilov, look for suspended dust, and the Terminator, and window 3, about the experience and about the three-dimensionality of the moon this close.
Wonderful.
And another observation about Oriental, I would say, is the features going off to the southwest, the two large, almost look like scratches in the surface. I don't know if they're rays or canyons or collapsed lava tubes, but two distinct features that are almost parallel going off southwest from Oriental Basin. They are the first things that made me notice parallax of our trajectory looking out at Oriental. That and in the inner walls of the east side of the crater rings, you really get a sense that we're flying over something with elevation and terrain, and they look different from this orientation.
I bet.
Love to hear it, Victor. And you had it that those chains are actually crater rays, secondary craters formed from the formation of Oriental.
Yeah, speaking of crater rays, the crater rays that are going off to the north, northwest, that run off toward Hertzsprung and I believe toward Vavilov. I'm not looking at it right now, but those crater rays are very interesting. They're all very small. I know you've imaged this, but they're all small and they look like, a big impact launched rocks and things that made smaller impacts down the way. But something very interesting, and again, you can see this in imagery, but some of them are parallel, and then some of them converge toward the center of Oriental. And then I think I even saw some that maybe diverge, not diverge, but that are convergent, which indicate multiple large impacts that created a lot of secondary impact crater rays.
Fantastic, Victor. And I'll note that we can infer that you're looking down at your freshly named Integrity crater, which is near the end of one of those beautiful crater rays from Oriental. Thanks for the description.
Yeah, you're welcome. And Integrity is easily identifiable with the naked eye from this point.
Wow. Yes. Yeah. So we do use Quindar tones. I think SpaceX were actually the ones who brought it back from Apollo because I guess they thought it was cool, but it's also a good way to communicate the beginning and the end of transmissions between the ground and the spacecraft. It's very useful when you don't have to be able to say over or over and out or something of the sort to actually take time and say verbally that you're done with your talking. So that is essentially the purpose of a Quindar tone. And they've been around for a while, but they brought it back. At least SpaceX brought it back for DM2. I think that was the first time we heard it since probably Apollo or Skylab, one of those two. But yeah,
Early shuttle,
they are
actually.
very much in use still. What?
Definitely helpful.
Even early shuttle used the Quindar tone as well.
They
You
did,
can hear,
you're
for example,
right.
on Yeah, STS-1,
You're right.
for example, they used it. I know because you could hear some of their beeps. Sorry, I was adjusting my earpiece, but yeah, they're basically they were using it basically until like late 80s in the space shuttle program. Yeah,
It's definitely a helpful way to say, rather than saying over and out every single time.
exactly.
There you go. That's the easiest way of summarizing it for you. And I apologize, my microphone was on mute on that, which generally says to me that it's my time to sign off because I'm losing it. It's been several hours of incredible coverage from the team at NSF. Thank you so much for letting me hang out with you guys. I'm going to be handing you over now to the incredible Sawyer, who's going to take over from the rest of the coverage for this evening. Enjoy, guys. This is a record-breaking day, and I know that it's amazing to have you a part of this as well. So thank you so much. Sawyer.
Thank you, Alice. You've been great.
Thank you, Alice. Appreciate it. And I'm back, everybody. For those who were joining for the earlier portions of the stream, for those who don't know, I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I am one of the hosts, video editors, contributors here at NSF, NASA Spaceflight. And happy to be with you here as we get towards the closest approach of the spacecraft to the moon, the farthest distance away from the Earth. And then coming up later, we have that that solar eclipse, that they'll be able to see. So lots of exciting things happening. Everything still remains the same. If you have questions, you tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF, and they appear in the software that we have here running in the background so we can see questions easier amongst the tens of thousands of you that are joining along for this exciting portion of history here. So yeah, this has been exciting to watch. Coming back, I was just comparing the view of the moon to when I started earlier, and just to see how much it's grown in the view, the amount of detail that you can see, and just how much science they've been able to cover in these last couple of hours is unbelievable. I believe there's over 35 targets that they're trying to study, plus, as you heard, their crew choice is thrown in there as well. So this has been quite a sight. Has anything jumped out at either of you in the last couple hours that I've been away that was a oh my gosh moment?
I think one of the biggest things is no specific feature apart from the one that looks like a dinosaur footprint that Victor was talking about, but just the amount of detail that Victor was able to talk about in terms of the features that he was seeing, both in shape, color, size, and shadow. And that's only going to get better the closer they get. And they're about 700-ish miles, or how far are we in kilometers? About 1,000 kilometers away.
You can wait until it switches back to miles.
Yeah, right. So I think just the amount of detail that Victor has been able to speak of so far. So I think that's what stood out to me most at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that, and also hearing Victor describing, imagining himself walking on the surface of the moon with all the different features and everything, that was great. When they both, Victor and Christina, talking about those human moments looking through the lens is just, perfection.
He said he wanted to go off-roading on the moon. I can't really say I disagree with that. That sounds like a great time.
I mean, if you've seen the later missions of Apollo 16 and 17, they really ran that lunar rover rugged, and they
did
push that thing to high speeds. So we'll have to see what they do once they eventually get a rover down for the current generation of lunar explorers. All right, now, Alice wasn't kidding when she said she left me a whole bunch of support to go through here, so let me do that, and while the questions pile in here. Atnair, thank you for the support. No message, but appreciate it.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for our cabin and window teams to swap again. We have a 15-minute handover time here, and I have a couple of items I want to read up to you. They'll require you to write something down on your knee boards, so let me know when you're ready.
Okay, Houston, we are ready.
Copy, Integrity. First of all, once you start this next shift here, during this lunar observation shift, we will begin our lunar LOS, so you can expect a call from me a few minutes prior reminding you. And second of all, Fido just sent us updated altitudes and METs for lunar closest approach and max Earth altitude. Let me know when you are ready to write those down. They differ slightly from Optimus.
Thanks, Jenny. We are ready to copy.
Lunar closest approach will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 25 minutes, 34 seconds. And the altitude will be 4,067 statute miles. Maximum Earth altitude will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 27 minutes, 39 seconds, with an altitude of 252,756 statute miles.
The crew really wants to ask for that in kilometers and in parsecs, but thank you for those. That is great. Thanks for that update.
I'll send Fido to work, and I appreciate the metric. Other than that, I have no new vehicle statuses to pass to you. Enjoy your handover time, and we're looking forward to picking back up with you shortly.
All right, we'll talk to you shortly.
Wow.
Here we go. It's the updated distance. So for those who prefer the metric system, thank you, Ryan, in the back channel for converting. 6,545 kilometers will be the closest distance to the moon, and they will have a farthest distance away from us here on Earth of 406,771 kilometers away.
Oh,
Yep,
dear
and the
Sawyer.
time for
They're-
that, so the closest approach, translated from mission elapsed time to normal time, it will be at 7 p.m. 00 minutes 46 seconds today, Eastern time. That will be 23:00:46 Universal Coordinated Time, UTC. If you use that, and that can translate into many other time zones. And the maximum distance from the Earth, it will be at 7:02 minutes 51 seconds p.m. Eastern time. That will be 23:02:51 UTC. So that is the latest numbers for the closest approach to the moon and the maximum distance to the Earth when that happens, that time for both events.
Yep, and as they pointed out, that will be happening during what's known as the LOS, or loss of signal, at around 6:47, I believe was the most recent time they said Eastern. So 40 minutes exactly from now is when they expect to lose communication with the spacecraft for approximately 40 minutes. And that's because there will be this big giant round object called the moon in between where the spacecraft communicates and the Earth. So they will not be able to get the signal around it. So once they come around to the other side, that is when they will be able to recommunicate with mission control and we'll be able to regain visuals with them. But for now, as you can see, still getting great visuals from one of those solar array wing cameras looking out at the moon. And we did just have that view inside the crew compartment for a while as well there. All right, let's see if we can go back to the support without getting interrupted here. Bidenford with a $25 super chat saying, does anyone have an idea the speed, kilometers per hour, will slow down to on Orion before accelerating again, heading back towards Earth?
So they'll be around, I want to say, 1,500 kilometers an hour before they begin speeding back up again once they loop back around to Earth. I think in miles an hour, that's about 918 miles an hour or so, I think, was the reported lowest speed that was going to be reached by the Orion spacecraft. And as a reminder, the fastest speed that it reached was just after the TLI, or the translunar injection burn, which sped them up to about 25,000 miles an hour, which is, oh gosh, 40,000 kilometers an hour, somewhere thereabouts.
At that point, I work better in kilometers per second. Because it's just so fast, right?
Yeah, I mean, even now we're able to, or especially then, we were able to literally see their distance ticking up literally by the second. Oh, Alex has his finger up.
No, I was pointing out above me the speed. Again, as I've repeated multiple times, this is speed relative to the Earth, so it's still going down. It won't pick up until they're actually coming back to Earth, sort of in a few hours, basically. A few hours that'll speed up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and again, the data that you see on the top is what NASA is providing us and is an estimate. It is not exact. So keep an eye on it and take it all with a little bit of leeway either way. Keith Jean saying, can you explain why this flyby is not as close as Apollo 8, which got a little over 60 miles away from the lunar surface? And if I'm right, I believe that has to do with the fact that this is going to do a free return trajectory. So basically, it's not entering orbit, so it's not like they need to go high or low at that point. It's what is the optimal altitude to be able to both do science observing, get as much of the far side of the moon into view as possible to study, and also, be able to return back to Earth without having to do any major burns. Am I right on that, Alex? Or Max, either or?
Yeah, I mean that's essentially it. And the reason why they're not entering orbit, or I think the biggest reason why they are not entering orbit, is because the Orion service module does not have anywhere near enough propellant on board to perform that burn and then enter orbit and then be able to exit orbit and come back to Earth. That is one thing that the Apollo command module and its service module had, but Orion does not. So. That is one of the biggest reasons for a free return trajectory. Is because even if you don't get to quite to where you want to go, you are going to come back regardless. And so, in a way, the TLI or the translunar injection burn, which was performed at about 1 day and 1 hour, 2 hours, something like that after launch, was both served as their burn to get to the moon, but also their re-entry burn as well. Considering that burn itself put it on a path to get to the moon, and then also turn back around or swing around and come back towards Earth at a given flight path.
Yeah, there are also intricacies here when it comes to
Integrity. You got a moment?
Well, it's always classic.
Go ahead.
Intricacies to finding gaps.
I don't know if Catherine and Devin are still there, but if they are, just wanted to just let them know how much fun we're having out here. It's extraordinary to be on the far side of the moon right now, just seeing hanging out there and looking back at the Earth. And Ashley and Caitlin, I know you're back in Canada, but if you happen to be watching too, just wanted to say hi to all you guys. Love you guys, and we'll be heading back your way shortly.
Talking to his daughters.
Thanks, Jeremy. I hear they are watching, and your family is still here. So thanks for passing that along.
Very sweet. We heard earlier that part of Jeremy's family was there as well, and then Victor making all of us men here look terrible by saying "love you from the moon" to his wife. So
you
we have a
can't
lot to
top
live up
that.
to.
Like how do you beat that? I mean, you could go to Mars, but like that's a few years down the line.
Yeah. Anyone who has to woo their spouse, Victor just made it difficult for every single one of us, so thank you. Also the same man who was seen exercising shirtless as well, so just really rubbing it in. Catloaf asking, source of the Artemis stream? NASA. NASA footage coming in from the Artemis spacecraft.
Yep.
Much wisdom. There's more life out there than you could possibly comprehend. Some will see it, most will see nothing but ashes under our feet. Take the right path of truth. Very nice. Thank you. Yes, we'll have to see, again, this beautiful planet that we're on, and hearing the amazing words from Victor during Easter, talking about looking back on the planet and just seeing us all as one was perfection there. Who, by the way, also said, I don't have anything prepared, but, and then drops one of the greatest speeches in spaceflight. Forward, love you to the moon and back. There it is, new departure idea.
Hey.
I'll have to say. Light Blinded with a $50 super chat saying this mission has the best timing for what they want to do. What a perfect combination of countless efforts over so much time matching up with nature at exactly the right moment. This is what science is all about. Yes. And that's why it's so fun to hear their science observations too. Silverhair saying, should we be worried that NASA said the heat on the window was exceeding a threshold? If I remember rightly, they said it was nearing it, but not exceeding it. And again, all of the parts of the spacecraft are able to withstand certain amounts of heat, but when you put a giant, protective cover over it that's typically black in color, and those who wear black out in the summer knows how well that goes, right up against a window, it's going to raise the temperature a little bit there, right, Max?
Yeah, and if it was any major concern beyond to what to get to, they would have Orion reoriented and have that window away from the sun and cool it down for a while. So it was an eyebrow raiser. It didn't seem like it was game over for that window, and then they would lose visual of the moon for that entirety. But a black window shade certainly makes things very hot, especially when you have sun rays coming in that have no diffusion or interruption from Earth's atmosphere, and they're coming directly from the sun and right to your window. That is why space is both incredibly hot and incredibly cold, especially at least where we are in our solar system.
Yeah. Let's see here. I want to keep chatting, but I want to get through more of these so we can get to actual other questions here as well. Emerald City, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Marshmallow, who's the bigger Lego fan? I have a sealed Ulysses Space Probe Lego set. I would like to send them. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Jose, do you think NASA, went with Nikon full frame versus a Hasselblad medium format camera? Weren't Apollo Hasselblads? Yes, Apollo did use the Hasselblad 500s, I believe, was what they had specially modified so that they could click it from the top looking down with their spacesuits as well and not have to look through a viewfinder.
Correct.
So I wonder, I very much wonder if that was part of it. Again, NASA has been using Nikon on the ISS for a very long time, so I'm sure that's why they stuck with it. And also, using something more tried and true with something newer. And they were even talking about at one point earlier that when they were viewing the moon through the eyepiece of the DSLR, it looked sharper than it did through the eyepiece of the mirrorless. So it'll be interesting to compare what the cameras see and how the detail is of some of the similar targets using the DSLR versus the mirrorless.
It's also a great technology demonstrator in terms of a camera technology and what it can and can't handle, just in terms of radiation exposure beyond Earth and where we are now, getting toward the moon, which is of course incredibly important to understand if we want to habitat or have a habitat, a long-term habitat on the surface of the moon, because that really matters. So I'm not surprised there. I mean, it's never going to be when you're looking directly at your shot as you see it through a mirror. It's all, in my opinion as well, and also from my experience moving from my line of cameras from Canon, the DSLR always looks sharper than compared to looking at a monitor inside the eyepiece. Just my experience. Nothing wrong with the screens. They're still incredibly useful and they're great. But there's something satisfying about looking through an eyepiece from a DSLR. It's just it's old school. It feels kind of like a dinosaur, especially in this modern age, but it still works brilliantly.
Yeah. Hey, if it works, it works, and it's a good comparison test.
Yep.
There was a question here, Alex. Seven Senders wondering, is Artemis passing east or west as they go by the moon here?
They're going east to west, so it will be sort of like retrograde relative to the moon. Yeah.
Cool. Good to know. And yeah, we've been hearing them calling out all the different landmarks and things. One cool thing that you can do as well, if you have Google Earth Pro, there's a section where you can switch to the moon. And as you hear them call out features, you can type it in and see where they're talking about on the lunar surface. That's what I've been doing, is I've been just listening in here. So I have that open on one of my monitors right now. Mark Jones, $20, saying, I've waited half a century for this day. My long latent impatience is finally rewarded. The future is brighter now. Thank you, NSF. Yes. Josiah, keep your eyes peeled for any large black monoliths near Tycho crater. Emerald City. I get that. That was nice. I'm scared to know the context of this. To answer the question, Sawyer is older. Older than what? Do I want to know what that was?
I think both of us.
Thanks. Appreciate it. And we had, I believe that's Taro Sr. Thank you for becoming a launch director. That's one of the highest levels of support here. You also get access to the NSF Discord that we have, where you can talk about spaceflight, food chat. There's channels for each specific company, and there's countries in there. There's member photos in there, and you get your name at the end of all of our NSF lives and the Flame Trench, which is our Friday weekly talk news show that we do. Eyes. Thanks always conflating the dark portions on the right side with the size. Clearly the size and frame is different. Yeah, it's a little bit different with that. Sareed gifting 10 Red Team memberships. And Forward pointing out earlier, Jackson chat. Missed you, mate. Nice. Here's a question from Luke Canyon. And I'll throw this one to you, Max. This is just one of the chat questions. Are they taking photos out the window, or do they have cameras on the outside of the hull, or both?
Both. So especially the cameras that we have been seeing primarily on the exterior of Orion are modified, essentially GoPros mounted on the actual solar arrays of Orion, which is what gives you that perspective of Orion somewhat in the left-hand side of your frame, and then also the moon filling the blackness of space on the right. So that is why the image quality isn't, it's not cinema, exactly, but it's one of the biggest benefits of using a GoPro like that, or a camera of that size, is the sensor is good enough. You can modify it to accept networking, so you can actually have this actual picture as we see it now beam back to Earth, and also a mission control, and also to our screens here as well now, to admire what we are seeing now. So they have cameras both on the exterior, but they have a variety of cameras inside as well. I think the most prominent of which, from what we are hearing the crew talk about, are the ones that they are currently hand-holding, being the Nikon D5s and the Nikon Z9s in their appropriate lenses. So, yeah, they have cameras all over, both on the inside and on the outside. But I think one of the primary focuses of the lunar observation and closest approach is going to be with the cameras they have inside the spacecraft, shooting through the actual windows of Orion. So, oh my God, it's basically at the edge of the frame now. As they say, cutting away.
Of course. Right.
As they say, cutting away. Yeah, great.
Yep. There we go.
Oh my God, look at that. Dude.
Yeah.
Mind you, we're, what, 25 minutes away from LOS, or loss of signal at this point?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly 25 minutes from the expected LOS. And it just keeps getting bigger in frame, more detailed. And again, this is from one of the lower quality cameras here. This is
correct.
in the solar array wing. This isn't one of the high quality 4K cameras that they also have inside the spacecraft. They're not streaming these at the highest quality because, again, when you're 250,000 miles away from the Earth and you have limited bandwidth, you want to focus on whatever's going to be the, I guess, highest priority. And it's more so getting basic views back and allowing the telemetry to come through rather than 4K everything.
Exactly. And I think, again, one of the biggest benefits of using these GoPros is that they're small and they're relatively simple, and they're great to use for purposes like this. As we can see, the image quality, it's not like film, right? It's not like we saw it during Apollo, but this does not look like it's out of a security camera. You know, the sensor is still great. And sorry, I keep finding myself staring at the screen, and it's becoming more. It's no longer a half moon anymore. It's beginning to become a crescent as Orion approaches the backside of the moon in real time. Holy crap!
This is
wow.
Yeah. Wow. And again, I know people have been talking about, well, it looks almost the same as it's been going through. I mean, if you've just been watching for the last 30 minutes,
Yeah,
I
right.
think you can see the dramatic difference in size so far. But here's a time lapse, in case you're wondering, of the previous, I believe, 3 hours or so of the spacecraft moving, maneuvering, and the size of the moon growing.
And also the orientation, because they're moving, right?
Yep.
Relative to the moon. And so you can see sort of the Maris on the near side now disappearing. And it's starting to get to the point where, whoop, there you go. And see, now they're pretty much gone from that point of view. And you are mostly seeing now the far side of the moon. And if I'm not mistaken, it was going to be between 20 to 21% illumination for that far side of the moon.
Yeah.
Jeez
And the Mare,
Louise.
by the way, that's the dark area, the sea. So if you hear Sea of Tranquility, going back to Apollo 11, I believe it's called Mare Tranquillus. Or is it just Mare Tranquility? But either way, that's the dark parts.
Yeah, some Latin name. I think it's Tranquillitatis, something like that.
That, yeah.
Yeah. The Oriental crater is also supposed to be Orientale or something like that. It's weird.
And you know what's weird? If we go back to the very last frame of that time lapse compared to the frame we're seeing now, it's already changed. Look at this. It's already changed. And that was like, what, 10 minutes ago? Not even? Oh, my golly.
This is so cool.
This is cool. This is pretty cool.
And again, a view inside the capsule there. You can see a little bit of that light actually coming through now. They've been doing a lot to try and block the light to create best photography environment, with the primary camera being on just one half of window number 2. So the rightmost half of window 2, which they deem to have the least number of scratches and interference on it to get the cleanest science images possible.
Yeah, and speaking of views, because we're getting close to the point of loss of signal, I'm going to say we're not going to have signal. I think it's very obvious that we also won't get any views, right?
Yeah.
Just preemptively say into chat, don't ask us for views, because we will not have them. Nobody will have them.
It'll
only
be
the 4
kind of
astronauts out there.
anticlimactic because we won't have any live views of where the crew is going.
That's how spoiled we are right now, because it's like we're getting live views from them, right?
I know.
Yeah.
We're not going to get them for like, what, 40 minutes or so? And we're
something like that.
Approximately.
Yeah, so I think the current LOS time is 6:47 p.m. Eastern, and that will put the predicted acquisition of signal around 7:28 or 7:29 p.m. Eastern, somewhere in there. So yeah, a period of about 40 minutes, and that's when the crew will essentially be on their own. It'll just be them, the spacecraft, and the moon.
Yeah, by the way, it's Mare Tranquillitatis. Thank you for everyone in chat that's been talking about that. And we talked about this a bit earlier, but for people who are kind of joining as we get into the closer part, I mean, Alex, this isn't like the Apollo missions where it's nail-biting and, oh my gosh, what are they going to come out the other side, things like that, because they don't have any burns to do.
Yeah, that's right. That's one of the main differences from Apollo, right? We were talking about, I was actually going to mention one of the intricacies, which is, whereas, we've been told for a long time, Apollo used free return trajectory. It's sort of misleading because on the way out, after that translunar injection, sort of halfway through to the halfway to the moon, basically, they did another burn sort of to come closer to the moon. So that's also why Apollo 8 got closer, even if it never got to the point, like even if it had not done the orbital incendiary burn. That will have been closer than Artemis II anyways. But that is exactly also one of the reasons why Apollo was also nail-biting, which is they had to do that sort of midway burn where it sort of tugged the orbit such that it came closer to the moon, which then saved them some fuel in order to enter orbit around the moon. But it also meant that if that burn to enter orbit around the moon did not work, they were not flung out back to the Earth, or at least not in this way. It was no longer a free return trajectory. And during Apollo 13, what happened is that accident happened after the burn had occurred for that tweak that they did in their trajectory, and so they had to use the lunar module engine to be able to come back to a free return trajectory, and it's in fact why they held the record for the furthest distance from Earth at the time. But yeah, so that is exactly why this is not like that. Like, there's no burn. It's just they lose the signal, but there's nothing to be done, right? Other than keep doing the lunar observation that they've been doing. It's not like there's any burn. They just come around the moon and come back to Earth, and they're right smack down the middle, right, of that trajectory. They've only been they've only done one course correction burn. It was yesterday, and it was only like 3 meters per second, really small, about 10 feet per second for those that use Imperial. So there's no nail biting sort of thing of like, ooh, they're missing the burn, they're stranded or something like that. No, they're coming back. It's okay.
Yeah, there's nothing for them to do on the far side other than grab whatever imagery they can or are scheduled to, and just enjoy the time in quiet, because it's literally going to be just them, their spacecraft, and the moon. That's it.
Wow. But for those wondering, it's not like they don't have any more burns that they have currently scheduled for the rest of the mission. There is still a potential course correction burn where they can fine-tune their maneuver to make sure that they hit at just the right angle and the right time so that they splash down on schedule in the Pacific Ocean near San Diego, right? They had 2 of them that were originally planned and canceled them because the translunar injection burn was so perfect. They ended up doing burn number 3, but they have, I believe, 2 more potentially that they could do if they need it.
Yeah, they had 3 for the outbound and another 3 for the return trajectory, so a total of 6 correction burns. But as I mentioned, the first 2 were not needed. They were very short. And even the third one was still like 3 meters per second, about 10 feet per second of delta V of that change in speed, right, that they need to be able to come back on track. And these burns are mostly done because, there's that toilet vent that we've been talking about, right? There's also the CO2 that they scrub from the air is also vented out. So there's a few vents here and there that can tug the Orion spacecraft in ways that they don't want to. And also because over time, as they keep tracking the spacecraft, there are other sort of sources of gravity, like, other planets and things like that, very far away. They're far away, and their force is very tiny, but over time it can, tug a little bit here and there. And so they do these little correction burns in order to be able to come back on track. But yeah, there's another 3 that are scheduled for once they come back around the moon, and we'll see if they take them. If they are still really much down the line, then they may not do them anyways.
Plus, we've also seen the spacecraft oscillate a bit and shake as they're doing their exercises as well. So
Yep.
I'm sure there's a little bit of wiggle room, literally and figuratively, with that.
I was just going to say literally.
Yeah. Oh boy. Let me really quickly also hit Bideford's $50 super chat. As I watched the landing in 1969 and our family watched every moment of TV coverage, I'm almost tearing up again at the marvel of this breathtaking adventure these astronauts are experiencing. Wow. Yeah. Wow, indeed. I saw a good question here from Marine, who is
Integrity Houston, 10 minutes till the LOS. We'll take a snappy sit rep from the cabin if you have one.
Okay, Jenny, that came, we missed most of that, but just a 10-minute warning, is that what you're saying?
10-minute warning for the LOS, and I'll take a quick sit rep from the cabin, please.
All right, cabin is still full of excitement. We've got Christina in window 2, Ike in Victor in window 3. Reed's actually been trying to get some images out of the docking tunnel. We can see the Earth and the moon and part of the moon out of the docking tunnel, which is pretty good. And I'm just grabbing some footage right now with our interior cameras.
Copy, Jeremy. We'd like to know what camera Reed is using and also the status of window 1. Looks like there might be a shroud removed.
Okay. Reed was using the Z9, and the T-shirt shroud is still on window 1, but we took the camera out of it. So maybe that's what you're noticing. But when I looked in there, I saw a lot of sunlight reflecting around.
Copy. That makes a lot of sense to us, Jeremy. I want to remind you, coming up on this LOS, it will take sit reps in the blind. And as more and more of the moon is in darkness, we will take any report you have on impact flashes.
There's the Earth.
Earth.
All right, Eddie, you have to say again your last. There's a lot of conversation here, and I was on the other side of the cabin, so I missed all of it.
Look out for impact flashes, and we'll take sit reps in the blind.
Oh my gosh.
Wave,
Okay,
everyone, you're on
impact flashes, sit reps in the blind. We got it. And yeah, just so you understand what's going on with window 1, there is light coming through the outer hall from window 2 into the inside of window 1, if that makes sense. Like, I can see the inside of the vehicle when I look between the two panes of glass.
Copy.
Oh my gosh. Look
I'm in
at
shock
that
right now.
view.
That is us and that little crescent on the right of your screen. That's everything that we know of that has happened, that is happening, and that will happen. All in that one dot.
I hope whoever has the 400 is like primed and ready right now, because this is one of the frames. I posted about this earlier. This was one of the probable frames that they were going to have in terms of a crescent Earth setting behind or being eclipsed by a crescent moon. Oh my God. That is insane.
They did say that when the Earth would be visible with the moon behind them, the primary areas that would be facing us would be Asia, Africa, and Oceania. So if you're in any of those areas, that is the side that is pointing towards the spacecraft as it flies by, in particular.
And a reminder, the camera, it is high resolution. The feed is low resolution because there's a lot of other things that are having bandwidth priority, let's put it that way, right? And loss of signal will probably just look as, this feed just stops. Like you see the Earth coming close to the limb of the moon and then it stops.
Integrity Houston, you are 6 minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS. From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
Thank you for that, Jenny. And thank you to all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. And as we go on this journey, thinking about the NASA mission to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, hopefully we're doing just those things. And as we get close to the nearest point to the moon and farthest point from Earth, as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, I would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so, as we prepare
start to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Pilot Victor Glover with those words.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
That was Capcom Jenny Gibbons, who was
We will
the
see you
backup
on the
crew
other side.
member. Who was the backup from the Canadian Space Agency, also acting as capsule communicator or Capcom, and pilot Victor Glover with those words. And whether you're religious or not, I think that conveyed it very well. It's all about love. And that's one of the biggest mysteries here on Earth, and one of the things that we all strive for is love. Brilliant words. And keep in mind, remember the photo of Earthrise, folks? You're watching it live. This is live Earthrise on that side of the screen. And if that doesn't make you love what's happening and love everyone around you right now, I don't know what will. Apologies for getting a bit emotional here. This is just something I did not expect to be able to see in my lifetime, something that seemed so far off in the distance. And yet now the only thing far off in the distance is the crew of 4 on Artemis II and their capsule named Integrity, about to go on the far side of the moon, out of communications, and officially mark the farthest that any humans have ever been from our homeworld. Everyone smile and wave while you're on camera. Loss of signal coming up in just about 3 minutes now. And again, we will expect to get that signal back about 40 minutes after. Once we do lose that signal, though, again, if you switch to any stream that exists out there, we will all not have any visuals because you have the moon blocking that signal returning back to Earth. So once it passes the other side, we'll get that. Hopefully we'll get to see more images of ourselves. And then shortly after that, we also have a solar eclipse that will be visible with the moon blocking the sun from that view. So they'll be able to do some coronal studies as well from around the moon. Look at that. Just enjoying the visuals as we have them. And then we'll get back to answering questions and talking with you guys more once we enter LOS, loss of signal.
Signal already seems to be struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, they're not all sending this back at the highest quality because they're prioritizing bandwidth for other things like telemetry. But the fact that we still have video from 250,000 miles away, live, as we see the Earth. Sorry, it's an Earth set more than an Earth rise at the moment.
Look at that. It's hitting the disk.
Yeah, Apollo 8 had Earth rise, we have Earth set. And as the Earth sets, the crew enters their loss of signal.
Oh.
In a couple seconds.
Still, it's like struggling there.
And with that, we will see the crew again in approximately 40 minutes with a steady signal. Because they keep popping in and out here.
It's fighting. It's like, I want to transmit.
And yeah, right around as we pass the top of the hour, that is when the crew will reach their closest point to the moon. And that'll be followed just a few minutes after that by the farthest distance away from the Earth. It's still holding on. Still barely holding on, but it's holding on. And we'll hold on to it as long as we have it here.
Look at I am envious of whoever has the 400 on them right now looking at that.
I'm guessing they're talking to Canberra, because that was the side of Earth that they were being... There we go. I see it gone now on the DSN Now website.
And there we go. Crew officially now in LOS. But we're still going to stay with you through all of it and after it. So stick around. This is a good chance to answer any questions you have. And of course, as we reach those milestones for the closest approach to the moon and the farthest distance from the Earth, we will be marking those with you and sharing it all. Okay, let me take a moment there. You can see Art2 is what it was using, and yeah, the bandwidth very much dropped there. Let me take this moment to go through the support now that's been backing up, which we kind of had this big giant moon appearing on the screen. That was amazing. So yeah. Let's see here. Moonman is wondering if you each got to name a crater, what would it be?
Oh. Oh, that's a good question. I'm going to have to ponder on that for a bit. I don't know.
I think we all will, yeah. Crater McCrater face. A couple people have already said that. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I would probably have to name it after a family member, kind of like they did for Reed's wife. Atticus, do we know what sort of observation/experiments the crew will be doing as they're in LOS? Alex, you want to take that one?
Well, specifically during the LOS, during the loss of signal, it's pretty much going to be similar to what they've been doing for now. But as they are going into the darker portions, or like the shadow side of the moon, there is one specific, or at least two specific things that they might be looking out for. One of them is, as they mentioned on the comms, is about the potential for maybe looking out for like hits of meteorites on the moon, on the dark side, because it sort of flashes, right? It hits and it flashes as with that high energy impact, right? And so it might be visible to human eyes. And then also, because they have a much more sort of inclined or sloped view of the Terminator, for example, you can see better some of the shadow craters, like the shadow on those craters might be more visible. You have a more 3D vision, so to speak, of those areas, right? Once they go into the eclipse portion of this observation, which will be after they regain contact, by the way, so we'll probably see that hopefully through the Orion cameras. They also have another point, which is observing the solar corona, right? Because it's gonna block the sun, and also this phenomenon that they found during Apollo missions of like dust sort of floating off from the surface of the moon, right? And sort of like hanging around a little bit, which is a weird phenomenon, but they've observed that going back to the Apollo program. And so it's going to be interesting what they report out of that and what they are able to catalog and record. Remember that the things that we've been hearing and the call outs and everything has just been summaries. They do much more detailed recordings on their own individually when they shoot out the window. So we'll probably hear some of that probably after the mission ends.
Yeah, and you could see there for a bit when we got a look inside the science room at the Johnson Space Center there, you could see the teams were hugging each other in celebration of the amazing science they've gotten so far. And again, excited to hear the observations that we get once they do return from the loss of signal in the far side, which, a reminder, they did enter loss of signal at about 6:43, 6:44-ish p.m. Eastern Time, and that is a 40-minute LOS. So in approximately 40 minutes after that, we will hopefully hear from them. They did tell the crew to continue to make call-outs in the blind. So in other words, just report anyway back. And in case signal does bounce around, then they'll be able to get it. And we'll also be able to know once they reacquire that signal. And on your screen right now, you can see this look at NASA's Deep Space Network, which is used to communicate with spacecraft that are beyond Earth orbit. And that does include Artemis II, that's ART2. So once we see two-way communications going back and forth with that, that is when we'll be able to know that they have returned from that. Let me continue clearing up the support, and then we've got some cool stuff to show you. Alan Smith saying the toilet was designed by Howard Wolowitz. If you know, you know. Big Bang Theory reference. Gregor Gold with a super chat, no message, but appreciate it. Digis Dave, serious question, could the radio pick up alien signals without the radio interference on the other side of the moon? Seems like an opportunity. We've got plenty of spacecraft that are out that far. We would have heard something, I think, at that point. Massa Shenanigans, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Emerald City Boulevard, hey Max, we went to the moon. Jack Buyer, probably. Adrian, thank you for the $5 super chat. Black and white again, I already saw this, said Marcel. Appreciate the winky face there. Dino Nuggy becoming a Pad Rat member. And then we had Elizabeth Hopner gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Jeb with the $20 super chat. My friend Tony from Eagle River, Michigan is Sawyer's biggest fan. He is watching now, but is too shy to super chat. Give him a shout out, Sawyer. Well, Tony, appreciate you from watching, Thank you so much, and appreciate the support there. And hi right back at you. Let's see. At this point, let's see, what images are the presenters of tonight's show most excited about seeing? Great commentary and engagement as always. Clear skies, NSF. I think I'm looking forward to seeing just some of the details of parts of the moon that we've never seen before. We're talking, some of these mare and some of the lighted areas that they'll get to observe that have never seen human eyes before. And I'm excited to see what they're able to get. Do you have any spot in particular, Alex?
I don't really have anything in particular, but I'm really interested to be surprised. Like, that's sort of the point, right? Of like, see what they have seen, right? And that's sort of the magic of this mission, right? Because the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, it gets closer to the surface. It's not like, super duper breathtaking close-up imagery, right? Compared to what the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter does. But it's a human at the other end of the camera that shot those pictures, right? That they see that crater, that surface feature or something like that, or certain colors, and they decided to point their camera at it and shoot it, right? Like, I think that's unique with the pictures of this mission.
Yeah, and what's crazy is having to try and photograph the moon. This is something with these high-quality cameras we haven't really seen. And Don Pettit, who was an astronaut aboard the ISS, who was a master of photography there, had a great insight into what it's potentially going to be like for these astronauts photographing the moon. Let's hear his comments.
First and foremost, I guess you and I share a great passion behind the camera. I'm a photographer as well, but my subjects are mostly here on the ground, whereas yours have always been pointed down. How would you approach photographing the moon, especially from the far side, like the Artemis II crew will?
Well, first you have to figure out what your field of views are going to be. You've got rather smallish windows. You're going to be like 6,500 kilometers away, and the windows are made out of cast acrylic, so the optical properties aren't the best. So you can't just screw on long telephoto lens and get really sharp imagery. You're going to have to choose the appropriate telephoto lens and then get whatever that happens to show up in your pictures. And I'm thinking there would be obvious picture to try to recreate is Earthrise.
Yeah, of course.
And maybe Earthrise with I guess it's going to be a gibbous Earth, not a crescent Earth, but a crescent Earth to me is really cool. Apollo 17 took an amazing picture of an Earthrise, but instead of a gibbous Earth, it was a crescent Earth.
Yes, absolutely. Have you been able to talk with the Artemis II crew about any photography aspects?
Oh, yeah, we've Tonto and Christina are, in particular, really into photography, and we've spent a lot of time talking.
What are some challenges, given those conversations, do you expect the crew to face from an imagery standpoint? I know you're just talking about the acrylic being a factor. How do you think those may compare to your experience and theirs, at least for Reed, Victor, and Christina, from their time previously on the space station?
Well, the SpaceX Dragon capsules have acrylic windows, and they're pretty good optical quality, so long as you don't go too much above an 80 to 100 millimeter telephoto lens, equivalent to an FX format. And I imagine the same thing for the Orion windows. Wide angle lenses, I'm a wide angle kind of person. Fisheye lenses are not wide angle enough for me. And you can get some amazing pictures out these windows with wide angle. I'd think about wide angle, the composition you can have, and not only when you're on the far side of the moon doing your flyby, but for the 4 days journey out there, there's going to be all kinds of things to take pictures of, all kinds of things, and wide angle would be part of the story. Telephoto will be another part of the story, up to what the resolution of the current windows allow.
We had the privilege of talking to you on the space station about a year and a quarter ago. Now that you're back on Earth, do you have any specific photograph, or is there any specific photograph that you cherish among others, not just from this past flight, but in general?
For pictures that I've taken,
yes.
The ones that I did with what I call an orbital sidereal tracker. And this sidereal tracker on Earth tracks about once every 24 hours to counteract Earth's rotation, so you can do long exposures with star fields. And I brought a homemade device that tracks at a 90-minute rate and tracks out your orbital motion so that you can take time exposures of star fields. And this device allowed me to increase the exposure by a factor of 60, and that allowed for the first time really cool pictures of the Milky Way and galaxies like the Large Magellanic Clouds. And the neat thing is the perspective, because you got the limb of the Earth, you got atmospheric air glow, you can get zodiacal light, you can get reflections from the moon, and you see Starlink satellites, and you have all of this in a perspective that is not possible from the surface of Earth. And it's a sidereal tracker that allowed a whole series of new imagery on my last mission. And those right now are my favorites.
Is that the barn door tracker you've always talked about?
No, the barn door tracker counteracted orbital motion for taking pictures of cities.
That's what that was. Okay.
Yeah, and it was all a hand thing. And it would not make the stars as points of light. It was meant for looking nadir straight down and countering out the ground track motion over Earth, so you could do a long exposure, get the city, the city lights. And that was when the digital cameras we had were like ISO 800, and it would take a 2, sometimes 3-second exposure to get a good image of cities at night. And now with the modern cameras, you can just do hand tracking for cities, but for star fields, you can't hold a camera still for 30 to 60 seconds, and not without the stars wiggling and jiggling.
Right.
And this orbital sidereal tracker allowed that.
Is there anything that you used on station that you have with you now, or that's helped you with your photos here on the ground of whatever you want to shoot?
Well, experience counts a lot, and things that I learn on Earth transcribe to going into space, and then things that you learn in space transcribe what goes on Earth. So you keep your eyes open and your mind open, and whatever. There's Josh Kutrick walking by. There seems to be a lot of these astronauts walking around here.
Weird around these parts, weird,
yeah,
right?
But you keep yourself receptive for new ways of walking and talking, and you learn from other people, and you can incrementally improve on whatever is important in your life.
Is there, bringing it back to Artemis II to close this out, is there a specific feature on the moon that you're most excited about being captured, or how about just in general for the mission?
I do a lot of imagery of the moon from my driveway at Houston, and what I am focused on is the South Pole region of the moon, where we're planning to go for these Artemis missions when it's time to put significant assets, build a lunar base. And imaging the South Pole, because of the obliqueness from Earth, is not an easy thing to do. And the moon will go through librations, and I found out you have to pronounce that carefully because there's another word that sounds almost the same. But if this is the moon, it will wiggle around, it will librate, and it can tip up to 6 degrees, so you can see in concept 6 degrees past the South Pole. And you can image Shackleton Crater, which is right on the South Pole. You can image Nobile, you can image the Gerlach, you can image the ridge that connects Shackleton Crater to the Gerlach. Lots of neat things you can image just from Earth. And if you were flying by the moon, I would want to see what could I do for imagery in the South Pole region from another perspective.
What are you most excited about for the mission?
I just want the mission to go off safely and accomplish their goals and have the crew come back all smiling and waving to folks like you so you could do another interview.
You, Don, are magnificent. Thank you so much for your time. That was amazing.
My pleasure.
Don Pettit, one of the most senior astronauts at NASA and a master of photography while aboard the International Space Station, talking about photographing the moon. Of course, the crew of 4 up there is doing that as we speak, but we do not have communications with them as we are in a planned LOS, or loss of signal. That has been going on for about 15 minutes up at this point. But speaking of this point, we are about to experience the next piece of history. We are just a couple seconds away from Artemis II reaching the closest point to the moon in its trajectory. We should be hitting that right
5
about
seconds.
now. And that is 4,067 statute miles above the surface of the moon, or 6,545 kilometers up. This is the closest humans have been to the moon since 1972, and hopefully not the closest we'll see. Hopefully in a couple of years we'll get even closer, aka the surface itself. But for right now, I mean, this is pretty amazing.
I hope everybody remembers where they are during this moment. I know we can't talk to the crew right now, or I know Houston can't talk to the crew right now. They're on their own. But this is a moment literally decades in the making. And I hope everyone takes note of where they're watching from right now and where they were when this happened.
And not just that, you could see there a look at the science tracker from NASA, the live view into that, going near some of those craters there in the far side, out of communications, but they are also just about to be the farthest that any human has been from Earth. They already are, but they are about to set the official record of the farthest away from our home planet at 252,756 statute miles, or 406,771 kilometers. It has been over 50 years since we have seen humans away from the Earth, and now they are farther away than they have ever been. And yet, over 50 years later, with live streaming and with what we're able to do here at NSF and the visuals being provided, somehow this feels closer than ever before. The moon finally feels within reach. We're that much closer to getting humans back on the surface of the moon. And even though they're far away and we can't talk to them right now, this is just the beginning of what will hopefully be the continued presence of humanity back in the sphere of influence around the moon, and then again back on the lunar surface, and this time to stay. Anyone else have any other prophetic words?
Just remember where you were. I mean, we're going to have another moment like that once we see people walking on the moon again. But this is the closest we've been in 53, 54 years. Decades in the making for this moment. Now the crew technically is on their way home. And
that is true.
I don't know if I have the vocabulary to properly convey what I'm feeling right now. I don't know about you guys, but man,
it's going to be something special hearing them come back from the loss of signal here and hearing their words from while they were on the far side out of communications. I mean, you got to imagine what this is like for the crew, who is farther than any human has ever been in a complete communications blackout. Just the four of you and the moon. And that's it. No communication with anyone else. That's got to be an existential moment.
That's about as lonely is the wrong word.
Isolated.
But as isolated as people have ever been in our species history. Ever. Right now. Right
hard to believe.
Now.
Yeah.
And they beat that record by Apollo. We were talking about the record from Apollo 13, right? So they've been now that record has been beaten by 4,101 statute miles or 6,600 kilometers, more or less. More up and down, basically.
Yep. And the furthest distance from the Earth on that. That's amazing.
Yeah. So now that speed relative to Earth is going to start going up.
Yeah, people have been asking, why is it slowing down? Why has it been slow? Shouldn't it be picking up? Well, again, if we're talking relative to Earth there, now that it's heading towards Earth, that speed will start to go up. So.
Yeah, it's sort of like a roller coaster, right? Where you are on your peak and then you slow down and then whoop, you pick up the speed as you go down. Similarly, now they're going to be picking up speed. And actually, they're going to be faster than during translunar injection, because if you think about it, when they were doing the translunar injection, that happened around 115 miles in altitude, so above the thickest parts of the atmosphere. But this time, when they come back, they're actually going to re-enter the atmosphere. So for a while, they're actually going to be slightly faster than a translunar injection, because they're going to be deeper into the Earth's gravity well, right? And so they're going to speed up a little bit more. That tiny difference between just above the atmosphere or down in the thickest parts. Of course, the atmosphere at one point will be thick enough that it'll start slowing down the spacecraft. But, you know, it's sort of quite interesting because, yes, gravity in theory should be that it's symmetrical. Once they go back again through 115 miles, they're going to be pretty much around the same speed. But there's a little bit more until you actually reach the part where you get slowed down by the atmosphere. So they're going to speed up a little bit more.
Yeah, they're going to be picking up speed pretty good once the gravity from Earth gets a hold of them again.
By the way, forward, didn't they already go farther an hour ago? Yes, but now they're the farthest. And that officially set the record.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, first you break the record and then you go beyond that.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me go through the super chats that have been backed up while we're not going to be interrupted by by the team communicating. Selling, when the Apollo 8 mission happened, we only had a few bad resolutions of the TV shoots. We had to wait a few weeks after the mission to see the photos. And I saw someone asking, will we see photos from this flyby before they splash down? Yes, absolutely yes. They are. They noted that each of them has their own personal SD card that they're taking with them. So when they're done, they will load it up into the computer, and then there is a system that while they're sleeping, using laser optics, they will be able to beam down those photos at a higher speed, and then Mission Control will work on getting those down overnight and releasing a couple of them to the public. So we should be seeing those soon.
And those, I think they said that those were going to be released during their next sleep period, or those going to be sent during their next sleep period, or something like that.
Yeah, one big difference. I was going to mention one big difference, of course, compared to Apollo is that now we have digital cameras, right? And there's no need to return film or anything like that. And so you can just upload it, and they're going to be doing the high bandwidth transmissions through their optical laser in space communications tonight. They use that while they are asleep.
Yeah, I believe any images that were sent back previously that were beamed down were slow scan, so quite a different.
Yeah.
We are now about 15 minutes away, by the way, from the return of communications with the crew, just for people who are wondering where we're at in the timeline there. JK Video, keep up the good work. Thank you very much. We try. Rick St. Hilaire, thank you for the $20 super chat. No message, still appreciated. Dilob saying, hoping to see some Mun arches. He also play Kerbal Space Program. Forward, will blackout mean totally dark moon for them? Alex?
Not yet. Once they regain contact, we should be in about, do the math, 16 minutes from now or so. They should be regaining contact. After that, a few minutes later, not a few minutes, actually 50 minutes later, the moon will be completely blocking the sun, and so they're going to have an actual dark side of the moon in front of them to be able to look at. And that eclipse is scientifically called. It's not the usual eclipse that you see, solar eclipse and whatnot, but still an eclipse. That should last, let me take a look here, a little bit under an hour. It's about 56 to 58 minutes or so, yeah.
Give or take a bit, because obviously their trajectory changes, and this is just the predicted numbers that we get from NASA. Let's see, Jose earlier was saying, I was asking because an image size and pixel count of 100 megapixels for a Hasselblad versus 45 for a Z9. Figured for this they'd want the higher res. By the way, I'm a Canon user too, photo enthusiast R5 Gen 1. I have Nikon and Sony, but anyway. Chelsea Cat, just them, the spacecraft, and the moon until there's knocking on the hatch. Nice. Doug J with the $10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, purely hypothetical, what might they do if they weren't close enough to the moon's gravity to get pulled around and escape out the other side? Would they be able to burn and return? I mean, that's why they have the mid-course correction burns to make sure that doesn't happen. But they do always have extra propellant on board.
Yeah, I mean, they still...
Also,
yeah. Oh, go ahead,
Max. I've talked about orbits already too much.
I mean, like, I can't talk about orbital mechanics the way you can, Alex, but they have enough margin on board to make decent enough corrections should they need to. But chances are, just given the nature of orbital mechanics, if they were going to be that far off, we would have seen major corrections by now. So they do have some margin to work with, but not enough to get into or out of lunar orbit. But everything looks to be on track so far, which is good.
Yeah, what I was going to mention is that even if the moon wasn't there, right, because orbits are, at least orbits are bound to Earth are closed, right? Like if you go to low Earth orbit, it's more or less a circular orbit, but you can have a very long elliptical orbit as long as it is around the Earth, as long as it is not an open trajectory, as long as it's not escaping the Earth completely, right? When we talk about translunar injection, it escapes Earth. Well, it escapes the vicinity of the Earth. It doesn't really reach escape velocity to really, go, I don't know, to Mars or something like that. Even if the moon wasn't there, it will still come back, right? But being able to do it in this way sort of saves you the trouble of also having to do some kind of trajectory corrections and things like that. For example, to have that lowest point in your orbit inside the atmosphere for that very precise entry corridor that they need for when they come back. Hopefully in about 4 days, less than 4 days, I think. But yeah.
On Friday, yes.
Friday.
Currymaster, thank you for the super chat. Selling all Apollo mission TLI burns for free return. This is a backup for the SPS failed to work. On some missions, they went out of the free return to get to other landing zones. Fares on the rise. The amount of life-changing images we are watching live is insane. Yes, it is.
We were literally just watching. I was just saying, like, right before we got to LOS, whoever has that 400, I hope was just absolutely... like right as the Earth was coming past or behind the crescent of the moon, because those images are going to be are going to be ending up on the front pages of newspapers, magazines, history books. Like those, we were watching that happen in real time.
Yeah. Currymaster, curious why the moon looked like it was bouncing around along with the spacecraft when we were doing the time lapse. Well, the spacecraft is moving and maneuvering to stay in position and to get different parts of the moon in the view of the window. So that's everything orienting itself as it goes. J. Floyd, the course line Earth to moon screen looks very much like a small fish, so I've dubbed it the route trout. Haha, sorry.
That's okay. That's kind of clever. I like that.
Yeah. Andrew Bell saying, now we see all of humanity in one shot. And they also came in with another kind message earlier, saying, many believe that this flight is nothing more than an expensive PR stunt. The fate of Orion and SLS is unclear. The mission is either a replay or couldn't be achieved by a cheap satellite, so all the mission is just an overpriced sightseeing. Please share your thoughts on this. I mean, I think we're all seeing now exactly the reason why. To hear them discuss the views that they're seeing, the science that they're getting, to have someone with a handheld camera to be able to point at it and go, look at what I'm being able to photograph for you. If you want it a little to the left or the right, we can do that. Or they're just seeing something and go, oh my gosh, look what I saw, and can take that picture. There's something about adding the human experience to it that I think brings it closer to Earth, especially for people that are far away.
The human element of spaceflight holds a level of importance that obviously not everybody is going to understand. And if we really are going to expand our footprint both to the moon and onto Mars, that profound point needs to be better understood. And it's up to us, those who are trying to help tell the story of the modern era of spaceflight, just how important that is. So I beyond that, I don't know if I have the vocabulary to bring across my exact thoughts on it right now, especially as we are living in this moment now, still in the LOS phase of the flight. We still can't talk to the crew yet. It's the human element of spaceflight is incredibly important and profound, because we are going somewhere that we were never meant to, and nor were we biologically designed to. So, and it's the purpose and task of that is greater than any one individual could ever be. And I think that's one of the greatest adventures that there ever could possibly be.
And I mean, this is obviously something that's been asked a bunch, because you're not the first person to bring that up or to discuss it. The crew has also been asked this exact question, and let's listen to what they had to say.
The question about the why of this mission, there are so many different ways that you can answer that. There's the industrial benefits, there's the commercial benefits, scientific, technology, innovation, inspiration. I'll also just mention that high level, really the question is not should we go, but should we lead or should we follow? That's how I see it, because everyone, many countries have recognized the value that there is in exploring further into the solar system, to the moon and onto Mars. They've recognized that not only can we gain all these extremely tangible benefits, but that we have the opportunity to answer the question that could be the question of our lifetime, which is, are we alone? When we go out and meet people, people ask that all the time. Have you seen evidence of this? What can we learn? And the fact is that answering that question starts at the moon. The moon is a witness plate to our entire solar system's formation. It's a stepping stone to Mars, where we might have the most likelihood of finding evidence of past life. But it's also a Rosetta Stone for how other solar systems form. All the billions of other solar systems in our galaxy, where we've seen from some of our other telescopes like Kepler that there are planets orbiting other suns. All of this starts to unlock when you go to the moon. And for me, that's one of the most important scientific reasons to go.
Hopefully hearing it from the crew themselves helps answer that question a little bit better. Again, we are very close to getting communications back from the crew. Within less than 10 minutes, we should be hearing from them again, from Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. So stick around. Of course, we will be listening in with all of you for when that communication resumes. OrcCloud, why is NASA filming you without my consent? Very funny. Emerald City, I'm reminded of what all NSF photographers say. See you on the other side. Yeah, very true.
Yeah, that one hit home.
Yeah. Andrew Bell, I can practically hear flat earthers showing this image to everyone as proof the Earth is flat while the video shows the glowing edge of the Earth's disk. Very funny. Nyberg, any relation to Karen Nyberg, the astronaut? Earth to Artemis in the blind. We love you. Godspeed. Going back to those crater names, good Joey guy, name it after Jebediah Kerman. Brendan Malone, thank you for the support. Ron Smith, hoping they're playing Pink Floyd in the LOS. Brendan Malone also asking, why can't we bounce the signal off a geostationary satellite to eliminate the loss of signal? Couple reasons. One, there's still a moon in the way, and two, geostationary is in a stationary position around Earth orbit so that ground-based satellites can look up to it and always know where it is. So it's pretty much directionally pointed down for the most part. So it's not like it's all the way omnidirectional and you get it 360 degrees where you can talk to it. It's very much pointed at the Earth. So Reed, so with this kind of space travel starting to happen, do you know if there are plans to start placing ComSats out beyond the moon to prevent loss of signal? Yes.
Yep. That
is part of the program that Jared Isaacman, NASA administrator, announced during his ignition event, is to include telecommunications infrastructure both on the surface of the moon and around it. Alex Jobs, also the Katherine Johnson crater name suggestion. Jeremy Quark, NASASpaceflight for the win. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Appreciate it. Crispy, like Crispy, gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. If you did get one of those memberships, definitely give them a thank you and check out the member section. There's some awesome photos that are member levels, both of the launch from Artemis, as well as for all of our photographers down in Starbase, Texas. So awesome Starship stuff if you're into that as well. NorCal, thank you for the support. The $10 super chat. Stuart King, just think the next Earthrise shot, everyone who is living or has lived, with the exception of the 4 astronauts, will be in frame. Chills. At this point, we're going to keep listening in to see if we can hear the crew. Hopefully, we will get that communications back in just a couple minutes. Michael Collins alone in the command module, the loneliest man. Jim Graves, if anyone wonders what profound means, look at Max's face. Man, now you know how us old-timers felt in the Apollo days. That reaction, Max, yeah. Scotty, it would have been cool if they could still use the Apollo control room for this, but I know it's preserved, but would still have been cool to have both historic moments go through that room. Well, hey, it was one of the old shuttle rooms, so there's still history to it. And remember, the space shuttle program was announced while there were astronauts on the surface of the moon, so technically, kinda. We'll be done. Thank you for the support. Barra Williams, thank you as well for the super chat. Jeremy Elwood, what entertaining watch flirts already sciencing. Good Joey, how are the DSN satellites still communicating through the moon? Yeah, there's that little squiggle that looked like it was going up on one of the dishes there. I wonder if that was just them trying to send a signal in case that they're able to communicate with it, versus the up and down. And again, you can see there, that is DSN now, which is looking live at the communications between the satellites on the ground that are used for any spacecraft beyond Earth orbit. And then looking there at Canberra, you can see there was ART-2, which is, of course, the Artemis II spacecraft. Also, Marine Rebel wondering what the temperature was inside the spacecraft and does it fluctuate? It somewhat fluctuates, but the last reading that they gave us was it was about 71.4 degrees Fahrenheit inside, so relatively comfortable. Electrico saying, great job, guys. Your coverage much better than Netflix. I'm learning a lot from you all. And then Good Joey asking about the DSN graphics still showing traffic, or are you reading it wrong? I think it's them trying to communicate in the blind. And it looks like we have signal from Madrid.
Yep.
No, it shouldn't be that one. I think that might be a little issue with their website. And I'm saying this from experience because I can tell you the moon has not come out. So we have not had yet moonrise here in Spain. And so there's no way that they are able to talk to the moon right now.
But
so that can be a glitch.
At this point, it seems like, though, data trying to go through the Deep Space Network. So at this point, I'm going to hold off on messages and questions, because any moment now we should hopefully be hearing the crew returning from the LOS, the loss of signal, after spending approximately 40 minutes on the far side of the moon, outside of radio communications from Earth. Just before that LOS, we did see a crescent Earth setting behind the moon. So hopefully, as we pass by the other side, we will indeed see the Earth rising again on the other side, which a modern-day Earthrise shot is going to be spectacular. I can't wait to see when those get downloaded from the crew, which will typically happen during their sleep period. They have special test laser optics that they were using to send the higher bandwidth back down
Now,
to Earth.
I can see Canberra is getting signal.
There we go. So it seems like they have started to receive data again from the spacecraft. Whether we have visual and communications yet, we are going to have to continue to listen in. A quick signal there. Hopefully we should be getting full comms back from the crew. There we go. It's still a little shaky, but getting the imagery back now.
There we go.
And so we don't accidentally talk over the crew as we see the Earth there. Let's listen in, and hopefully we'll hear the communications back from them. So it may be quiet a bit, but let's listen in for the crew. At this point, as we wait to hear the communications from them, Mission Control is getting a good signal from Orion at this point. We're being told that the crew is getting a few moments to take some of their own personal photos. In addition to the science objectives, they also have been given the opportunity to take their own photography of points of interest. And there's a look back inside the capsule now. We have visual.
I can imagine they probably... I was going to mention they probably were also taking their time as well for Earthrise photos, right?
Yes. Yeah, that view that you saw from the exterior, that's not the moon in that crescent. That is the Earth. You can see the crew anxiously looking out the window there, working on their photography and just taking it all in. These 4 humans have now been farther away from Earth than anybody in history.
Have you loud and clear? Tell me.
Houston, Integrity, the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts, we will drive rovers, we will do radio astronomy, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected, we copy. Those of us that can are looking back.
Wonderful words.
We are happy to say we copy.
Look at the crew bathed in moonlight. Wow. I know I should be saying something, but
What can you say?
just mesmerized.
Wow.
Those first communications back with the astronauts aboard Orion.
Look at that. There we go. And of course, we'll keep listening in, see if we get any of their science observations that we heard them doing prior to the loss of signal. They discuss anything that they were able to view while they were on the far side or out of communications. And we are about a little over an hour away from the beginning of an eclipse from the moon, a solar eclipse as seen from the moon. Alex, how does that work? Obviously, we know when the moon blocks the sun while we're on the Earth, we get that solar eclipse. But how does that work with the moon?
Yeah, well, it works just very much the same, right? When we talk about eclipse here, we're just talking about an occultation, right? That's the even more precise name if you want. And it's essentially just the moon blocking the sun. That's all it means, right? It's not like it's gonna be like a solar eclipse that you see here with the ring of fire and everything. It's not gonna be just like that. It's just the moon blocking the sun. But there's a lot of things that they're gonna be able to see. We were talking about, for example, the ability to be able to see the corona, the sun's corona, right? They might also see the floating dust, for example, that some other Apollo missions saw. I'm looking forward the most to this view, though, from an us sort of live stream perspective, what we may see. Because at that point, Orion will be in darkness, right? It will not be hidden by the light of the sun. But there might be a little bit of Earthshine, essentially the reflection of the sunlight from Earth.
Yep.
But also, the Earth is, what will be, crescent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a lot of Earthshine. I'm really interested to see what might be visible.
Yes, and the crew were advised before all of this science began to, as a reminder, if they are looking at the sun during it, to use eclipse glasses that were provided to them. Just as we did here during the solar eclipse it was 2024. Right now, the Orion spacecraft reorienting itself for that imagery to come here. This is amazing. And yes, I know Pink Floyd, everyone who was quoting it from Dark Side of the Moon there.
I mean,
And
it's
yes,
going to be the dark side of the moon.
I know it's far side, dark side. You could argue it all you want, but I'm still going to be playing Pink Floyd later tonight.
Yeah. And do you remember before the launch, we were talking about the different launch windows and the different restrictions that they had to be able to launch Artemis II, right? Because we were talking, for example, the eclipses, the time that Orion can be in darkness, because it uses solar panels, right? And so it's not like it can be in darkness forever, because otherwise it runs out of battery. And so there was this limit, which was around 90 minutes. This eclipse should only be for about 55 to 56 minutes or so in length. And so it's not going to be hitting that limit. But imagine if they had launched another time, another point in their launch period, then you start seeing that being longer or maybe shorter, or maybe there's no eclipse at all. But that also works into, planning these missions. And so this is why it's important.
And also important, it appears they're performing a wastewater dump at the moment.
Oh my gosh.
All of those particles that you see, for those wondering, ejecting from the spacecraft, that is from the wastewater tank as part of the space toilet, which we've been hearing so much about. So as they return from the far side of the moon, from lost communications being farther than any human in history, they are now dumping human waste farther than anyone in human history has ever done before.
Oh my God, Sawyer.
And just
the
a reminder,
historic moments.
This spacecraft is coming back. It's already on a trajectory that puts it back on Earth. So all that thing is just gonna enter Earth's atmosphere. Just saying.
By the way, this is just the liquid waste for those wondering. The solid waste is stored. Meanwhile, the liquid waste, they try to eject it. Prior to the lunar observation period, they were told to stop using the toilet.
All of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis II patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
That's great. Great to see the light of
Standing
day
up.
as we head back to.
Oopsies.
Still some rough comms as they
Yeah.
regain signal. They're still, again, 250,000 miles away.
Oh, hey, I now see Jared as well.
That's
the top
Administrator
left.
Jared Isaacman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Looks asleep. I'm joking on that.
It's
And
what I
then,
said. Go ahead.
I was going to note the flowers that you saw there up in the front of the room. Those are actually very significant. Following the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster, there was a local family in the Houston area that brought the flight controllers flowers ahead of the mission as a kind of thank you to them and a good luck charm. And that continued all the way through the Space Shuttle program and now continues with Artemis, the same family that's been doing this since 1988, now continuing to provide those flowers for mission control. So when we cut back to the Capcom area where Jenny Gibbons is communicating with the crew and you see those flowers, that is the history of those flowers.
It was interesting, just like earlier when I pointed out that it's a great mission when you see the flight director and Capcom being, standing up, right? Because it's like, how can you be sitting just down and be calm, being part of the team, right? Like the one handling mission control and the one talking to the crew, I couldn't just sit down and be calm or anything. I will have to be standing up and I don't know.
I'd be pacing. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
I would not be able to hold still.
I'm not going to
Look
make
at the shadows
joke over,
off of the solar
'cause
panels
it's
now.
not
Look at
Blink
this.
Crunch.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, you could see the underside there and all the wiring and everything keeping those solar panels running. But yes, as I was noting earlier, they were told to not use the facilities during that observation period, and if they needed to, use their
A very
contingency
special moment
collapsible
just now
urinals.
in mission control ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center or simulations here. They visited the mission control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the Earth behind it. Now that we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. We are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis II crew. And the Capcom, Jenny Gibbons, did call that update up to the crew that the flight control team here has turned their patches around, as was instructed by the crew during that last sim. And we are counting down the days until they get home.
That is very cool to see for the two-sided Artemis patch there. And I will say ours is not two-sided, but we do have our own mission patch if you want to celebrate Artemis II over at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can see it there. We rise together back to the moon and beyond. We are now down to only 20% left of the stock that we have of these high-quality patches that are all nice and stitched and thick and really, they're substantial. They're gorgeous, and that is our amazing shop team that came up with that. And again, you could see basically what we're seeing right now, Earth in the distance and Orion at the moon. This is pretty much exactly where they're at this moment in the mission portrayed on this patch. So that's at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Once it's gone in the patch form, which there's only 20% left. And if you prefer it, there's also mugs. We've got t-shirts, baby onesies, all different kinds of items that you can get it on. The sun shirts as well that our team was using during the actual Artemis launch itself out in the field. Our crew was wearing this exact one. So that's shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And I'm actually wearing the shirt version of it as we speak. And I think, Max, as are you.
It's right here. Yep, I tried. So we actually had these in our possession for a while and didn't want to spoil anything or anyone by wearing it too early. So the first time I wore it was launch day, and the second time I'm wearing it is right now. And the patch itself is already on my patch board, and so I have two double-sided Artemis II patches, the one Leah was just talking about, and I have one pinned up on one side and the other pinned up on the other. So you can see both sides at the same time. And patches only go on the board once the mission is either underway or done. So I wasn't going to wait 10 days to put those patches on my board. So a very special moment.
We'll see, I've got the shirt too. And you won't have to wait though, because the patches are shipping now. So.
Yep.
Anyway.
Challenge for Artemis 3's patch then. Just told our Lindsay from the shop.
There's a look
Integrity
in the science room,
Houston for another comm check.
We have you loud and clear, Houston.
All right, Integrity, we hear you. That was a little clipped, but I think we have a better link now. We experienced some blockage from a solar array. We moved it, and we are in bias tail to sun.
Okay, Houston, you're coming in loud and clear, and copy, we're in bias tail to sun now.
That explains why we saw the solar array wing moving.
Affirm and Integrity, just so you know, we did not hear your response once we flipped our patches. Jeremy, we heard you call down, but you were clipped, and then we briefly lost comm. Glad we're back.
Okay, copy that. We were just excited that we got to share in that you, the MER, and Mission Control have flipped your patches around, and that side of the patch is getting to see the light of day. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Our pleasure.
Look at that, the crescent of the moon.
That's
there
the moon,
in the
right?
sun rays. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, that is a little bit of the moon on the middle right of the screen, just underneath the 55%.
Oh my gosh.
That is amazing. Yes, you can see they reoriented the spacecraft around. They primarily try and keep it with the tail towards the sun for thermal reasons, but they had it in a different orientation so they could get the best lunar science possible during that flyby, now orienting it for thermal reasons. And as we saw, the wastewater dump, which hopefully they'll be able to use the toilet again now and not have to use the collapsible contingency urinals. because I know everyone in this mission, that's all they want to talk about, so I might as well bring it up.
So we saw earlier Earth setting. Now we're going to see the sunset on the moon. How about that?
And hopefully we will then see Earth rise, for sure. As before we saw the Earth set, hopefully we'll see Earth rise again, as seen originally by Apollo 8. Well, no, won't we see the Earth rise on the other side?
But it already happened.
I thought that was Earth set.
No, what we saw was the Earth set, but the Earth rise has already happened because we're already on the other side. We're already getting signal.
Either way, we have the eclipse coming up as well. So
50 minutes.
Yes, that'll be the cool thing, is as we see that sun disappear, to be blocked by the moon itself. And hopefully we'll get to see what the crew is seeing with some of that corona, the parts that are typically only seen during an eclipse here on Earth. Hopefully they'll get to see those parts as well from around the moon. Let me take a moment to keep thanking people as we get back to taking more questions at this point. Will be saying, if I could name a crater, it would be Thomas Aquinas. Seedinets, why haven't we seen the U.S. flag on the surface? Flag is very tiny and the crew is still relatively far away. Plus, all of the flags that have been out there have been bleached white from all of the radiation exposure on the surface of the moon for all of those years.
2 kilometer size. Well, hang on. Not 2 kilometer, 1 mile sized U.S. flag.
Yeah.
Gotta use the right units.
Yes, thank you. The freedom units. I joke. But you can see on the top of the screen, we, of course, are flashing between both imperial and metric units. So hopefully all of our audience can follow along with the mission as it progresses here. Sarge, aliens would name a crater Terrestis and Domus, with Latin there. Let's see. Digsy, thank you for the suggestion there. Nighthawk saying, thank you for messing up my sleep with your great coverage from Norway.
Nice.
Oh, you know, out in Norway.
Nice. Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m.
Darren, there are windows. Why not show us the moon? That's actually a good question. Well, there's the internal view that the crew has, which they're primarily using to show the crew, as it's normally basically a medical camera that they can move around in there to show teams on Earth anything they need. But I think it's important to note the fact that the windows are a little occupied right now, Max.
A little bit. I mean, they're full of faces and cameras and shrouds. Yeah, the crew is certainly busy utilizing those windows to the best of their ability, and they certainly were right before we went into the LOS period of the flight. Yeah, they're quite busy.
I just got an analogy, if you want. Let's say that we are all in this flight, right? But they got window seat and we got aisle seat. And so we cannot, it's not like they can just point the camera out the window. They take priority.
We can all agree, though, still better than the middle seat.
That's true.
Yeah, I'll take the solar array wing view over a middle seat of nothing any day.
Yeah, 100%.
Theron with the 20 pounds, saying, by being at the furthest point from Earth, we're also the closest to other potential life in the universe, which is kind of wild.
Oh, boy.
Bob Fillmore gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Gene Frakes gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Mary Beth Campow with the $25 super chat saying, thank you for the great info. Keith Jean saying, I presume not, but will they have to power down anything during the solar eclipse? That's a good question. Alex?
I'm not sure it's long enough that they really need that kind of procedure. I'm sure we may hear something if that were the case, but I don't think it's that long. Before the launch, we were talking about this a couple of minutes ago. We were talking, a different...
Integrity Houston for a tag up pre-forward link LOS in place of the Flight Director Conference.
Okay, Jenny, we're ready.
All right, crew, I'm going to roll through a couple of topics here. The first two are for timeline. First of all, read for your toilet maintenance. It is a shortened toilet maintenance where you do not have to do the oxone change-out. That portion of the procedure is canceled. Victor, you have an HHP stop activity on your timeline. We need you to perform that as scheduled for bandwidth reasons. For your next portion of the flyby, in particular the eclipse, we want to remind you that you can take off the eclipse glasses when the sun sets and you are simply looking at the corona. And then finally, for the D5 with the long or zoom lens, which is set for solar corona, we want to remind you that when you are capturing Earthshine, you will likely have to adjust the exposure. That's all I have for you. Let me know if you have anything for us.
Okay, Houston, we copy y'all. Thanks for those words, Sydney.
Just wait to see if they say anything more. Again, there's the potential for that loss of signal as they forward, it seems like probably from Canberra over to Madrid for the Deep Space Network there. But basically saying that they are going to, that internal view that we've been seeing, at one point they are going to have to stop it for bandwidth reasons. They're going to work on their regular toilet maintenance. And then, interesting to, like we were talking about before, the reminder to wear the eclipse glasses, just like you would here on Earth, so you don't damage your eyes. And Max, I want to talk to you about this. They were talking about the D5, which is their DSLR camera with the long lens, to have it set to view the corona and to have to adjust the exposure as needed for Earthshine. What exactly do they mean by that, and how do you set a camera for corona capture?
You know, I've never actually gone out of my way to capture solar corona before. But I imagine since they want to include Earthshine in that, means that they're probably going to be using a lot lower shutter speeds and a lot more open apertures to bring in a lot more light into that camera sensor as they possibly can before the sun creeps up over the lunar horizon and blinds the camera with a very bright white light. But it is good to confirm from NASA comms that they're going to be actually trying to go for Earthshine on the moon. I didn't know that, so that's good to hear. But in terms of getting the camera set up just for the corona and the Earthshine, they're probably going to be on the lower end of settings, probably anywhere from, like, I don't know if I don't even know if I'm going to guess correctly or not, but close, if not wide open aperture. So whatever it is on that lens, whether it be a 4 or 4.5 or 6.3, somewhere around there, and probably anywhere from 1/150th or 1/50th, maybe to up to maybe 1/250th, somewhere in that range, some combination. I'm not entirely sure. But the corona is nowhere near as bright, obviously, as the moon or as the sun, and that is what they want to capture with the lunar surface in the foreground as well. So that is, I imagine, what they are currently prepping for right now.
Also, appreciation for everyone in chat getting the Rush song reference there, which totally wasn't listening to Countdown by Rush
yes,
around the time of the Artemis launch, which, for those who don't know, that they were invited to see STS-1, the first space shuttle launch, and they did, and then they wrote a song about it and used actual communications from the mission, and it is absolutely spectacular. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about, Max, because I was thinking about this earlier. We've seen the photo of the Earth from space, and if you look, you've seen it probably on social media, people comparing it to the one from the Apollo era and going, wow, things look much dimmer. It doesn't look as bright. It doesn't look as sharp, things like that. When you look at the data that was used to capture that image, that was an ISO of 51,200.
Yep.
Which I don't even go that high when shooting for a Falcon Nebula shot. Can you kind of explain to people at home who might not understand what that meant, the camera behind it, of why it looked sort of duller, so to speak?
Yeah, so essentially ISO on your camera is fake light, and you would want to use that in low light scenarios. And if you're in a situation where you're on the dark side of the Earth, for example, and you are already at your lowest shutter speed that you are comfortable holding, and in this case, I think it was 1/5 of a second or something like that. and the aperture already cranked wide open, and you still want more light in there, or you want help lighting up your subject, you crank that ISO. And 51,200 is an incredibly high ISO. And when you use more ISO, you get more grain and you lose sharpness. So that is why the image looks the way that it does. It's not anywhere near as crisp as film, obviously. But I think given for what it was, mind you, again, that was the dark side of the Earth. That wasn't the lit side that wasn't the lit part of the Earth, right? So I think the reason why it looks as dull as it did was because they were using such a high ISO level. But that being said, even with those settings and that super high ISO level, the image still looked incredible, and that camera performed incredibly well. I mean, look at this. Look at this, man. Like
amazing still.
Look at this. Would you just look at it?
Yeah.
I love that it shows the window frame. To not forget that, hey, this is shot out of a capsule.
Yep.
Heading to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
This is after the translunar injection.
Amazing. Also interesting, when they do go back, if we get to see inside the capsule again, which they're sporadic of when they show it, they were looking at some of their photography on the tablet there.
Yeah,
look at the top left. They're working on photos and flipping through them. See,
look at how many pictures they took.
Dude, I mean,
they're scrolling through the list.
That's good, because like I hope they were all just like
they're showing it off
as the Earth was getting close to the moon. Look at that, dude.
Max, you and I do this after launches. We go through our photos and go, look at this. Oh no, look at this. That's what they're doing. They're just sharing their photos.
That's insane.
And that might be just one person, what one person might have shot. Because if they took turns, which they did, especially early on, but oh my god. This is going to be awesome.
Jesus.
It's one of those things you do after a launch and you scroll through and you go, oh my god, I got this amazing shot. And yeah, one of them looked like the Earthrise shot earlier. Just, oh, this is cool just watching them go through their photos. Anybody who's been a photographer out there knows the exact thing they're doing right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like the greatest scramble you could ever possibly want or ever try. It's just like going back on your dial on your camera and just trying to see everything that you got. This applies especially to scenarios like this where you get one chance. That's it. If you miss it, you miss it. There are no do-overs. There's no retry. It's either you get it or you don't. And it looks like, just from what we've seen so far, they freaking got it.
Yeah. And again, they will work on downlinking those overnight, but they first have to put them into a file system on their computer, basically. And then once they're in their sleep period, the team on the ground will remote in to their tablets and to this file system and be able to download it using an optical link, which is experimental on this, but using that to get a higher bandwidth to download as many of those photos as possible. And of course, anything that doesn't get downloaded remotely will be brought back on the physical SD cards to Earth once they return, and we'll get even more photography from them. Wow. Which I saw someone asking earlier, is there any risk of the SD cards getting damaged by radiation during the return?
Maybe. I mean, I think forgive the silence. I'm just trying to think on this one for a bit. I don't think it's going to be that much of a concern, to be honest with you. I mean, it's obviously also a great tech demonstrator as to what the cards themselves can handle. I think in terms of what cards they take, I know for sure. Well, the D50 takes just a standard SD card that's maybe like, I don't know, that tall and that wide, something like that. But also, I think the Z9 either takes a standard SD or, oh my gosh, I just had it. What kind of card was that? I used it in my R5. Why can I not think of the name of it right now? This is kind of embarrassing. CF Express Type B. There we go. And usually the CF Express has a thicker metal casing before you actually get to the actual data card itself. So maybe that is serving as a bit more protection, at least for the Z9. But
Integrity, Houston, you have 3 minutes until we go into a forward link LOS. We will be back up with you in about an hour during the eclipse on Madrid.
Thanks for the heads up. Look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Likewise.
And maybe they also have a special container that they put them in as well to ensure that there's minimal radiation hitting them as well. Thanks to Julia for bringing that up in the back channel. But I don't think the SD cards or whatever memory cards that they are using are going to be too much of a concern when it comes to radiation affecting them. If they were, I think that they would find some other method. But this whole flight in general is a great tech demonstrator as to what can handle the heat, the radiation, and the exposure levels compared to what cameras that they were obviously using not just during Apollo, but also currently being utilized on the space station and other commercial flights as well. So certainly that is certainly a concern, but I don't think it's that much of a concern yet. But obviously we'll find out as the course goes on, and in due time if there is any damage to them.
Yep. And a reminder, each crew member for this particular shoot was given their own individual SD card. So that way when they upload them into the system, we know Christina took this one and Reed took that one. So when they downlink it, and they even said earlier in their file system to when you put them in, go under the science folder and then put your name underneath the science folder of your shots. They normally have a community card that everyone can kind of shoot if there's a camera in the window, but for this specific one, they're each given their own cards, so it'll be interesting to see as well. Now, Alex, they mentioned a forward LOS here. Didn't we just have a loss of signal?
Yeah, when they talk about a forward LOS, is that the crew will be able to talk back to Earth, right? But Earth will not be able to talk to the crew. And so there's actually the other way around where the Earth can talk to the crew, but the crew will not be able to. We had that, for example, after they separated from the core stage. They had a bit of an issue there with the comms. Usually you don't want those where, you can talk to the crew, but the crew cannot talk to you. Those are a little bit more rare. But this is just because right now at Canberra, at that DSN side, the Deep Space Network side, unfortunately, it's very low elevation, right? And so in order to be able to get the data, it's not optimal. It's not in an optimal configuration. And so they're needing to do that change to Madrid. And in Madrid, the moon has already risen, but it's still low elevation, right? And so the same deal. It needs to go up a little bit. In Canberra, it's the opposite. It's sort of going down. And so that is essentially what is going on. Here, there is not an eclipse of anything. Like, it's not a direct blockage of the moon blocking the signals from Earth or anything like that. It's not that this is just like the previous one that we have had. They still have connection. They are just not able to talk to the crew, essentially.
Yeah, it's just Canberra is very low. Madrid is still very low. So you got to kind of wait till it gets higher in one of them versus the other. And yes, I know it's Canberra. Yeah, pronunciations, Americans, Spaniards, we do our best.
Yeah, I'm not native English speaker, just saying. I live closer to this than this.
Fair enough, yeah. So that's also why you heard them talking about earlier about the HHP camera that they needed to shut down. That's the camera that we've been seeing inside the spacecraft from. So to prioritize the bandwidth, they are going to be shutting that one down. So we might lose the views inside the spacecraft at that point, but that's just the interior views. There's still obviously the solar array wing cameras that we've been seeing, or the SAW cameras. So hopefully we'll still get video from these, like the one you see here. Looking at the rear there, you can see the former Space Shuttle OMS engine on the back of the European Service Module peeking over on the left side of your screen there. let's see. ODST Moody with an interesting point here saying, fellas, if all goes according to plan, the generations alive today will be the last to know of a time when humans solely inhabited the Earth. It is on our shoulders that our children will stand and use to leave it.
Amen to that.
Ooh. Yes. Various fortuitous saying, I hope NASA puts a replica of the monolith from 2001: A Space Odyssey in their moon base in the future. I like it. Chirilla becoming a PadRat member. Nathan, I went to the Houston Space Center a couple years ago after watching one of the SpaceX launches, and I was blown away by the rockets in the Apollo control room, and now this today. Amaze, amaze, amaze. I like it. Xenon Slayer, we get signal, main screen turn on, it's you. Marcel welcoming the crew back. Jeremy saying, sorry I can't afford another YouTube subscription, but love you guys and will always at least super chat when viewing. Sincerely appreciate you for everything space news. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And of course, we don't just do Artemis. Of course, we have the 24/7 live Artemis coverage, as we've been calling it, 24/10 for the full 10-day mission. We also still cover everything down in Starbase, Texas, McGregor, where there was just a very interesting incident that occurred with one of the SpaceX test fires there. And then all the stuff that happens on the Space Coast, including Starlink launches. We have the CRS mission resupplying the International Space Station coming up on Thursday. So we have all of that. And we also have our regular Starship update, where we talk about everything going on with the Starship program. That'll be coming up after the conclusion of our dedicated coverage here. So plenty of things on the channel. If you haven't subscribed already and you like all things spaceflight, not just Artemis, you might as well check that out too. Peter wondering if you can discuss some unknown factors, aka astronaut movement within the capsule, the toilet emissions from the capsule, etc., that can impact the path or trajectory and cause a deviation from the planned path. That's got Alex written all over it if I've ever seen one.
Well, unknown factors, they are known, right? A whole different thing is whether you can simulate those, which is different. And it's not really that easy to simulate. There are other factors that are also known, and you can more or less simulate those. For example, this that we're seeing right now, which is the effect of the sun hitting the spacecraft. Solar radiation, little photons of light can hit, it creates a pressure just like a solar sail. Solar sails take that sort of advantage of being able to be pushed by the sunlight. But it still happens with anything, right? And so that, for example, can be a bit of it can tug you a little bit in the wrong direction as well. So yeah, things like, as we were talking about, the wastewater dumps, the venting of the CO2 as well that they use. Again, that one is not recycled. They capture the CO2 from the atmosphere and then it's dumped overboard. It's not like the International Space Station or anything like that. And so, yeah, it's that sort of thing that really affects that. Also, when they do movements, for example, they did the other day a manual piloting session, right, with Orion, and that also altered the spacecraft's trajectory because they were testing the ability of Orion to manually be controlled and things like that by them. And so that sort of thing also affects the trajectory, as can be expected because you're firing the thrusters, of course. But yeah.
Sorry about that. So that's why they have all of
muted.
these course correction burns and everything, so that they can check all of this ahead of time, and if they need to fine tune, so that they have the exact splashdown spot, they have that. Steve saying, when NSF picosat to Leo/Moon merch funds launch? I mean, it's not a bad idea. If we could get one out there, we would. It's going to take a lot of merch sales to make that happen, though. So if you want to make that happen, we have shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If you're hoping to get the pins, we are being told that those are now officially sold out. But we still have patches left. We're down to the final 20% of that. And once it's gone for the patch. So check that out, shop.nasaspaceflight.com if you want one. They're really cool. Austin Skirvin saying, beep, currently listening to Eclipse by Pink Floyd to celebrate the mission. Congrats to the crew for all of the accomplishments. Boop. Thank you for the tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. A more direct way of supporting us. We appreciate that. Norfinder saying, ESM European Service Module patch, please. We've got the full mission patch. Is that not good enough? I'm sure ESA has one of their own, though. Jeremy, I like the symbolism of flags being bleached white. Yeah, we come in peace for all mankind. We'll see what happens, especially given the fact that we have, you know, a Canadian on board, which, a reminder that this mission has seen the first non-American go beyond low Earth orbit and go to the moon, to have the first woman go to the moon and beyond low Earth orbit, and the first person of color to go beyond low Earth orbit and to the moon. So a lot of firsts, and I think those are only the first of the firsts that we will see as humanity goes back to the moon to stay. I'm excited to see more people step foot on the moon, to see more type of people get to make this journey and represent all of us here as humanity. Also, I just saw, reading through chat, someone talking about the solar array wing cameras, calling them the SAW-ear cams. SAW, solar array wing, my name is Sawyer. Anyway, I appreciated that. Sergeant Vash saying, my Artemis II mission patch just delivered. Timing is insanity. Let's go NSF, NASA, Artemis, and humanity. And Scotty B saying, just ordered their patch. Unexpected merch plug. Appreciate that. Jeremy, really cool here, saying, as a ham radio operator, I'm curious if they have 2-meter band radio. I have a parabolic that can run 2-meter band frequencies and would love to pick them up on their return. I wouldn't think they do, but I don't know for certain. You can always try. I don't know what frequency it would be on as well. But for those who don't know, who have a ham radio license or the amateur radio, there is always an amateur radio operator aboard the International Space Station, and they do have a ISS ham radio that they use. So there are times where you can communicate with people in space. All you need is a technician license. You don't even need any of the fancy ones. So that's a cool thing to do if you have that. Getting views again here inside the capsules. We see the crew. Looks like they just finished up their lunch/dinner at that point, getting their little snack break, and now getting ready to work on preparing for that eclipse imagery. The eclipse will be starting very shortly here, so that'll be exciting to see. Also, Jeremy saying, Countdown, one of the most underrated Rush songs. Thank you.
Yes, agreed to that one.
Max, we going to see them on tour when they come to Florida?
Neil's not there anymore, so probably not.
I still want to go. Anyway.
I know. But it's not the same without Neil.
Arise, thank you for the support. And Russell Snodgrass with a $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Goodness gracious, thank you. Saying, can you help me understand the orbits? Did the capsule travel towards or away from the sun in this mission to reach the mine orbit of Earth? Alex, can you help me out here and help out Russell?
Toward or away from the sun? It doesn't really matter that much, the distance from the sun, I guess. The way that it's gone is just all between the Earth and the moon. It's not really that much of an influence, other than, you know, the capsule is also sort of, in a way, moving around the sun along with the Earth and the moon, right? But all of the things that it's been doing, it's just being within the two bodies' gravities, basically. I wouldn't say it is traveling away or toward the sun. There was one point in the trajectory that it probably traveled towards the sun, and then another part where it's going away from the sun. Right now, I will have to actually look it up, what sort of the direction, because it depends. Like, if you are going towards the moon, for example, when the moon, like if closest approach to the moon was full moon, for example, right? Then in theory, when you are going out to the moon, you're going away from the sun, and when you're coming back to Earth, then you're essentially coming closer to the sun, right? You know what I mean? and when you are sort of, I don't know, I don't really know how to explain this with a proper anything, but like it depends if you are the sun, right? Camera, you're the sun, the people watching and everything. If the moon is instead here, right, and you're traveling this way, then of course it's going away when it's going away from the Earth as well, because it's sort of in the same side of the orbit, right, of the full trajectory. But if the moon is on this side, on the other side, the other, right, it depends on where on that orbit around the Earth is. And right now I would not be able to tell you, because I have not seen a full diagram of where towards the sun, like where is the sun relative to the Earth moon system. So that's basically why I cannot tell you, what's the relationship with that. But maybe Jay, maybe you can help us in the background to find that out on the arrow thing, because I see we have prepared the Artemis real time on orbit visualization, I think it's called.
The
yeah.
AROW.
Yeah, arrow. There we go. See, and so there's a little bit of the trajectory that is going away. There's a little bit that is going back closer to the sun. Yeah. There's even like a little bit of an inclination change there when the moon, well, it's already happened because the moon sort of tugged a bit that spacecraft around. But yeah, that's the trajectory visualization tool that NASA put out.
Yeah, it's the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or
Oh,
Arrow.
website. There we go.
Yes, even though it's also available on an app, they call it still Arrow for website.
Yeah, that's better than my attempt with the with the hands and everything. It was weird.
Well, I mean, if you are the sun, if we are the sun here, get ready to be eclipsed, because the crew will be getting into that eclipse period, which should be starting in about 20 minutes from now. And then, of course, we will have the main portion of the eclipse in between, where they will be able to see the corona and hopefully some of the exterior parts of the sun and do some observations. And also worth noting, Alex, that they had a 6-day launch window here, so it could have launched any of those 6 days. If it had launched later in the window, from my understanding, they would have had a little bit more light on the far side. But by launching on the 1st, they were actually able to get this opportunity.
Yeah, because, so April 1st was actually pretty much full moon, right? Which means by now, it's April 7th for me, but anyways, April 6th, that means it's about 5 to 6 days, right? It's between both. And so that meant that you only have had really like about a 20% of the far side illuminated. If they had launched a full week after, essentially today, I guess, will have been the end of that launch period, then by the time they will have arrived to the moon, it will have been sort of around April 10th, April 11th, and that will have been already sort of halfway through its orbit. And so the majority of the far side will have already gotten much more illuminated, like probably like 65% illumination. So yeah, much more of the far side will have been seen.
But it's kind of that trade-off, because if they had launched at that point, they wouldn't have gotten the eclipse, correct?
Yeah, that's also true, because the whole thing with where the sun is relative, or rather where the moon is relative to where the sun is, and things like that. It all depends on where its orbit is, and so because they're not entering into orbit around the moon, there are times where that trajectory, that free return trajectory, may not cross the shadow of the moon, and so therefore they are not in eclipse. Did they just hug?
Maybe.
Why not?
I think they're looking at their
they're
pictures
happy about
and
something,
they're like,
that's for sure.
And they're like,
oh, that
yeah, they look cool, and they're hugging each other.
Yes, that is a tablet they're looking at, or as they call them, PCDs, which is either portable or personal, not sure exactly which, crew displays. And
what if they just gave us the biggest jump scare in the world and had one of those images up before they even went into the solar eclipse?
They should put it up to the camera.
Oh,
like they
are
should
they going to do that?
Come on.
Show the camera. Reed, I know you're not listening, but show the camera.
There you can see them taking the card out of the SD card reader there too. I think that was them just taking the card out of the card reader with that big large cable. Oh. That may be on Orion Earth 2, which we don't get to hear.
I wouldn't be surprised if they also tried and like speed run maybe like
Houston Integrity in the blind. High priority PAO activities on Reed's timeline are on PCD1 in a folder imagery for downlink, and then high priority standby imagery for downlink, and then Lunar Flyby for PAO, and then high priority PAO. Thank you.
High priority.
I think you just called it right there. I think that's the images that they wanted to get down that we might be able to see before they go to sleep tonight. I hope so, because again, from that little glimpse that we saw earlier of them looking at their Earthrise/Earthset imagery that they took on the tablets, I can't wait to see the full res of it. I think we have the Apollo 8 equivalent coming our way.
I'm like feverishly refreshing the folder.
Yeah, and if
we
you
don't have
didn't
access to their folder, but yeah.
Yeah, and if you didn't hear like mission control saying, "Yeah, we copy," or whatever, it's because they cannot do that sort of stuff right now. Forward link LOS, remember?
Yeah, so the crew can talk to them, but they can't talk to the crew. That's also why you hear them calling in the blind, meaning they don't know if the people in mission control are actually receiving it or not, but they're putting it out there in the blind in case they can.
And we obviously got it.
Yeah, heard it right here. Oh, man. So cool. I can't wait to see those. Here's an interesting one from Blind Daughter. Max, do we know if any of the cameras being used are film-based, or did they go all digital?
As far as we're aware, every single camera on board the vehicle, whether it be mounted on the exterior or those being carried internally by the crew with the Nikon D5s and the Z9, are all digital or DSLR. I don't think there's any film on board because film does not like radiation. I mean, they undoubtedly would have some sort of like a protective case for it, right? Like they did that with Apollo. They can do it in modern times, but it's a lot more to carry around. It's heavier. It's a bit clunkier. And digital is just faster. And given how good modern technology really is, that really seemed like a no-brainer. And that's also what they've been using on board the space station now for a number of years. So as far as we're aware, maybe there's a handheld film camera in there somewhere from one of the crew just for funsies. I don't know. But unless that's the case, every single camera on board the vehicle is digital.
Yeah. Plus going through radiation, Van Allen belts, and there's a reason you don't put film through scanners at the airport.
Yeah,
so,
correct.
Yeah,
correct.
But yeah, so and in regards to that, Jaybird was wondering, is there a place where NASA's putting all their pictures for the public to see? Where were you feverishly refreshing there, Max?
So I'm both refreshing images.nasa.gov and also the gallery on the blog, the Artemis II blog page. I'm like refresh all the time. And for all we know, they may have an image or two in the folder before we're off air. How sick would that be? How freaking sick would that be?
Oh yeah. Which, if you go to images.nasa.gov, you'll see all of their Artemis stuff. So the video that you've been seeing of, oh, here's what the separation looked like from the ICPS. Here's what the launch abort system jettison looked like, and all the other, like that picture of the Earth as seen from the capsule window. That is all from images.nasa.gov. And a reminder that is free.
Yep.
It is a free website. Well, free as in paid for with your tax dollars, but if you're an American. But that means that they are public domain and free to use as you see fit.
My God. Sorry, I just saw a photo that somebody posted in the back channel. It's another screenshot. It isn't an official image yet.
Yeah. It's not that they have uploaded it. It's that we saw it from the Orion camera and the interior camera as they were scrolling through. basically what we were talking about before, right? That sometimes because they're looking at their pictures and everything, they scroll them through them, and then we see them, and it's like,
good
upload
God.
it,
Yeah.
please.
Like I don't know what to do with my hands. Oh my Jesus.
That's
By the
so
way,
cool.
I just noticed that one of the shots that NASA had there of the launch from inside the pad, that was a good shot, but I think we had one that was even better from a very similar vantage point taken by someone who happens to be in the box below me on screen right now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Dude, that launch shot of yours was something special with the curve over as it's beginning that rollover program. Oh, that was great. You should check it out at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Wait, sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah, well, I was talking about your
sorry.
amazing print from launch.
I'm literally like I'm dead
Can we
focused
show it?
on. I'm sorry. Yeah, can we show that, Jay? Can we
Jay-
please show that? Can we please show
Taking
that?
and producing.
prepped.
There it is.
Look at this.
This
Look
is
at
a
this, dude.
screenshot.
Look at this.
That is a screenshot from one of their tablets as they were reviewing images. That is the moon in the front and a crescent Earth in the back.
That's so cool.
Good. These are gonna break the freaking internet when these come out.
They better.
You know, looking at it on a tablet, it kind of looks good as a wallpaper or something, right? Background image.
Like we were talking about, anything in images.nasa.gov is public domain, so if you want to use it as a screensaver, you can.
Can they go to sleep
my God.
already? I wanna see all those pictures already.
No, we still have the eclipse. Don't go away. We have the eclipse viewed from Orion.
That's true.
On the other side of the moon.
More cool pictures to come.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get to see live imagery of the eclipse happening, or at least start to see it occur from the moon. A solar eclipse as seen from around the moon, from 250,000 miles away from the Earth.
Yeah, I gotta put
That's
it here in my
happening.
background already, okay?
Speaking of, here's that live look again from one of the solar array wing cameras outside the Orion spacecraft. Looking into the darkness there at the moment because they orient the spacecraft for thermal reasons to have the rear portion of it pointed towards the sun. So that's why we're seeing it that way and why it's backlit in that case. Which I know a lot of people are asking, didn't the Apollo missions do the barbecue roll? For those who don't know, what is the barbecue roll and why does Orion not do it?
Who wants
Alex, you want to take that?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, they did the barbecue roll because it was the 60s. They did more barbecues. No, look, it's just for thermal management, right? And so the barbecue roll, the actual sort of more technical name, it was just a passive thermal management system, basically. And by that is essentially you roll the spacecraft right along its long axis, and so that evenly distributes for how long the sun is hitting the spacecraft, right? Because the sun is always hitting, like, unless there's the moon, which in about 9 minutes, it should be blocking the sun, right? Or the Earth blocking the sun. In between, you've got just the sun. And so there are two ways. One is passively, you can control the temperature, or actively. In the case of Orion, it does have an active thermal system. It does have its own, radiating system, like, it's sort of on the surface of the European Service Module, but it also points its tail to the sun to minimize the amount of temperature of how much sunlight hits the actual capsule. Because you have the Service Module on the back. If you point it to the sun, not only you get it on the solar panels, right? Very nice, those solar panels. And you also protect the capsule itself, the command module itself, from getting that sunlight. And so that helps with thermal management. Apollo did that role in order to even out that light and have a passive thermal management system. And it didn't really have a radiating system, right? Like a radiator system for active management on the service module at the very least. But for example, if you look up pictures from Skylab missions, which went to low Earth orbit instead of going all the way to the moon, those actually had a different paint on them. And it was also for that same reason, because once you are in low Earth orbit, you have a shadow every 45 minutes, basically. So you can cool down your spacecraft. You don't need the same things that you needed before. But also at the same time, you have the Earth with sunlight reflecting off of it. So you actually get more sunlight in the sun portions of its trajectory. It's a crazy thing. I really recommend anyone to actually look in depth on the depths of Google or whatever search engine you want to use, because it's really, really interesting how they had to change some of the exterior look of Apollo just because they were in low Earth orbit for those Skylab missions.
Yeah, we've also developed more technologies that can be miniaturized in all of that time period as well.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Again, you can see there on Deep Space Network, it looks like we're getting downlink active again from Madrid. So we should be getting back to that two-way communications shortly. Of course, we've still been receiving video and calls in the blind from them, but soon they should be able to communicate with each other, especially with that eclipse coming up, which Max, TMK is wondering why eclipse instead of just orbital night? Because this isn't just orbital night, right?
Correct. The moon is actually going to be obstructing the sun from Orion's perspective, hence why it's called an eclipse. And a lunar eclipse at that, solar eclipse. Solar eclipse. But I mean, they were technically in orbital night when they were on the night side of the moon, and that was during the LOS period, or the loss of signal. So essentially, the moon is between them and the sun. That is why it's an eclipse. It's not just orbital night. So I think that's probably the easiest explanation I can give right now, given my limited mental bandwidth right now, because my thoughts are just everywhere and everywhere, or anywhere and everywhere, given the screenshots we've seen from the NASA feeds of some imagery on some very particular tablets in the cruise lab. But yeah, it's essentially the moon is eclipsing the sun. That's why it is called an eclipse.
So you're like the DSN right now with just partial forwarding, and
basically
not full bandwidth yet.
I'm like trying to downlink everything, and like my uplink is like it's not there.
Oh my gosh, yeah. But I mean, that photo is surreal. I still think back to when they were talking about first seeing the moon, when they radioed back down to Mission Control. They were talking about Moonjoy, and then Jenny Gibbons, Capcom, replied back, "Copy Moonjoy." I mean, chat, are you copying Moonjoy right now after seeing some of that imagery? Just that tablet shot. What we were seeing with the eclipsed Earth, or with the partial Earth there as it was going behind the moon before the LOS. Chat, do you copy Moonjoy? Look at that. How can you not copy Moonjoy at that? Chat, copy Moonjoy?
Good dude. Like, what do you even say to that? Like,
look at that.
How does the human mind comprehend and respond to seeing an image of their home planet like that? Wow. Taken from by other people who were in a spacecraft 250,000 miles away, looking out of the window of a tiny little spacecraft, a tiny little capsule, and that was their view of our home planet.
Well, chat seems to copy Moonjoy. We all copy Moonjoy. And you can copy Moonjoy now with this, which I haven't even seen yet. Brand new merch. Fresh off the presses here. So you can copy Moonjoy yourself. You can see it there. We've got the mugs. We've got the sweatshirts. I'm just seeing this for the first time. Look at that. I love it. Ooh. Coffee Moonjoy as well. If you want to drink it as a pun connoisseur, I very much appreciate that a lot. So, of course, we have all of the Copy Moonjoy merch just popping in. Oh, I want to see that t-shirt. I want one now. There it is. Look at that. Copy Moonjoy. And you can see Orion there with the moon behind it and the stars and everything. This is oh, so cool. I love it. I love it. Great job, shop team. This is now available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And I'm being told that the mug not only has a fantastic pun on it, but it is a magic mug. So, Magic Moonjoy because it is thermally activated. So once your drink is as hot as the exterior of Orion as it's returning in, it will change colors. Okay, it doesn't have to get that hot, but if you pour your hot coffee or hot drink into it, the mug will change colors as well. Oh, I love those kind of mugs. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to be doing. So it's the Magic Coffee Moonjoy mug. Magic Moonjoy mug. I love it. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com, fresh off the presses right now. And also, while you're there, if you want to get one of the Artemis II patches that we have, we're down to under 20% stock remaining. So now's your time to get one while supplies last. And all the other amazing stuff we have in the Artemis collection, including, like I was talking about earlier, Max's print of the launch as well, including the one of SLS shooting off behind the American flag, the shot of the moon itself. Look at that one. I mean, come on, Max, you cooked.
Probably a top
Absolutely
tenner.
cooked.
Probably a top tenner just on my personal end there. Yeah, that was one that I wanted to set up for a while. The wind was blowing in the right direction, and SLS felt launchy that day. And the results were in the store for everyone to enjoy.
Yeah. Someone spam that link, please, in chat. One of the mods here with the, Lindsay, I think you had it in the back channel here. Spam it so everyone can check it out. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So at this point, we should be coming up on eclipse time. So it won't just be your mug changing color with the warm drink. Hopefully soon it will be the color inside the spacecraft as the sun darkens and as we get to see that actual
Look at
eclipse.
that.
Oh, is that the moon there with the sun peeking behind it?
And you know what? Because it doesn't have an atmosphere, the light will fade in an instant. There won't be any gradual fade or anything. It'll be
How
instant.
about? I'm really wondering about the. There we go. Look at that.
Oh.
Wow,
dude! Oh my God!
Exactly like an eclipse, with the pearly things.
Bailey's beads.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Because oh my goodness, that was exactly what I was thinking about. Because it's not a perfect disk. Because you have the craters and the mountains and so there's a little bit of sunlight. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, okay,
Good
the
Lord.
images of the corona right now have to be absolutely insane, and because of the way it's backlit, you depending on what features are in play, you might be able to pick out ridges and craters and other stuff.
And they will have a little bit of other Earthshine to play with as well for their pictures.
Dude, what the
really
frick is
looking
even
forward to
happening
that.
right now?
I mean, you can see like one of the craters there a little bit, curving it a bit.
Yeah.
What the good crap is happening right now? I'm trying to use PG language, folks. I'm sorry, but oh my
Hey,
God.
Was that a little pulse from one of the thrusters? We
It
cannot
may-
see them
you
when
know,
they're
it
in
may have been.
sunlight. Yeah. There's also like a light, might be from one of the windows, maybe.
Look at that. An eclipse, a solar eclipse as viewed from the moon, from near the far side of the moon. Now, there's something I never thought I'd see in my lifetime.
And this is happening live. We're seeing this happen as it happens. This isn't a playback. This isn't a film. This is happening right now.
This is from a camera mounted on the end of one of the solar array wings on Orion. Those X-shaped wings that you see, each of them has a camera mounted to the end of it. This is a live view from one of those cameras mounted on those solar wings, looking at an eclipse as it goes behind the moon here. This is spectacular, beyond words. Yes, technically it's happening 1.38 seconds ago because of the comms delay, but you get the
Oh my God, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I love when you get that diamond portion during the eclipse. You get the Bailey's beads. Sometimes you can see that pinkish purple color from the corona. Sometimes you get to see some of those, not CMEs, but some of the, what are they
Flares.
called, Alex? Yeah, not just the flares, but like the arcs of the...
Oh.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I can't think of the label right now.
For those trying to figure out what we're looking at here again, that is the moon blocking out the sun and
the
creating a
prominences, right?
solar. Yes, thank you, prominences. That is, you are looking at a solar eclipse as viewed live from the Orion spacecraft on the far side of the moon. So that is the moon obscuring the sun to the point where you can see the edge of the corona there.
And there'll be a point where the moon will block the sun so much that even the corona will not be visible.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be complete darkness for them. And at some point, the opposite will happen. They'll start to see a little bit of the corona on the other side of the moon. And then
Science
the sun will
integrity in the
completely
blind. This is continues to be unreal. The sun has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earthshine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon, you could see Earthshine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3. And it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright. And Earthshine is very distinct, and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing.
Dude.
Amazing. And also talking about the Earthshine there. So we talk, of course, normally we get moonlight, but there's also Earthlight from when you're out at the moon.
The corona, dude.
Yeah.
Alex, can you try and explain that of what they mean by the Earthshine?
Yeah, if you go out at night, with a full moon, you've got, and there's no lights, no artificial lights or anything, you've got moonlight illuminating everything, right? And the opposite can happen from the moon. You've got also the Earth, because the sun hits the Earth with a light, right? And that reflects back. And actually, there's way more Earthshine because it's a bigger body, right? It's a big planet, almost more than 6,000 kilometers in radius, and so it's bigger, and it also reflects more sunlight because of the white clouds. And so overall, you've got way more Earthshine, even though for them it might be, I don't know, like 25% illuminated, maybe 20% illuminated, the Earth. It might still be even brighter than a full moonlight here on Earth.
And like, that's the other thing to consider here too, Alex. Just because this is what we're seeing on the onboard camera, well, not anymore. What we were seeing on the onboard cameras on the solar arrays isn't what the crew is looking at with their eyes in terms of exposure and contrast levels.
Exactly.
Right? The human eye is the greatest camera in existence, or one of them.
Yeah, we were talking about it before, Max. Speaking of cameras, we were talking about it before because they also had a sort of eclipse before. When they did the translunar injection, they went through the shadow of the Earth, right? And they took that picture. We were talking about it before. They had to probably go up on the ISO, right?
Yeah, ISO, yep.
Yeah, and so like that is essentially, your eye has to adjust. When we talk about it, it's basically the same, but with your eye.
Yep.
And so that's why they're talking about seeing things on the moon and the Earthshine and the stars that they're looking at and things like that. Like that description that Victor gave to the ground, it was amazing because you can see, like I was literally saying in the back channel, we have Victor LOM, loss of mind. Like he's just going nuts.
And like
basically,
and like that's also why adjusting your eyes is so important. Like the closest analogy I can or the most relatable explanation I can probably give to anybody in terms of how a camera's aperture works is the size of your pupil. the bigger your pupil is, the more light is coming into your eye. And that only happens when your eyes adjust in a very dark environment for a long period of time. And that's the same thing with an aperture. When an aperture is wide open, it can let a lot more light in. And obviously, when it's way more closed, you are letting nowhere near as much light in, and your depth of field is greatly affected. And that's why it's so important that viewing in these conditions is so reliant on your eyes being dilated.
It's
You can see
also
the last bit of sunlight
Yeah.
there from the eclipse starting to go behind the moon, but it will pop out the other side, so we'll see this again in like 30-ish minutes. Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
And one thing that this camera will not capture, but they will see and probably capture with their cameras, is also the zodiacal light. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly.
Zodiacal light. Yep.
Yeah, so zodiacal light, which is sort of this light, very diffuse light that is basically coming sort of like from the dust in the solar system, right? Being reflected back, that sunlight hitting the dust and then reflected back. And you could see a little bit of that on that Earth picture that we were talking about, that we were describing before, right? But here it'll be even more perfect for them. And so I really want them to shoot that sort of stuff because it's amazing. It's really cool.
By the way, people asking about that dot, that is a part of the Orion spacecraft
Yes.
that you're seeing up there, because this is mounted on the solar array wings.
And you can still just see the horizon there on the lower right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, and the reason why you know that's not a dead pixel is because if you scroll back a little bit, you see that moving. And that pixel just stays in the same part of the frame.
Exactly. And you see it kind of also growing and getting brighter and darker a little bit as it moves.
Yeah.
But wow.
Like twinkling, right?
Yeah. Also, at this point, we saw them in mission control getting ready for a crew swap. So they each have their own 8-hour shifts. They're called orbits. So they are now switching from orbit 1 to orbit 2. And so our capsule communicators will be Tess Caswell and Andre Douglas. And if the name Andre Douglas sounds familiar, that's because he was also an Artemis II crew backup member and was part of the closeout crew that helped get the astronauts settled into their capsule and close the hatch, and one of the last people to see them before they left the planet.
Science Integrity, the window team is shifting around in the windows, and we are transferring settings on a camera to pick up Earthshine, and it is amazing. The brightness where the sunset is still bright. I think there may still be corona visible, but that part of the horizon is still lit brighter, and you still have a distinct Earthshine.
Dude. So at this point, they'll be cranking the ISO on the cameras now, lowering the shutter speeds as much as they can, and making sure that the stabilization is on for both the lens and the body, and shooting as much as they possibly can. Similar to the situation that they had with the photo of the unlit side of the Earth. A bit of a different circumstance here, considering there's no lights on the surface of the moon to light up what they're seeing. But I'm going to be really curious to see how they've chosen to expose for whatever features they want to capture here and what focal lengths they're working at. Like I think they're going to be too close. Maybe not too close to get the full disk of the moon at certain focal lengths. I don't know. I'm curious to see how this comes out.
Yeah. By the way, we're talking about the ISOs there, the difference in the two cameras. So there's the Z9 and the D5. For reference, the native ISO range for the D5 goes up to 102,400 with an expanded ISO up to 3.2 million. So you really want to get the dark spots, you use that camera. That's why people are going, why are you using a 12 or 13-year-old camera? When you want to see super details on the dark or the darker parts of the moon while you're on the far side, you use that. Whereas the Z9, which is the mirrorless camera, has an expanded ISO up to 102,400, which is the native ISO range for the D5. So for those who know cameras, that's why you use both.
That's a lot of ISO. That's a lot of ISO.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know of anybody on Earth that typically needs that much.
I mean,
like we
Reed
were
did.
talking about, even. Well, yeah, but for on Earth.
Oh, I mean, depends on what you're going for. But
Well, like if you and I are shooting the Falcon Nebula, which is when there's a boost back burn at night, and the Falcon 9 is coming back to land on land.
Yep.
You get that plume interaction. I typically shoot that at like in the 20,000 plus ISO range to 30,000. Why would I need 3 million?
Because reasons. It's better to have it and not need it, Sawyer, than need it and not have it.
Fair enough. And again, you can see there the new crew swapping in and getting ready to go. You still see Jenny Gibbons there, the current Capcom again, and the other Artemis II backup crew member from the Canadian Space Agency. And there's still that tiny, tiny, tiny bit of sunlight in the bottom right of that leftmost picture there from the sun. Look at that. You can still see a tiny bit of it there.
I cannot wait for it to come out the other side.
Jesus, dude.
See it again, yeah.
That should happen 32 minutes past the hour. The next hour, of course, because we're still almost 15 minutes past.
Yep. Oh, man. So yes, the 53-minute total eclipse period. And as they were pointing out, they could see some of the other stars and the planets as well. I believe Mars, Mercury, Venus, and Saturn are expected to be in the visible area that they'll be observing during this portion.
That's so cool.
By the way, you keep mentioning the zodiacal light, that light.
Zodiacal light, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that light.
Yeah.
What exactly do you mean by that? And I think we have an example to kind of show of it as well.
Yeah, from another moon mission, Apollo 15 actually got this picture. Oh, there we go. This picture of that effect. I believe also Venus is also maybe that bright dot towards the close to the surface of the moon. But yeah, that's an example of what it looks like, basically. Although this is film, and this is Apollo 15, so more than 50 years ago. But you can imagine, and also like being a little bit further away from the moon, a little bit, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's very diffuse, very, very thin sort of light. Again, it's
Science integrity.
Oh.
Let's see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This one's challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. You can see the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
Dude, oh my God.
I love it.
We just went sci-fi.
We just went sci-fi. Victor Glover, 2026.
From 250,000 miles or 400,000 kilometers away.
That's so cool. Yeah,
Wow.
things
And
like this might also be visible for them as well. They were talking about, looking at being able to see certain planets and things like that. I'm really looking forward to, whatever pictures. I'm sad that he said that, the cameras are they're not able to capture the entire of what they're seeing.
He's seen 2 meteors, science.
Oh my God.
Ooh. 2 meteors.
Dude.
Also, being told in the back channel, thank you, Das, it's zodiacal light.
Okay, so I was pronouncing it correctly at first.
And I was totally butchering it, but my goodness. To see the meteors through it. And that's something they were talking about, was to see if they could observe any flashes or impacts or anything as they're observing it. Gosh, I wish we could see the Earth light. As they said, the camera's not the best at capturing it right now.
I mean, it's
but
probably
wow.
going to be a multi-second exposure, so I don't know if they have a way to securely mount that, like somehow in the
True.
capsule. You know,
I would imagine they would.
Yeah,
but-
because
I mean, like,
otherwise it's
if
all
we have
blurry.
a device like Don Pettit has, like his big barn door,
True.
his big barn door mechanism, and the couple of others that he was talking about in our interview with him. I don't know if they have that on board. I don't know if they do. I don't know if they have any technology on board to stabilize the cameras long enough to take a multi-second exposure and try to capture as much as they possibly can while trying to minimize movement or just any kind of blur in the moon's surface. Because at that point, you're having to crank your ISO pretty much all the way, and your aperture completely wide open just to try and let as much light in as possible. And you want to keep going with that with a multi-second exposure. But at that point, because you're exposing for multiple seconds, there's so much movement in that time that it's hard to get whatever you want to get sharp in without any motion blur. So I think that's what Victor is battling with here now, and the whole crew. In a classic example of cameras can never fully capture what your eyes can.
Yeah.
Like, this is, God bless, dude.
That's also why we send people there, not just cameras there.
Exactly. Yeah, and so people got confused in chat by the 2-meter impact things. That's on the moon. So like one of the test objectives, sort of side projects, if you will, of this Eclipse part of the mission was that, hey, the moon is getting bombarded every single time by little tiny meteors, right? From grains of sand to few centimeters big and things like that. That zodiacal light that we were talking about is dust, interplanetary dust that is being illuminated by the sun. That is still around us, right? Like the Earth and the moon is moving around all of that, and so it gets hit by all of those little tiny things. And believe it or not, some of them can be big enough and be impacting the moon at a high speed that it can be visible on the dark side where it's basically completely in darkness, and you just see like a bright flash, right?
Yep.
And there are certain observatories here on Earth that actually are looking always at the moon to be able to spot some of those on the shadow side, of course, of the moon. And so it's really interesting that they are able to see with their own eyes at least 2 of them on the moon. It's not impossible.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. While we wait for it to pop out the sun to pop out the other side here as well and get more solar eclipse from the moon, let me take a moment, thanks some people here. Jeremy Elwood earlier saying SD cards will be fine. They're SS, no magnetic, solid state. Aircraft mech slowly picking up speed. For those who are wondering, when is it going to start picking up speed? It's heading back towards Earth, so now it's going to get a little faster.
Yeah, it's already.
Yeah. Jeremy Elwood also saying, Jeremy is my favorite crew member for reasons. Atomic Symphonic, will Artemis II next year only be testing lunar landers and not beyond low Earth orbit? Yes, that is the current plan.
Yep.
Yep.
I think that might have been because of what I said of like the 2-way patch for Artemis III. I didn't say this, but I proposed in the back channel to our store, like, one side can be like the lander looking at Orion, and the other one it's like Orion looking at the lander. Just saying.
Yeah. Jeremy coming in here with even more individual messages here, saying, not Neil, but amazing drummer, while we were talking about Rush going in Detroit. Also saying, you see them doing a lunar polar orbit in the future? I feel that would be beneficial. I know the math would be quote-unquote fun, but could be worth it. I mean, we finally just had our first human polar orbit around the Earth after 50 years, so hopefully soon we get human polar orbit around the moon. I'm sure that's still a ways out. Let's see here. Sun Express, super achievement, but no U-2 panorama picture photobombing attempt. What gives? I like it. Jeremy, also, film's also more susceptible to radiation anomalies, which Ryan Hamster was saying, you say no film because Van Allen belt. What did the Apollo astronauts do with their film? They didn't have digital. Do we know?
I don't know the specifics in terms of what they did for travel, but they had a sort of shielding for the actual film itself.
Science, integrity, and the blind. The glow around the moon is beginning to become a little bit more even. It's not so much distinct just where the sun set on the moon's horizon is where, flying through this trajectory, and then the sun's going to come up out of the other side. I think we're starting to see the glow around the moon get balanced out. I still see Earthshine, and the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.
Integrity Houston, we have that sit rep loud and clear, and we are back with you. How do you hear me?
Hey, Jenny, we have you loud and clear. Thanks.
Copy. Victor, we're handing you over to science for some critical questions. Thanks for your report.
Oh, boy.
Makes sense that it's even.
Integrity Science, we were loving your science sit reps in the blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Were you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun glint off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And Jeremy just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
Kelsey's so happy.
Just see the excitement in their faces. It's unbelievable.
It was literally hand on
So
forehead,
they've all
like,
been
oh my
either
God.
on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon. Stand by.
Front of the room.
All right, so Jeremy has seen them kind of on and south of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and mine were both south of the equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
Incredible news, Reed, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes, so hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
I don't know about you, but I don't want this mission to ever end.
I don't want to wake up from this fever dream.
The joy in the scientists' faces and voices right now speaks volumes. And when people ask, why are we sending humans instead of robots? I hope those facial expressions partially answer your question.
She was so excited. And also, you heard that? What she said about, near side citizen observations of the impacts on the moon. It's essentially what I explained like a few minutes ago, where I went like, there are people that are actively looking at the moon, at the shadow side of the moon all the time to look out for those impacts, right? And so there you go. They might be able to correlate what the crew saw with what these people on the ground might have seen on their observations. And so that is so cool as well, because it's like
Are you still with us,
different
Houston,
points
or
of
do
view.
we lose you?
Integrity, I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
Okay, we got you loud and clear.
One of the other things I want to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon, you can still make out little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there's about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
Are you kidding?
Visuals can't come back soon enough.
Incredible to hear, Jeremy. Were you able to actually pick out any discrete features on the lunar surface? And if so, how do they look different than when you observe them in solar illumination?
I have the goofiest grin right now. It's a good thing.
No, we really haven't been able to identify features on the lunar surface yet. We just see, the topography on the limb. For the Earth glow, we're about a quarter moon, waxing quarter moon, if you will, from the Earth glow perspective, and it's just at a very, just the sight angle. I'm just not able to tell what I'm looking at yet in the Earth glow.
Dude, they're speechless.
Understood. Thanks, Jeremy. One other question for you on the solar corona. Were you actually able to see any structure or color in the corona before most of it disappeared behind the moon?
Yeah, I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. There were streamers, and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position. I only saw one plume, and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
That guy dancing in the bottom
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to appear again in the next 11 minutes. Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
Good Lord.
I think all of us were that dancing scientist on that screen.
We're excited to see it all again.
Integrity Houston, we're following along as well. That was outstanding. If you haven't already, just reminding you to swap positions at the windows. And that brief LOS we had previously was due to a data rate change expected.
Okay, we copy that, Jenny.
Also, for your awareness, it's not that we are not showing you any video. There just isn't any at the moment from NASA. They are on... The moon is in total darkness right now. See? There you go. This is the camera that we have now.
You have that little speck of light up there in the corner, which is just a tiny little piece of integrity.
Integrity Science, one more request for you. While it's still fresh in your mind, any annotations or sketches you want to make of what you're seeing either around the corona structures you just mentioned or even on Earthshine would be so appreciated.
Ooh, some drawings. Also wondering if that dot was Venus, by the way.
Maybe.
Okay, Kelsey, it's going to be pretty hard to go look at a PCD right now, but we'll definitely try and annotate what we saw.
And if the annotations come in the next block where you're cleaning up your documentation, that sounds like a good plan to me.
PCD, by the way, is their tablets.
Because, of course, they need also an acronym for that.
Yep. I forget if it's personal or portable crew display. So, yeah, that's the acronym because, of course, you can't just call it a tablet.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if shortly they start calling out that they start seeing an uneven... Because Victor was talking about, everything being very even with the illumination, right? The limb of the moon. But now they are on the other half of this eclipse. So now it's sort of like, rewinding. Now they're probably going to start to see in a few minutes more of that limb of the moon illuminated towards the other side, I guess. Should be less than 23 minutes until the sun comes out.
Yeah. And the P is personal, so it is personal computing device. And yet there's allowed to call them iPhones, but they can't call the tablets tablets. There we go. So yeah, in less than 10 minutes, they should start to see the eclipse peeking out again from the other side this time. This is just... my goodness. While we have a moment, I need to continue thanking people as we wait to see the eclipse return on the other side. All eyes are still on the screen, but I want to make sure I thank people. Felix saying, my wife, quote unquote, made me buy a patch. I think she secretly is a space nerd now. Thanks, guys, for the great coverage. Thank you. By the way, we are now less than 10%. We have about 10% of our stock left of the NSF physical patches, and when they're gone, they are gone. So if you want to get it, now's the time. Luke Lanyon, one Christmas in Wales, I tuned into a random YouTube channel to watch James Webb launch 5 years later, and I'm going to be up till 3 a.m. with you for the third time in 7 days. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. Glad you stuck with us. Jay Floyd, thank you for the $20 super chat. Beak here, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, where we have all the different kinds of channels for each of the different space programs. You get members' photos in there. There's food chat, gaming chat, all of that in there, and you can chat with us. So appreciate that. Keith Jean asking, is that Venus? It seems like it might be.
It could have been. Honestly, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. But there's a non-zero chance.
Exactly. And someone saying, can we get an Earth LPR instead of a moon command to follow the two-way mission patch?
Yes. I second that.
And the crowd slowly chanted, Earth. By the way, for those wondering why there's no live video, it's pitch black at the moment. So there is no video at the moment. Once we have something to show you, we will show you. There it is, Earth. Oh boy. Justin Carr becoming a PadRat member. James, hi NSF team. So cool to be with you tonight. How come they couldn't have launched CubeSat or Probe to get more science? Would it have been that hard? I mean, they did launch some, but those were attached to the SLS rocket as opposed to Orion itself. Because again, they're very conservative on mass and things they're bringing with them.
Science, we're getting set up for sunrise. The window teams are, Christina is supporting, and also Azina 9 in window 1. Jeremy's got the long lens in window 2, and the short lens in window 2. And Reed is in window 3, and he has started recordings and is set up to see Corona.
Great sit rep, Victor. That sounds like a good config, and we're showing coronal effects start to appear on your video camera. So in the next few minutes, we should start to hear your observations.
Called it.
There it is.
Oh my God. And it's gone.
Come on, Signal.
By the way, you're seeing all the video here now. When these pictures come out, of course, they'll go on like images.nasa.gov, but if you want to see them first, make sure you're following us on the NSF socials because we will be posting those photos as soon as we get them on the social channels, X, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky. check it out. We post all other space things there too, not just everything with Artemis, but also everything happening at Starbase, launches in Florida, a RUD that may or may not have just happened over in McGregor, and things that happened in spaceflight in history. So if you're not following the socials, now's the time to check it out. Now we wait for the sun to peek out on the other side and get to see more of this eclipse.
18 minutes to go.
If anything, this is going to look even more insane than
Houston Integrity. I know this observation won't be of any scientific value, but I'm really glad we launched on April 1st because humans probably have not evolved to see what we're seeing. It is truly hard to describe. It is amazing.
Yes, Victor. Yes, Victor.
Victor was already one of my favorite astronauts. I think after this mission, he is my favorite astronaut.
You might be the favorite. Dude.
Amazing. Thank you, Victor.
I love how he prefaced that by saying there's no scientific value to what I'm about to
just
say.
one more logistics note. We have gone as dark as we can in the cabin. We have turned the DUs all the way as dim as they can go, so you can't see anything on the screens. Every bit of light in the cabin affects the view. You're definitely seeing the brightness go closer. It's definitely brighter on the Earthshine side. And so we're expecting to see some corona here soon.
It's there. It's peeking. See that?
We copy all. Excited for what you see next.
DUs, by the way, are their display units to get total darkness, to get as much detail as possible in the windows. They've had shades up, basically, to block out extra light, to keep it super dark, including using t-shirts for parts where they needed to.
I'm not sure if we talked much about the star field, but we've got lots of stars. You've got the nice glow around the moon, but, right off the, we're upside down now, but from upside down 4 o'clock, right off the edge of the moon, looks like a planet, that line of planets. There's something a moon diameter to the left and something right off the limb of the moon to the right, and then something orange. It looks orange to the right of that, about half the moon diameter. So, but anyway, there are definitely stars. I think some of those planets that you said we might see, we're seeing. And so, in unreal view, the moon in the foreground is one of the darkest things we see out the window. And now it's deep space behind it is kind of dark blue, like it looks from Earth, but we can also still see stars. It's quite a wicked view.
Did he just find Mars?
Victor,
I'm just doing the best job, and I'm not going to try to add on to what he's doing. It's indescribable. No matter how long we look at this, our brains are not processing this image in front of us. It is absolutely spectacular, surreal. There's no adjectives. I'm going to need to invent some new ones to describe what we are looking at out this window.
Dude.
This is just absolutely beautiful and inspiring to hear. And Victor, we suspect what you're seeing is Saturn and Mars. That reddish object is likely Mars. Good opportunity to look to the future of where we're going.
Yes! Yes!
Wow. It's orange.
Yeah.
He said the thing.
Yeah, we can absolutely see the color of Mars. That's awesome.
That's so cool.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
There's not really much to say.
And we're not even the ones in the spacecraft.
This is unbelievable, folks. We're all witnessing this together. And again, Victor with the best words of the mission, I think, here. Victor has had the most eloquent speeches, the greatest descriptions, and even saying that he doesn't have the right words somehow has the right words.
Okay, and from this vantage point, the 4 o'clock on the Earthshine side is definitely getting brighter, still no coronal structure.
Houston copies.
I love that, looking at our future destination with that red dot. I think you can kind of see a little bit of it. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, there's a bit of the corona there just shining above the horizon.
Yeah.
And we aren't able to distinguish which mare is, but we can clearly see mare in the Earthshine.
Oh my gosh.
They made me pull out Stellarium. I'm really sorry.
We copy.
Because I'm super distracted right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we have not seen an impact flash in the last 5 minutes.
Sounds unlucky, but you had a pretty strong start, so we'll take it.
And actually, right after I said that, right at the South Pole, near the South Pole on the Terminator, Reed just saw one.
There you go.
Amazing.
Amaze. Which they did say that earlier on comms, and the Project Hail Mary X account did retweet our or repost our quote of that. So it's pretty.
Did they really? I haven't
Yes,
seen
they
that.
did.
That's amazing.
Yep. And now we're starting to see it get brighter. By the way, we see your chats, folks. So we'll continue to explain what we're seeing in the meantime. But yes, we saw the
Integrity Science, and as you look around our solar system neighborhood, you should see Saturn setting behind the moon right now.
Oh my gosh.
Dude.
We do. We've been watching it track close to the horizon, and it's right tangential to the moon at this moment.
The human brain was not
is?
built or designed to see what they're seeing right now.
You should take a picture of that. Maybe we get the rings or something. I don't know.
We'll see. Again, their imagery will be coming down later. I doubt we'll see all of it, but I'm sure select photos will come out over the next 24 hours of all of this. And then after the mission, I can't wait to see all the high-res, high-quality stuff that comes out. Oh, man.
Y'all, I don't even know what else there is to say about this until we see the sun come up. Like,
Under 11 minutes.
the human brain was not designed or was not evolved to see what they're seeing right now.
When he said like a red dot, I was like, wait, is he looking at Mars or Antares? It turns out they should also be able to see Antares. It's not blocked by the moon right now.
No, Antares isn't launching again yet. That's why NG-24 is launching Thursday on Falcon 9.
Ha 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 ha.
Space joke. Anyway. This is spectacular. So yeah, this, for those wondering, this is a solar eclipse as viewed from the solar array wing cameras on the Artemis II spacecraft. That dark area you see is the moon, and that kind of glow that you see in the center of the screen is the sun starting to peek around, where hopefully we will get to see the corona as it goes to the other side here.
The light is continuing to grow in intensity. At about the 4 o'clock position on the, the 8 o'clock position on the Earthshine side. Saturn has set. Mars is tracking towards the moon's horizon.
Integrity Science, we copy, and we're starting to see it on the vehicle stream. Looking forward to any coronal observations you can share with us.
I saw someone saying in chat, and it's very appropriate, at this moment I am realizing how dirty my computer screen is.
That's one way to find out, right?
Yeah.
As you're trying to look, is that Saturn? Is that Mars? No, it's dust. But yes.
8.5 minutes. They had earlier a very fancy graphic of their, on the science room. I don't remember the exact. So they have like countdown clocks to every single major item on the timeline, and so I literally grabbed one of those, and so we have that time down to the second. So it should be 8 minutes and 5 seconds from now.
And look at that. You could see a lot of it coming out the side there. A lot more of the sun's light around the moon. And hopefully get to see that corona, which for people who don't know
Science integrity, still no coronal structure at this time, just continuing to grow in intensity.
Mind you, is
Copy, Victor, and reminder, you still should have several minutes before the eclipse classes need to go on, and we can send you up a reminder when you're getting close to take your eyes away from the D5 viewfinder, but you should be good for several more minutes.
Yeah, that would be great.
Copy, thank you, and yes, please send up the reminder. Thank you.
Alex, for those who don't know, what part of the sun is the corona?
It's basically like the atmosphere, to put it in a very blunt way, I guess. Right after the photosphere, there's basically like the surface, right? It's basically called the photosphere. There's this sort
okay,
of fluffy...
we all think we're starting to see something. I believe the most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity and the horizon on this side becomes very distinct. You can still see Earthshine, even though the sun's brightness is definitely growing in intensity.
Love the description, Victor. I'm sure as the next couple minutes progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
I need to see if he replies back. Yes, it's this sort of diffuse sort of atmosphere of the sun that is sort of hanging around up to like a few million miles around the sun. It's very hot because it's mainly fueled by these protuberances from the sun, basically like basic like little filaments of plasma being shot up from the sun, and so it's very, very fascinating place, to be honest, when it comes to heliophysics. From all of the interactions between the quote unquote surface of the sun and the space surrounding it.
Yeah, these are parts of the sun that you only get to see during an eclipse.
Yep. Hence the word coronagraph, because that is basically what you put on.
Okay, we are definitely starting to see structure. That baby hair is rapidly growing out toward the 9 o'clock and the 8 o'clock. It's almost as if it were reaching out for Venus or for the Earth. If you've ever seen the spotlight off the top of the Luxor at night in Las Vegas, this looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
Integrity Science, glad to hear you're following your training of tell it like you see it.
Kelsey's amazed by this.
I
4
think
minutes.
I think we should be ready for there to be. So it's not going to be a
So far, it's pretty
gradual.
symmetrical. There are 2 or 3 streamers that are growing in intensity and in magnitude, and it's slowly starting to widen, starting to spread out across the horizon. Pretty amazing view.
Want to see the beads coming back.
You could start to see the detail of
And
the
Integrity
craters there.
Houston, great words. Reminder for you, we are approaching the brightness level at which you should no longer be using the viewfinder on the D5.
Integrity copies, and thanks for the heads up.
I was just going to
See the
say,
craters.
I think we should keep in mind that because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, there isn't going to be a gradual reappearance of light. It's going to be instant brightness.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think we're seeing some directionality. Some of it is going in different directions because it appears to be moving and combining and recombining as it it's pointing in different directions, and some of it appears to be going like down toward the south pole of the moon, but it's and then coming back together and going out towards Venus and the Earth. And depending on how I stare at it, it looks like one large structure, but then it definitely has wisps, and you can see 3 or 4 structures inside of it. It's like watching a flame. It's like looking at a flame, and stand by. And so it has some inherent movement. Now there's a very bright spot. There's a very bright spot in the center of it. There's a towering light of.
Whoa!
There's a towering
There
light,
it is.
And then there were like 2 streamers that were going 30 degrees out from it, and now it is just extremely bright.
There you go.
Max, you called it with no atmosphere there. It's going to just...
Houston,
And it's
copies
also starting
all.
to get a little warm.
Got a little warm.
And we copied all. We wanted to remind you at this point on the eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
A reminder, what they're seeing is
Houston,
slightly
we copy
different.
all. We are in eclipse glasses. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
This is slightly lower bandwidth and taken from a GoPro on the end of one of these solar array wings. The crew inside the capsule, of course, using their Nikon D5 and Z9 cameras, which are much higher resolution, higher quality. I'm sure they have video cameras in there as well. And
And it
we'll
still
see
looks
those.
super cool.
Yeah. You could still get the whole vibe of a solar eclipse viewed from the far side of the moon.
Jeez Louise.
And a reminder, the crew has passed the farthest point away from the Earth and their closest point to the moon. That happened about 2.5 hours ago. So the crew is earthbound at this point. So the
And
distance to the
Houston, if you
moon
could give
will
me
be
about
growing.
20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
We will solicit input from the team.
That's incredible. Oh my good grief.
And then just for awareness on the communication side there, Jenny Gibbons is now off console as they move on to the Orbit 2 team, and that is Tess Caswell, who is currently the capsule communicator, or Capcom. That when it's not science talking to them and just regular mission control talking to them, that is the voice that you will be hearing.
Yeah, when we hear science, they refer to science. That is Dr. Kelsey Young from the science team at NASA.
I think
That's the
someone
other
needs
woman that we
to...
hear.
If I see Victor in person, I need to gift him a thesaurus.
Was that Victor or was that Reed? That was Victor, right?
I think that was Victor at that point, who said they needed more words.
Yeah.
Well, as we continue to listen in for comms here, I do want to continue to thank people. Paul Webb with the $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, loving your coverage, listening via Starlink and my self-driving Tesla during my Florida road trip. I was 6 years old watching Walter Cronkite for the first moon landing. I finally feeling like I'm in the future I dreamed of. Wow. And there's the science room that you see on the right. The whole science team has just been jumping for joy this whole time. Max, this one's for you. DNA to Mars with a $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com.
Integrity Houston, back with you after a data rate change. Regarding the SAW-3 camera T low caution, no action for you. It just got a little cool during the eclipse.
It's temperature low on one of the solar array wings.
Okay, we copy, and if you didn't copy my request for the mission summary to add about 20 new superlatives to help my vocabulary, I would appreciate it.
You're right, I think that is...
We copied it fantastically.
But yeah, Max, they were asking if they could get a signed metal print.
And Integrity Science, this is basically wrapping up your fly-by-day observations. I can't say enough how much science we've already learned and how much inspiration you've provided to our entire team, the lunar science community, and the entire world with what you were able to bring today. You really brought the moon closer for us today, and we cannot say thank you enough. And Science signing off, and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow morning.
Amazing.
Wow.
To your entire team, Kelsey, to the entire NASA science team, you all really turned to when we shifted launch dates to April 1st, and you got the most incredible package together for us to go do some great science and some great, truly human experience moments here. And we were well prepared, and we appreciate all of you. And this is what we do best when we all come together and work as a team. So you all knocked it out of the park. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Beautiful words, Reed. Thanks so much.
Amazing. All of that build up to finally getting to fly by the moon, and that's the end of the observation period of the moon.
Preparation, and preparation.
Obviously, they're still near the moon right now. I'm sure there'll still be more photos and things they're taking, but for the official full 7-hour sanctioned, here's the photos we want you to take in the order we want you to take them as they fly by. That is it. Wow. Well done. By the way, DNA to Mars Max was asking if they could get a signed metal print of your flag pick with the $100 tip.
There's a way to organize that. Yeah, feel free to DM me. We can work something out for sure. Yeah, slide in my DMs. I'll be on the lookout.
Danuth saying, I assume the speed displayed is relative to Earth? Yes. Do we know velocity relative to the moon? That I'm not sure.
We'd have to ask NASA about that.
Yeah. Jeremy Elwood, Pluto. Supposed to just Earth.
Not a planet, not a planet,
One day, just saying. Many years from now, but...
WDBF with the $20 super chat saying, great job as usual, thanks for what you do. Mason Mars just waiting for Zephyr Cochrane to drop out of warp right next to Orion. Perhaps the Vulcans are also flying by. Go Artemis II, live long and prosper. Very nice. El Turco, W Victor, absolutely. Chronic Math, thank you for the £2. Bideford, we did get rid of the banner. We got you covered. Thank you for the support as always. Good to see you, Annette. Simplify, becoming a launch director. Again, one of the highest levels of support. You get Capcom access, which is the Discord. You also get your name at the end of NSF Live and the Flame Trench shows, and our eternal gratitude and thank you. Grendel saying, is the crew using any specific filters on the D5 and Z9s during the extended photo series? I don't know if they had any solar filters on them that we're aware of. Any idea, Max?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything over comms about being mindful of installing your filters, making sure your filters are on correctly, make sure to adjust your settings accordingly. Anything along those lines. I didn't hear that over the net. So I'm tending to believe no, just based on what we haven't heard so far. I could be wrong, but we'll have to wait and find out. But I think just based on what we've heard so far, no, I don't think so.
And again, when you think of if you go out and photograph a solar eclipse here from the Earth, you need the solar filter until the corona comes out. Once the corona is out, you can take all your filters off, and that's basically what they were just seeing.
Correct.
So, yeah. James saying, guys need more science on this. How big is the structure? Cheers. Yeah, I mean, we're getting all the science here. Jeremy saying, not space related, but I just got an email from an old friend I haven't seen in a while because he saw me post on here. NSF reconnecting old friends.
Ooh.
Nice. And Jay Floyd saying, the route trout is getting fuller and fuller. Great news. I like that. Again, the route trout for that sort of like swirl animation that we saw there. Goodness gracious. Look at that still. The sun poking out from around the moon. Unbelievable. I mean, I have to say that the saying on the shirt and the patch, we rise together back to the moon and beyond. Daryl absolutely nailed it with that quote.
That one aged gracefully.
It did. And by the way, we still have the patches available for it. If you want to get the shirts and the mugs and things like that, we have those on the shop. But if you want to get a patch, now is the time. We are running very low. We are under 10% of the supply remaining. It's into the single-digit percentages. So if you want one, grab it before it's gone, because once it is gone, it is gone. And you're going to get them a lot cheaper from the shop than you would from people trying to sell them later on eBay. So... but yeah, if you want to get it other things, you can see it there. We've got mugs, shirts, baby onesies, all of the different things. So you can check that out. And then don't forget, we also have the brand new merch that was just released for the Moonjoy, which so cool. The Moonjoy merch, and including the mug for coffee and things that changes how it looks based off the temperature of the drink inside. So yeah, check out the shop if you haven't already. There's some cool stuff on the Artemis landing page there. And there it is. There's the new Moonjoy merch that just released this stream, which we're all experiencing the Moonjoy right now. I mean, come on. This is cool.
Dude, this whole thing has felt like this stream especially, but I guess this could also be...
Integrity Houston. Understand that you are still reflecting upon and consolidating your lunar observations. At your convenience, I have 2 items related to the upcoming VIP event.
Go ahead.
All right, first we wanted to let you know that the message for that upcoming event is on board for review at your convenience. That's message 3.06.04. The second item is that we've seen a couple of video blips in previous events. So during the HDPAO setup activity, we're wondering if Jeremy could please confirm for us that the TS rate is set to 1,300 when you get to step 10.
Okay, Jenny. Yeah, we're pretty sure we've been in 1,300 for all the PAO events. We've been tracking that when we swap between the HHP and the D5.
We copy, Jeremy. Thanks. And for the record, the phenomenal Jenny has gone on to her next appointment of the day, and you've now got Tess with you.
I'm sorry, Tess. Great to have you on board Integrity.
No worries. Happy to be here.
We'll have to see who that VIP call is from. Again, we have our Artemis live 24/10, as we're calling it. So live 24 hours a day for the full 10 days of the mission. So you can go check that out if you're not subscribed, by the way. You totally should be, so you get that and notifications for all of our other live launch coverage. And when we release new videos, like we will be doing in about 5 minutes for all of our Starship fans out there, we have our Starship update coming up in just
and
a couple
Integrity,
of minutes.
3-minute warning for the maneuver back to bias tail to sun.
3 minutes left of observing the moon there. Meantime, let me thank some people here. Doug with the $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thanks for a great day, NSF. Do you think future lunar missions will break the human distance record, or will it hold until human Mars missions? I think we'll see it broken.
Maybe.
KWNY saying, eat it, flat earthers. Vatse saying, sorry, Max, but you're wrong. Pluto's a dwarf planet. Unless you say on air that dwarf people are no longer people, submit to reality and declare Pluto a planet.
Can't do that. Sorry.
Mike C, great job, NSF, as always. Thank you. James with a $50 super chat with no message. James McComb, thank you so much for that. Very much appreciate it. Sandy, look, it's a Top Gear race. Who wins? 4 astronauts on a free return trajectory from the moon, or my medical supplies on a delivery truck from Nevada? And Jeremy saying, can confirm that the PS rate set to 1300, step 10. I like it. We are going to be starting to wrap up our coverage here, but stick around because, again, we have Starship Update coming up right here on the main channel. And then, of course, we also have the Artemis 2410, and that will continue. So if you're watching on there right now, you don't have to go anywhere. That will stay. And if you want to continue watching everything and see who that VIP is for this upcoming VIP event, make sure to head on over there and stick around with us, too. I need to thank the people that are here with me at the moment. Max Evans, thank you for joining.
I don't even know if I have the words to properly close this out in a way that I can properly express the amount of gratitude that I feel, not just for NASA for sharing the views that they did, but also for the team here at NSF and also everybody watching. That was clearly, try not to get emotional. That whole thing felt like a fever dream, and a moment that we have been waiting, or a series of moments that we have been waiting decades for, 53 or 54 years to be exact. And now Artemis II is now they're on their way home. That beautiful crew of 4 is on their way home, and hoping to see them back in about 4 days' time. And but we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys all watching and constantly throwing out support for us. This is a dream come true to be able to do this and bring you guys the story of modern day spaceflight. And we hope to keep going for a long time to come.
Well said. Alex, thank you for joining as well.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, I also had my tear-eyed moments, right? But right now, after seeing that eclipse and all of that, I feel more like a kid high on candy, basically. Like, I'm fired up. I'm like, yes, let's do it again. Like, I want to see this again, right? But yeah, I will be remiss also to not mention that, you know, apart from whatever VIP call they have later today, if you watch the 2410 live stream, we'll also cover there all of the other VIP events or all of the downlink events. Tomorrow they'll have a call with the International Space Station, so Integrity will be calling the station. That's a first in spaceflight history, just saying. And also we'll have dedicated coverage as well when it's time for them to splash down. But yeah, really, really excited. I'm fired up.
Absolutely. We also had Alice Carruth hosting, and we also had commentary from Ryan Weber earlier in the stream. A thank you to both of them. Kevin Michael Reed jumped in for a little bit of the producing side, but Jay Keegan is the one who is starting us and ending us here on the producing side. I know that we have Starship Update coming up, but I need to just take a moment and just thank everyone for being here. What we just witnessed is something that humans have not seen in over 50 years. And the fact that we were able to watch it all live in color, and not just that, but share it all as a community together, to be able to chat through it, to share the tears together, to share the laughs together of this historic moment, makes this something unlike anything we have ever seen in human history. Sure, we may have done this before 50 years ago, but never like this. Never so united as one, never as an amazing group of people, both online, in person, and of course, around the world. So thank you all for allowing me to share this moment with every single one of you out there, all of you on the good earth. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I have been your host for this amazing stream today. Thank you for watching.
and here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did he just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect globe.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equination.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
One of the questions we get all the time is, are you excited? Absolutely.
Artemis II is more than a mission to the moon and back. It is the next step that gets humanity to Mars.
For decades now, literally thousands upon thousands have risen to that challenge.
May I introduce them to you all?
Jeremy Hansen, Christina Hammett-Koch, Victor Glover, Reed Wiseman.
We are going to launch on top of the most powerful rocket NASA's ever made.
We're going to fly around the moon in the spacecraft Integrity.
We are going to the moon together. Let's go.